Emergency. There's an emergency going on.
We're going to be investigating this, investigating that, general investigation.
I should like to take this opportunity of saying that you are the most obnoxious, trumped-up, hearty little snakehead it has ever been my misfortune to encounter.
I was breathing that mold. His name was Albert.
Hello everyone and welcome to Calico Productions Hun Your Geek is showing, and on this episode today we're going to be talking about Red Dwarf as part of our Best of British. And joining me tonight as always is some random guy, Jessup Braithwaite. How you doing?
I am the random man. I come from down your way.
Oh, right. Anyway, before we start this episode, I do want to actually do a quick little talk about some health issues that I'm having. People who are following my channel may know that there's actually been a quick decline in the amount of videos we're putting out. We're actually down to just one a week at the moment, which is this podcast. Reason being is, one, bill prices have gone up. Everything, like money-wise, has gone up. So collectibles at the moment for me are once a month if I can afford it. The last thing I reviewed was Transformers Skids. And yeah, that nearly broke the bank, and it was a cheap one. So that tells you how bad the financial situation is. So Callie's collectible review is currently on hold. So there's that. And I'm actually having some dental issues. I've been suffering a facial spasm for the last couple of weeks. I ended up going to A&E, the dentist, the doctors. I'm booked in for blood tests just to find out what's actually causing it. The dentist seems to think it's a gum infection on this side, hence why I'm having the twitches on this side of my face. Those of you who are watching this on a large screen can probably see my face is twitching while I'm talking about this. Basically, it knocked my confidence a little bit, and I didn't want to get in front of the camera. I became very, very camera shy. And it was purely self-confidence, just me being like, people are going to poke fun at it. People are going to laugh at me for it. But I'm now at the point of mind where I don't give a fuck. Quite frankly. I actually was just talking to my friend outside before starting this episode. When it comes to my creativity, I'm going to do it, whether it's writing, podcasting, TikTok videos, anything. No matter what my health conditions are, if I can get in front of my camera and I can record a video, I'm going to fucking record a video.
Good on you. That
is my dedication, not just to myself, but to the fans that I've been building up over the last nearly 2 years with this channel and the last few months with this podcast. So I just want to say to everyone who watches and everyone who likes the video and people who talk about it on Facebook and all that kind of stuff, I think, Guy, I can speak for you on this one as well. We just want to say a massive thank you so much. We would not be doing this if it wasn't for people supporting us the way you do. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But anyway, on with the show. We're talking all things Red Dwarf.
Yay!
It's a bit of an odd one. It's it's had its ups and downs. We will definitely get to the downs. We were just talking about this before we started filming. But we'll start with the ups. We'll start at the beginning because it's a good place to start.
It is.
So we'll go with I want to say introduction to Red Dwarf, but mine was kind of very spotty of an introduction to Red Dwarf because it was always shown after my bedtime when I was younger. It was shown like 9 o'clock onwards on BBC Two, I do believe, at the time.
It was, yes.
And I remember one of my cousins was always recording it and always talking about it, and I'd see like random bits of episodes when I went around to them and things like that. And so I never really saw it properly, not until much later on. But when I went back and watched the original first 4 seasons at that point, where I really got into it, went back, watched them all, because at Blockbuster Video, retro shout out for everybody who remembers Blockbuster, they had the complete series, like, well, I say it was complete series, it was like on one cassette you got like episodes 1 to 4, then on another one you got 4 to 8.
Yeah.
So I would always rent out as much of the season as I could afford to rent out at the time. Go home, sit and watch it, and absolutely fucking loved it. And especially the first season, just even now, just so goddamn much. And I think it's got to be the first couple of seasons, especially. The one who sells it for me was Danny John Jules.
Oh yeah.
You know, the cat. The first couple of seasons, just strutting around, doing all that kind of.
Yeah.
It was
Cat
almost
man.
Like,
this is mine. Cat man.
I'm gonna get you, little fishy. I'm gonna get you, little fishy. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was kind of my introduction to Red Dwarf. It was very sporadic, but once I got to the right kind of age to really appreciate a lot of the jokes, sort of 9, 10, 11 years old, just blew me away. And the intro and outro, the outro song, just anyway. Your introduction to Red Dwarf, Guy?
Yeah, well, seeing as I'm the older of the two of us,
yeah,
I watched series 2 as it aired. I missed series 1 like a lot of folk did at the time, because it kind of just sailed under the radar a little bit.
It did. BBC didn't really give it a push when it first came out because, I mean, it came out in the late 80s where sci-fi was starting to have its decline.
Yeah.
The Star Wars hype was dying down. Return of the Jedi had been and gone. That was it for Star Wars. So the sci-fi hype was starting to kind of cool down. And going into the 90s, we definitely saw a big influx of explosive, blowy up action films, which we'll get to in another episode. We will. We promise.
Yeah.
But yeah, they didn't really give it a push.
No, they didn't. Listen,
I've watched like documentaries and stuff about the behind the scenes, and they just saw it as like this one series and done kind of thing. They really didn't think it was as popular as it was. But thankfully, praise the universe, the first season got enough of a cult following that it got a second season. And, you know, as we know, it went right the way up to, well, I'm looking at the Wikipedia here, and it says most recent release. When was it?
Let's say a couple of years back, I want to think.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. Most recent. Come on, scroll up, you piece of. Sorry, I'm having tech issues.
Piece of what? Smeg?
Yeah, piece of smeg, you smegging thing. Number of seasons, 12, and it says TV.
I was right.
Film. So 12 seasons, 74 episodes, but it doesn't actually say the most recent one. Most recent date we've got here is 2020, and that's for like producers and stuff. So I would assume 2020 was the last release.
Yeah, it was on Dave.
Yeah, I don't have standard TV. I only have like Netflix and all that kind of stuff. So I don't.
They'll probably come on there at some point.
I'm hoping they do, because I did rewatch all the seasons up to the end of season 7, where Brimmer goes into the mirror world and then comes back and the ship's all completely fucked.
Yeah,
It ends with a to be continued, and then we get Return to Earth like 10 years later. So yeah, I did do a watch, and yeah, I still love it. It's still funny, but
it is. But for me, season 2 will be the best, because it's. I think any of these things like this, the first thing you see is the one you love most.
Yes.
So for me, season 2 is always going to be like right up there.
Yeah.
Nope. Coffee up.
Yeah, cough it up or give it up.
Hey. Boom.
But I think the season that really hooked me in was the first season that Crichton became a proper character in the show.
Season 3.
Yeah, season 3 was when I got proper into it with...
yeah, most people did then.
Yes, I'm just double checking the actor's name because I can't remember.
Robert Llewellyn.
That's it, Robert Llewellyn. when he took over as the character, because they did the episode where Crichton came into it and then left on the motorbike, giving Rimmer the finger, and then season 3 he came back. So the second Crichton, I want to say, because I mean it's Crichton to us, but you know, in the actual timeline of the show, it was a different actor. So yeah, but when Robert Llewellyn took over as Crichton, just the neurotic OCD android. Oh my God! Sorry, mechanoid. He's not an android. He's a mechanoid.
It's a mechanoid. Yes.
That's it, yes. And I must admit, he had some of the funnier episodes.
Yeah.
Especially, I always talk about this one. I think it's season 7 or season 8, is it? Where because he's not got a penis, he's put into the female prison.
Yeah.
So to get into the male prison, he makes himself a penis, but it escapes, and he goes. He's running around looking for his. Just that episode, I don't know, just something about it was just like, oh my God, really, Crichton.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite scenes, where what's it called? The thing that can change shape, the polymorph. The polymorph, when that first comes into it, it turns into Lister's pair of underpants and they start shrinking.
Oh, yeah.
On the floor, like gyrating, trying to get them off, and Crichton's there on the floor, kneeling down, and Rimmer walks in and he's just like, my God, you really would shag anything, wouldn't you? Here we go, talking about Rimmer. Oh my God.
Rimmer.
Chris Barry as Rimmer. Oh, what a treat to watch.
Oh my God, yeah, because he's just so talented.
Exactly. I don't want to typecast him, but I think he's going to be remembered for Rimmer more than anything else. I know he did stuff previous. I mean, he used to do.
Yeah, he's like Spitting Image.
I was just about to say that he did voices for Spitting Image. So yeah, I mean, he is a wonderfully talented bloke.
Yeah,
and you know, not to typecast, but I think you put him in that kind of role, he just excels at it for some reason.
God, yeah.
He's got that cowardly, narcissistic asshole down to a T.
But also the neurosis.
Yeah, that's the brilliant thing. He's a narcissist, but he's also neurotic about his failures. So he's a neurotic narcissist. It's just like, how can you be? It's two things that go against each other. Rimmer, I mean, come on. It even lists here on the it's got the full names of the characters, and it's got Craig Charles as Dave Lister, Chris Barry as Arnold Judas Rimmer.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, your middle name's Judas. So is it all for the character?
It does, doesn't it? Not. I mean, it's the same thing though. I think that's one of my favourite Rimmer bits from saying again, polymorph.
Yeah.
When it turns into his mum.
Oh.
That is just hilarious. The things he did with Alpha Betty Spaghetti. Alpha Betty Spaghetti! Fucking hell. Laughing at broken hand beer.
Oh God. And mentioning Rimmer, obviously we've mentioned Arnold Judas Rimmer. We have to talk about Ace Rimmer.
Oh yes. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Yes, exactly. The epitome of what Rimmer could have been. But I did like though how in the later seasons they actually kind of made that like a little plot point that every Rimmer eventually becomes the Ace Rimmer because the previous one died. It's like a title that gets passed on.
Yeah.
It was his reason for leaving the show and then bringing in Kachansky.
Yeah.
Which I get it. It was, trying to mix things up and keep it fresh, change, which as we've talked about on previous episodes with different franchises, over a certain amount of time, you do have to characters will have to leave and bring new characters in, keep things fresh and interesting. Because I think this speaks volumes for especially the later seasons, like X, Return to Earth and X, because I watched Return to Earth and a couple of episodes of X. When it's the same four blokes in the same situations over and over and over again, it gets a little stale. The jokes start to fall a little flat. And especially now with the actors, God bless them, being a little bit older than they were when they started. You know, time affects us all. No one's exempt from it.
Yeah.
I think there's certain things we've talked about this before. I will say it again, but there comes a time where an actor is too old to play the part.
Mm.
And
as we will get to on Sunday.
Yes. But I mean, you look at, okay, sidestep here. Terminator. Terminator is a perfect example, right? As much as people love to see Arnie playing the Terminator, it's got to a point now where unless you've got a very plausible reason for why you've got an 80-year-old Terminator running around with you, it looks a bit silly. Sorry, Arnie, but it does. You compare it to the first two films. Okay, they're 10 years apart, but Arnie doesn't look much different.
No. Bless him.
The third one was a bit shit, but Arnie whipped himself into shape and looked as much like he could.
I didn't mind the third one so much, actually.
I didn't mind it, but it was just very for me.
Yeah.
Like compared to the first two, it was very like, oh, okay. So the war is just inevitable. It's just going to happen anyway. Okay.
I did like the bit where that psychiatrist sort of took sight of Arnie and just shat himself and ran away.
It's the bit though where that the stuff from the second one affected him. We'll go back. We'll get back to Red Dwarf. We promise.
We will promise.
The bit with the psychiatrist, the bit where it takes you years. It can take time to get over these things. Years, in fact.
You'll see things that just can't be real.
And it's like, hold on, did he end up as a patient in his own clinic?
Oh, well, after he saw the liquid metal Terminator, yeah, probably.
I think, right, retroactively, if I was James Cameron, I would have thrown that in as an end of credits, like, stinger.
Yeah.
See, like, Soberman out of his mind going, it's all true, it's all true.
Yeah.
Like in
straight jacketed.
Straight jacketed, like, she's telling the truth. Sarah Connor was right, we're all fucked. You know, I would have loved to have seen that, because then it would have set that bit up for the third one just perfectly.
Exactly.
But anyway, back to Red Dwarf.
Yes, drag us back.
Right. So, Red Dwarf, very interesting series. We'll cover the basic premise of it for those who really don't know what Red Dwarf is about. Go on.
I have trivia.
Go on then.
It was pitched to the BBC as follows, and I quote: "The Odd Couple in space on acid."
Yes, it was pretty much. Yeah,
that was it. That was
pretty much the pitch, and that's probably why the BBC didn't give it much of a push. I think, looking back at it, Red Dwarf probably would have fared better on its first season on somewhere like Channel 4.
Oh, God, yeah, probably.
Because at the time, Channel 4 was doing a lot of very out there, off the mainstream kind of programming.
I think that's probably why BBC Two took it, so they could,
compete. Yeah.
Yes.
It was to compete with Channel 4. They were like, oh, well, we've got this edgy new space program. It's on at this time, but that's all we're telling you.
Yeah, come on, throw us a bone.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the basic premise of the show is season 1, David Lister is on the mining ship Red Dwarf some point in the late 21st century. He is the lowest ranking member of 169. So he is 169th in the crew roster. He smuggles a cat aboard the ship, which is a big no-no. And for punishment in this universe, we'll call it, for punishment, he is put into the stasis chamber for, I think it's, how many days is it?
It's the duration of the rest of the trip.
Yes, that was it. Sorry, yes, for the duration of the rest of the trip. But shortly after going into suspended animation, there's a radiation leak that kills all of the crew bar the ship's cat, which was pregnant and escaped into the cargo hold where it was safe and sound. The ship's computer, a supercomputer with a massive IQ called Holly.
6,000.
decides that the only way to save Lister is to wait for the radiation levels to return to normal. 3 million years later, not 300 or 3,000, 3 million years later, Dave Lister is let out of suspended animation.
Oh, and of course, Holly set the ship to accelerate out of the solar system so it didn't spread the radiation.
Exactly.
So they are in deep space.
Yes, they are lost in deep space, and Dave Lister is, for all intents and purposes, literally the last human alive. It is then later discovered that Holly has now lost its intelligence because it's gone senile.
Mm.
And to keep Lister sane, it revives holographically his bunkmate, one Arnold Judas Rimmer, and the pair cannot fucking stand each other. And then later in the episode, it is revealed that the ship's cat had its babies and they evolved into the last surviving member of the species, simply known as Cat, who we talked about earlier in the episode. So yeah, for those who don't know, that is the basic premise of Red Dwarf, and hilarity ensues from there. The series goes on, things change, new characters come in, people leave, there's cameos and guest spots and God knows what else thrown in there. They go to different time periods.
Yep.
In one season, they actually end up having to get JFK to assassinate JFK.
Yes, he is the gunman on the grassy knoll.
Yes, JFK was the second gunman. And they even actually say in the episode, it's like, yeah, this will drive the conspiracy theories nuts. But yeah, so Red Dwarf. Anything you want to say more about it, Guy?
Yeah. Did you ever read books?
I did start to read the Last Human book because
you want to read Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers. It fleshes lots of things out.
All right.
And it's very funny and worth a read. So hunt it down.
I will jump on the old Amazon and see what this on there, because they usually have some good deals on books.
Yeah, there's Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers, followed by Better Than Life.
Better Than Life. Oh, that's based on one of the episodes, isn't it? Where they're in the
yeah, but it's hugely fleshed out even more.
Yeah. So, well, actually, I know the basic premise of that one because it was based on the episode where they're in the VR thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
With the despair squid. Yeah.
No, Better Than Life Series 2, Despair Squids later on.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's a different AI game.
All right. Okay. I'm getting it's been a while. I get my episodes mixed up.
I know. I don't even know how I remember this shit, to be honest with you. It's my silly brain. I can't remember what I had for tea yesterday.
But right, let's carry on talking about the cast then. Danny John Jules as the cat.
Oh,
just
what a role.
Some of the outfits. I mean, I remember actually watching. I think it was on one of the Smeg Up videos that they did. They showed like clips from like a Red Dwarf convention thing that they were at, and somebody asked, I think it was Craig Charles, if the characters they play are like the people that they are, and he said, kind of. They're almost like caricatures. They're more sort of exaggerated versions of ourselves. Like Danny John Jules owns more clothes than anybody I know. You know, you look at the cat, she's probably got a wardrobe like 10 miles long. You know, myself, I can be a little bit messy. Dave Lister's an absolute snob, absolute slob. So, yeah, it's kind of little bits of them, but just blown up to the extreme. And I think, especially as the later seasons went on, and they got more and more comfortable with the characters, and they became more and more like, I want to try this with the characters because I feel the character would be more like this. You know, they definitely, by season 4 and 5, I think they got it nailed down to who Dave Lister was, who Cat was, who Rimmer was, who Crichton was. Like, you could believe that these were actual people. You know, in a lot of sci-fi, you will come across like actors who are literally, you can see they're playing the character and they don't believe in what, the line reading doesn't come across quite like powerful enough.
Yeah.
Like when Lister comes out with like, talking about his curries and stuff like that, and his passion for like curries, and you believe this guy is the sort of guy who on a Friday night will go out and chug down 10 beers and then wash it down with a Vindaloo followed by 10 more beers. You can honestly believe that that's the kind of person he is.
Oh yeah,
and hats off to the actors on that one.
definitely.
Right. Norman Lovett.
Oh, he's the best, Holly.
It says regular series here, series 1 and 2, and 8 and 9, and then guest in series 7 and 12.
Yeah.
And then
you had Hattie Hayridge for the
yes, I was just about to say Hattie Hayridge as in season 2, 3 and 5. Or 3, 2, 5, sorry. But Holly, the ship's computer.
Oh yeah, some of the best lines.
Dropped some of the best punchlines ever. The one that always pops into my mind is the Queeg episode. Gets Rimmer like jogging while he's passed out. Hats off to Chris Berry for that one, where he's actually jogging along and then he's still going, but he's there like
yeah.
That bloody good acting that was. But
you wouldn't get that now. Wouldn't be allowed.
Oh Christ no. The one that always every time I think of Red Dwarf and the later seasons, it's Starbug is flying in through the vent shaft of the newly rebuilt Red Dwarf.
Oh,
the nanobots have rebuilt it, and they're flying along. It's like there appears to be some sort of blockage. Cuts to the POV, and there's a rat.
Yeah.
Back, I'm like, oh no, flying along.
There's
Starbug sticking out of its arse, and Holly just pops up and goes, "Oh, we don't get stopped by the cops. I don't like it when you're rat-arsed." It was just, love it. His name, Norman Lovett. Yeah, I do love it.
Yeah, too right. We need him back.
Yes. Looking further down the there's my microphone. The list, we've got Dave Ross. We were talking about him in the last episode.
Well, we were.
Guess.
Hey.
And Robert Llewellyn, regular series, and this is odd. It says series 3 to present.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's playing him in 2022?
Oh, that's a good point.
Because it says present. It doesn't say until 2020. It says to present. So that means he's still playing the character. Is Wikipedia telling us something we might not know?
Or is Wikipedia full of shit and edited by twats as you?
Here's a bit of a quiz for you then, Guy. What's Crichton's full name?
Oh, God. Oh, it's loads of numbers and that. Yeah. Crichton, Ford, Jade, something. I don't know.
Crichton.
You frozen.
Yeah, there we go. I think we're having a slight connection issue.
Yep. I've gone yellow.
There we go. It's probably because of the rain, because we're having a bit of a storm here in our town at the moment. It says here his full name is Crichton 2X4B.
There you go.
523P.
That was it.
Yes. And Silicon Heaven is waiting for Crichton, I suppose. See,
where would all the calculators go?
See, whenever I think of Silicon Heaven, I just think of like someone who's really good at breast surgery.
I was going to say, it's got boobs everywhere.
Yeah, Silicon Heaven. It's just a lot of fake tits everywhere.
Hey. Hold on, I'm doing bestie caps on the camera. Fucking edit that bit out.
Don't motivate your camera guy. It won't end well. Right, we got here Claire Grogan, recurring series 1, guest series 2 and series 6, and Chloe Annette, series regular 7 and 8, and guest in series 9 as Christine Kachansky, Dave Lister's love interest.
Oh.
And also his mom. And also his mom.
Yes.
Because they worked it into the timeline.
Ouroboros.
Yeah, they worked it into the timeline that Dave Lister is his own dad via Kachansky.
Yep.
So I don't want to say it's incest, but it's incest.
What a motherfucker.
Dave Lister literally is a motherfucker.
He is.
He's a natural born motherfucker.
Well, they got to keep this. They got to keep the human race going somehow, haven't they?
I bet though. I bet right. He'd be great at like a redneck party where they're all like, "Yeah, I married my cousin who was twice removed on my father's side." He can just turn around and go, "Fuck that! I'm my own dad."
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much the main bulk of the cast covered. Like we said, there's been lots of guest appearances from other famous British comedians and actors and things like that over the years. If you've not watched Red Dwarf, I highly recommend you track it down. Not the American version that they tried to make.
Please, God, no. Don't do it. Do yourself a favor.
I've seen some clips of it, and it is shockingly bad. I mean, some things work and some things don't. I know that the American adaptation of Shameless that went over very well. That I think that's actually still going right now, as far as I'm aware. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it did quite well. But Red Dwarf just
and Life on Mars.
Oh yeah, no. They took the literal interpretation and ended it with them landing on Mars.
There's an idea for it. So.
We may cover that. We may. We'll see. We've got a lot on the cards. We keep stacking things up. We've got a full deck at the moment.
Yeah, well, I keep having ideas.
Let's cash our chips in before we go bust. Oink, oink. Sorry, I got possessed by Frankie Howard for a second there.
More like Steve James.
Sorry. I'm cutting that bit.
No, you're not.
I'm really not.
Cool, she's jiggling.
Right. Red Dwarf. Anyway.
Yes.
One thing I do want to talk about, mentioning the American version, I do remember, and I must have been about 17, 18 when I heard about this, that there was a Red Dwarf movie in the works.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm going back, nearly 20 years at this point, but I remember. Does anybody remember teletext on the TV?
Yes.
Right. I'm not the only one who's an old bitch then.
No, that's me too.
When I first moved into a flat on my own, 17 years old, living on my own for the first time, when you're broke, you don't go out, you just stay in and you watch TV.
You watch teletext?
On Channel 4, they used to do this thing of upcoming film news. It was like their movie news page kind of thing. So I used to read through that, just something to read. I'm bored. I've got like a music channel on in the background. I might as well have that over the top. So I'm reading something while I'm listening to something. Fair fucking enough. And I read about this. There was this Red Dwarf film in the works and all this kind of stuff. And apparently, Doug shut it. The creator of it shut it down.
Doug Naylor.
Yeah. Doug Naylor shut it down because when he approached the studio about doing a Red Dwarf movie, they were all hyped for it, and he's like, "Yeah, we'll." They started like suggesting casting choices. Their first choice for Dave Lister, the beer swilling, curry munching, thinks he's better on guitar than he actually is, which I think you can relate to, Guy.
Oh, I'm a bass player, dear.
I know. But anyway, their first choice for this guy, who is like the absolute lowest epitome of what humanity should be, lazy, slobbish, loudmouth,
Winsome.
They wanted Hugh Grant to play him. That was pretty much what Doug Naylor did. Apparently he was in a meeting with him and they said, yeah, we'd really like Hugh Grant to play Dave Lister. And he just went, really? And they were like, yeah, we're going to get in touch with him. And he just went, no, you're not. Got up and left. Took the deal away and left. Because no contracts had been signed, thankfully. It was just like, if we get it going, this is who we'd like to play these. And he was like, really? Really? Who are you going to get to play Crichton and Cat? You know?
Yeah.
We're going to get Wesley Snipes to play Cat or something. You know, fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, like he said, there's something about Dave Lister that appeals to people because he's the everyman. He's not the posh, good-looking guy. He's not the muscle-bound action hero. He's the guy who smokes a pack of 20 cigarettes a day, likes a beer at the end of the day, munches down on a Indian or Chinese takeaway and fucking loves it because of how greasy and unhealthy it is for him. You know,
the inventor of the lager-flavored milkshake.
Exactly. He is literally the British everyman. You know what I mean? And it just, to change the character, well, the actor, to someone who would just completely not fit that role.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was me, if I was that studio, I would have gone, okay, it was a little bit before his time, but Jack Black.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to Americanize and, you know, make a film out of Red Dwarf, the only person I could really think of at this day and age that could play Lister realistically, in my mind, is Jack Black or Jonah Hill.
Kevin Smith.
He's a little bit older though.
No, yeah, I know, but we're all a bit older.
Oh, yeah, but I was thinking of a younger Lister, like go back to if they were going to reboot it, like go back to the beginning, like a younger.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, possibly Jack Black because he's in that right kind of age bracket to be the.
I don't know. Jack Black's starting to look fucking old.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just in that right age bracket.
Great for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Jonah, like I said though, Jonah Hill, he could play it.
Yeah, Jonah Hill could manage it.
You know, you look at him in like what is it, 21 Jump Street?
Mm.
You know, you give him the ponytail thing and all that, and yeah, I could see it. I could see him playing it, but Hugh Grant, fuck no.
No.
Fuck no. I'd say he would make a good Rimmer. Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, he'd pull that off.
I think watching him in Doctor Strange, I think he could make a really good Rimmer.
I've not seen a new one yet, so don't spoil me.
It's on Disney Plus now.
I know. I've not had time. I'm a parent.
I know. Oh, I watched it with my daughter over the weekend.
Yeah, my daughter's 10. No, she's not. She's fucking 8.
You can't even remember how old your kid is.
You're fucking really editing that with that, for fuck's sake. I'll get killed.
If your wife sees that, you are on the sofa for life.
My wife's in the other room, so
say nothing. Right, seeing as we're doing like almost doing a little bit of fan casting here. Who would you choose for, say, we'll go with Crichton. Who would you choose for Crichton? Because I suggested Rimmer and Lister, so you can do the others. You can do Cat and Crichton. Who would you? Can't think of Crichton. Go with Cat.
I can't think of Crichton. So Cat. Ooh, that's a hard one as well. Shit. Oh, what's the name of your man? Play War Machine.
Don Cheadle.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Do you know what? Actually, with some of the quips that he comes out with in some of the episodes, stuff, yeah, I could
put him in a wig. Get a little wig on him.
Get him in them little PVC leopard.
Yeah.
The cat walk. Yeah, I could see that actually. I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that would work well. If not him, if actually saying that, Don Cheadle, the guy who plays Falcon.
Yeah. Oh,
he's a bit younger. Can't remember his name.
Yeah, fucking hell. What's his name? You remember we were supposed to be geeks.
I know we are, but when you know what it's like when you know an actor's name and then when it comes for you to say it, your brain just goes,
yeah.
404 error.
Yeah.
Information not found. Your brain does that. But yeah, the guy who played Falcon, I think he'd make a good younger version of Cat. If they were to reboot it, like set it when they were a bit younger.
Oh, I know. I'll get to play Crichton.
Go on then.
Oh, fuck. 404 again. He was in The Social Network, played the geezer who invented Facebook.
Oh, Jesse Eisenberg.
Thank you. There you go.
Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah. Do you know what?
He pulled it off.
After watching him play Lex Luthor in the
Mm,
ill-fated Batman versus Superman,
very fucking ill-fated.
yeah, do you know what? I think he could get the neuroses of crime down to a T.
Yeah.
And Holly, who do you think Holly? We could recast us with Holly.
Oh, Christ, that's a
That's a good one.
that's a head scratcher.
That's a head scratcher because you could use two versions. You could either go with the Hattie Holly or the Norman Lovett Holly. So, for female Holly, Scarlett Johansson.
No, she's too pretty.
Yeah, but I think that would be the juxtaposition though. This nice, really little, pretty looking person who's thick as two short planks. I think she
Not
could.
supposed to Hollywood.
I think she could get the ditzy airheadedness down to a T. I think she could pull it off.
That's supposed to Hollywood.
No, but the one thing you've got to remember with Holly though is when they're saying these ridiculously funny lines, they're saying them with absolute seriousness because they're their minds addled, like they've been on their own for 3 million years. So I think if Scarlett Johansson played that part, I think she could get that seriousness. Like she'd say an absolutely belter of a funny line, but she'd say it with such seriousness that it would become even more funny.
Oh, Kevin Smith for Norman Lovett Holly. He could do that.
Oh, fuck yes. Put a bold cap on him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna tweet that later.
There you go. Kevin Smith.
At Kevin Smith, Red Dwarf reboot. Holly, Holly, Holly. It will probably never happen. Right.
Well, we managed that. There we go.
I think that's the fan casting done, apart from Kachansky. But to be fair, right. I think she could be played by pretty much any kind of big name leading woman at the moment. What's her name? Her from the Jurassic Park films.
Oh yeah. Yeah, last there. 404.
Can't remember her name now.
Not watched them.
I
not watched any Jurassic Park. I've not watched any of them.
Is it Jessica Chastain? Is that?
I don't know. I've not watched any of them.
Her from the new Jurassic Park films. I think she could play a good Kachansky. There we go. Right, fan casting done.
Hey, we did it.
Right, and I think that's pretty much it for Red Dwarf.
Yes, I'd say so.
We're coming up.
So if you've not seen it, do yourself a favour. Do go and watch it because it's awesome.
Yes. As we're saying on this series of videos that we're doing at the moment, we're covering Best of British. And we did a little bit of British sci-fi I say a little bit. We did like a cornerstone of British sci-fi in the last episode. We covered Doctor Who, which, is just phenomenal series as is. Red Dwarf, I think, is another very good prime example of sci-fi from the 80s, early 90s. But it's also a very nice slice of British sitcom humor at that time, because there was quite a few at the time, but they were kind of slowly dying down. You had things like
Terry and June.
Yeah, The Good Life and things like that. But they were starting to slowly die off and slowly die out, and they would get replaced by things like Red Dwarf and The Young Ones.
Filthy Rich and Cat Flap.
Yeah, Filthy Rich and Cat Flap. Only Fools and Horses. No foreshadowing there at all.
What? No, never. Not foreshadowing. Or are we?
I have a little bit of trivia about that subject, but we'll save that for that episode.
Nice one, Rodders.
You plonker. But yes, Red Dwarf, it's one, I think, along with Doctor Who, it's a nice, good staple of British sci-fi, British sitcom, British humour. The humour in it is so British.
Yeah.
I actually used one of the jokes out of Red Dwarf. There's a clip where I think it's before Lister gets frozen. It's like episode 1.
Mm.
He's smoking a ciggy in front of Rimmer, and Rimmer goes, Lister, is that a cigarette in your hand? And he holds it up and goes, nah, it's a chicken.
Mm.
When my mum first caught me smoking,
Yeah.
I used that line. She went, are you smoking a cigarette? And I just held it and went, nah, it's a chicken.
Did you get clobbered?
No, she was too busy laughing to be pissed at me. Because
Oh, there you go then.
at that point, I didn't actually start smoking until I was 16. And at the time I
wow.
started smoking, you could legally buy tobacco at 16. So, like she said, my sister tried to have a go at me about it. And my mum was just like, look, they're old enough to make their own mind up. You know, they're in college, they're 16, they want to smoke.
Mm.
You know, I was nearly an adult. There was no way she could stop me. So, but anyway, we keep sidestepping shit. We
do.
Wrap things up now. Red Dwarf. I think the final thing we need to talk about with Red Dwarf is the decline in quality. And again, I don't want to throw shade. I don't want to throw shade because I love the franchise, but I think that when there's more than a couple of years gap between each season and actors start getting older, I mean, as much as I love the character of Rimmer, he's meant to be a hologram, right?
Mm.
Therefore not human, therefore doesn't age.
Yeah.
Chris Barry, unfortunately, like the rest of us, ages.
Yeah.
And now when he's playing the character and he's thinning on top and he's portly around the middle, you're just kind of looking at the it's almost like that metal band that hasn't released an album in 20 years and they do a comeback show and then you realize why they haven't done an album in 20 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of that feeling. It's like, please stop. You're flogging a dead horse at this point. You beat
Metallica. Sorry, terrible cough that. Sorry.
Yes, yeah. I'd go to see a doctor about that one.
I best have.
You know, because but yeah, I do think that what they're doing now, as good as it can be and as funny as it is, because I've heard that it is good, but for me, I don't want to spoil those childhood memories of what these characters look like before, what the actors look like before, because when you've got characters like that, it's better to let them bow out gracefully than to just let them grow old and fade away. And they even address this in the Back to Earth one. Like, you know, they parody Blade Runner to fuck at the end of Back to Earth. And it's true what they say, you know, those who burn brightest burn half as long. And for me, I think Red Dwarf peaked at season 7 because, you know, well, back end of season 7, start of season 8, because they kind of overlap with each other, where Rimmer leaves and Chansey comes into it. I think that season 7 was its absolute peak.
Yeah.
Season 8 was a nice way to round it off. They could have quite easily just gone, they get back to Earth. Or get back to where Earth should be, and Earth's gone, it's blown up, it's whatever. So they go and look for a new planet and then ended it there of like, they're off on there to live their lives. They're not off to try and get somewhere. They're just off. Or fuck it, they just settle on a ship, build a colony on the ship and survive there. They could have done so much with it, but BBC was like, we want more, we want more, we want more. So they always had to leave the door open to carry it on. And it's just like, after season 8, they should have stopped. Maybe do a reunion special like the Back to Earth one. I got the idea. It was kind of bring them all back, one last hurrah. And that should have been it. But to keep flogging it on now, it's just like, please stop. Please stop.
They sold it to Dave.
Yep. But anyway, that's our thoughts on Red Dwarf.
Yes, indeed. But we will be back.
Yes, we will.
Continuing the best of British.
Yes, we are continuing the best of British. Up next week, we are covering the man, the legend, the spy, 007 himself, James Bond.
Ding, 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 ding,
Miss Moneypenny.
I was just sitting here, smoking.
Smoking a pancake.
Paper
Oh, wait, wrong franchise.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we'll tangent again. We'll stop that.
Oh,
Nip it in the
big
bud.
wave.
Oh, don't start. Carry on again.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know for a fact that once we start talking about James Bond, it's inevitable we're going to have to talk about Austin Powers because it is the biggest spoof parody of James Bond you could ever possibly get.
And probably the best.
Of course. But anyway,
And
that's a topic for another episode.
Yes, we will. We will have a guest on the next
Oh,
episode.
yes. Tony is joining us for another episode. Best of British,
Yeah,
best of Bond.
and you'd have thought you'd have had enough of us on the last episode, but
People can never have enough of us. I mean, there's plenty of us to go around.
well, I don't know. When I'm questioning his parentage,
I mean, yeah.
let me go on record, folks, and say that I do love Tony very much, and I have done for a lot of years. He's a lovely man, and he's a good friend, and he knows what I'm like, so it's all cool.
I will say to the viewers out there, when we have guests and things like that on here, when we make jokes and things like that, it is all done in good humor. It is.
Yeah. There's no bullying.
Yeah, there's no malice, there's no maliciousness, there's no hurtful shit behind it. It's just us throwing out jokes, making a laugh, because it's the first thing that pops into our heads, and that's kind of a level of humor. The one thing we don't do is we don't take jokes that are said or things that are said in private and splash them all over social media. We do not do that.
No, we don't.
Anyway, thank you all for joining us. I have been, as always, Killista Valentine, joined by the random
JB, the random man.
You got to lean into that random thing. We're gonna do something with this randomness. We're gonna
and random, so random.
Right, we should catch you all in the next episode.
Right.
Bye, everyone.
Take it easy.
Emergency. There's an emergency going on.
We're going to be investigating this, investigating that. General investigation.
I should like to take this opportunity of saying that you are the most obnoxious, trumped-up, hearty little snakehead it has ever been my misfortune to encounter.
I was breeding that mold. His name was Albert.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to Your Geek is Showing. And I'm JB. Guy JB. With me, as always, is the lovely Callie Valentine.
Hello, everybody. The bitch is back for another episode.
Hell yeah. And joining us once again, the master of ceremonies at the Retro Movie Zone, it is Mr. Tony Harris.
Hey, up, folks. You all right?
Yeah, man. It's
We
good
are
to see you
doing
again.
thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
2
Your
seconds.
bandwidth is low.
I forgot to adjust my sound levels. You're going to have to bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah. Well,
We don't want any feedback.
preparation is key, folks, isn't it?
That's what we say about the comment section. We don't want any feedback. we know we're crap. We just carry on anyway.
Yeah, we're proud to be shite.
Exactly.
And
British
something.
mentality. It's kind of what this Best of British trilogy, it literally encapsulates. It's being crap, knowing you're crap, just running with it.
This trilogy that's in yet again 4 parts.
Oh, yes, another 4-part trilogy. That's going to become an in-joke.
Yeah, that's what we do.
We do 4-part trilogies.
Yeah, trilogy is 4. It's 4 in it. 4.
Yeah, what? Yeah. If you look at franchises like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween,
Police Academy.
Police Academy, yeah, the third one's always the last one, and then a 4th one comes along 6 months later. So
Yeah,
we're just,
they call that
we're
the
just-
shitening.
Yeah, we're just following the trend of what movies do, you know. But anyway, back
Yes,
to it, James Bond.
back to it. Yes, we are celebrating James Bond because, goddamn, best of British. We've talked Doctor Who. We've talked Red Dwarf. It's time to talk about Bond because he is goddamn great.
He is the best British spy ever.
He's probably the only British spy as well ever. Well, Rowan Atkinson.
I was going to say Johnny English, but
Well,
maybe that'll be a spin-off from this episode. We'll cover Johnny English.
yeah, that great 5-minute episode there.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Be a solid 5 minutes though, just like my love life. Anyway,
I suppose we could do a spoof section in this show because let's face it, there have been a fair few James Bond spoofs that became their own thing. Austin Powers.
Yeah, true.
But anyway, carry on.
So, right, let's look into how do we get into this here Bond thing. So let's go first with Tony.
What? Sorry, what was the question?
How did you get into James Bond?
How did I get into James Bond? First Bond I ever saw was Live and Let Die. My mum and dad took me to see it at Burton Odeon, so it would have been, what, 1973?
Nice.
Absolutely loved it. I'd never seen anything quite like it. And it just made me want to see the rest of them. I don't know whether you remember, in the 70s, there was a lot of double bills about, and they used to release Bond on double bills all the time. I went to see them all. So that was my introduction, was Live and Let Die. Never looked back. I still say it's not my favourite Bond movie, but it's certainly the one.
Tony, you're saying 1973. That would be Roger Moore.
Yes, it would be Roger Moore's debut. Yeah,
apparently he did.
He did James Bond 73 to 85.
85, yeah.
So, but we'll talk more about more.
He's not my favourite Bond.
No, we all know. We all know who the best Bond is, but we will cover that.
And I will say, before we go any further, my mum never met any of the James Bond actors. Before we go any further, let's just clear that up. I'm not.
All right. Okay. So you didn't have an Uncle George that used to float around the house every now and then.
No, it was the henchman, wasn't it?
Odd job. I can see the resemblance.
Wow. Here we go. Here we bloody well go.
Oh, the ribbing starts automatically. You know you're on a Calico production episode when we start making fun of you. That's when you're part of the team. When we rip the shit out of you, you are part of the team. Sorry, it's just.
You know what? We're the same without it.
Exactly.
Good God.
Your favourite Bond, Callie?
Oh no, it's how we got into it.
Yes, how we got into it. We're covering favourite Bonds in a bit.
Stay on point.
Yes. But anyway, how I got into Bond was pretty much the same way most people of my generation got into Bond. Their parents were into it. Like, whenever there was a James Bond film on TV, my dad had to watch it. It was one of his favourite franchises. Like, James Bond was just right up there. And he loved he didn't care who was playing Bond. He loved them all. You know, he just loved the spectacle. And I think his thing was watching, like, the stunts and things like that. The one that springs to mind for me is the car jump, where it has to do a twist in the air and land back.
Golden Gun.
Pardon?
Man with the Golden Gun.
Exactly. Yeah. He loved watching the stunts and things like that, and like replaying them like in slow motion to see how they would, you know, how it actually went. So I think he was a big fan of the stunts of the series. And I think I am to a certain extent, because whenever I think of James Bond, the one scene that always pops into my head is where the car's like being cut in half and he's driving it up the stairs.
Yes. View to a Kill.
Yeah. Whenever I think of James Bond, that scene is what pops into my head. The car sliced in half going up the stairs and all that kind
of stuff. It's my shit together is my shit together.
You know your stuff. You know your stuff, guy. You definitely know your stuff. But yeah, I'd say that was my introduction to Bond, was just my parents watched it. So I watched it with them. And over the years, I wouldn't say sort it out on my own, but whenever like the latest one came out on video, I would rent it, give it a watch, like GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies and The World Is Not Enough. Like, I watched all the Pierce Brosnan stuff because I liked it. It was good. It was fun. It was Bond being the one thing that
there was a couple of shonky ones.
I can't remember which one it is, but he goes underwater in some sort of boat, and while he's underwater, it does the da-da-da-da as he does his tie. and then he comes back up. It was a cheese fest, but I loved it. So yeah, that was my introduction to Bond. Guy, your turn.
Mine was very much the same as yours, Cal. My dad used to love it. My mum used to love it. So, of course, it's on telly. We're watching it. And let's face it, that's better than watching Straw Dogs with them. And,
bit more family friendly.
yes. So my first introduction was Goldfinger. It's the first one I saw. What a classic start. Bloody hell. Brilliant. Yes. Oh, look. I mean, go. We'll get onto that in a bit. But yeah, that's how I got in there.
Thinking about it now, I think my earliest Bond film that I can remember seeing, like properly watching it and remembering it, is Moonraker.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
I love Moonraker.
Because I remember Jaws. Jaws is, like, for me, one of the icons of the franchise, from the bad guy side anyway. Like, you know, big hulking guy, big massive metal teeth, and he falls in love at the end. So yeah. But yeah, sorry, carry on. It was just you saying like your first one. I was like, which one did I actually first see? It was Moonraker, I think.
No, it's still a cool one.
Yeah.
So we've got to get to it, haven't we? Favorite Bond?
Yes. Well, we'll do a top 5 Bonds.
Okay.
How many are there? 1, 2, 3.
6.
7 if you count Daniel Craig. I know you're getting out there, you little shit. But okay, we'll do a top 3 then, because there's not been that many of them. We'll do a top 3. We'll pick 3 each, and then we can argue about it.
All right, Tony, go.
Go with your number 3 pick.
I would say my favourite Bond is Sean Connery, without doubt. Second would be Roger Moore. And third, this is a controversial one, George Lazenby. I think he did quite a decent job.
Yeah. Lazenby, yeah. Much like my last Tinder date, he was a one and done, but we'll leave that for the comments section.
Swiping. So,
it's a shame. I think you should have carried on with it.
Yeah.
Guy,
your top 3?
You should carry on with your Tinder or carry on?
No, we're about George Lazenby. George Lazenby should carry on with Bond. He should have done a few more. I can kind of agree with that. He wasn't shit. We'll say that. He wasn't a shit Bond.
No, he wasn't.
I think
Dalton.
I think in terms of like,
I forgot about him.
Well, when you watch it, when you're watching the films back, I think George Lazenby is the one you remember least. Like, he did an okay performance, but it wasn't anything memorable. Whereas each other Bond has had at least one scene where when you think of James Bond, that pops up into your head. Whereas George Lazenby, I can't really think of any iconic scenes for him, really.
No.
See, you guys can't, like, you're on the spot and you're like,
I can.
Go on then.
Oh.
What, taking the job in the first place?
The title sequence, as far as I was concerned, Lazenby's classic line was, "This never happened to the fella." I love that.
Oh, this never happened to the other fella. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. That was cool.
Okay, then.
You can't just pick Lazenby because you fancy him, Tom.
Yeah,
That's a guy.
We try to be impartial in this, but you know, a crush is going to slip in there sooner or later. Right, go on then, Guy. Your top 3.
My top 3. My favourite is Roger Moore.
The more the merrier.
You're too right. Connery comes in second, and probably controversially, Daniel Craig is my third favourite.
I've not really watched any of the Daniel Craig stuff, so I can't judge on him. I've only seen clips.
What the fuck? Did you just say that?
Okay, little tangent here, as we do on this show. While I was with my ex-partner, they hated James Bond. Every time it was on the TV, they would turn it off.
That's why it's an ex.
They absolutely hated James Bond. So for years, I've never watched James Bond. The closest I got to like James Bond stuff was video games. And okay, they did a video game adaptation of a couple of the films, but they were more prequels than actual adaptations than anything else. I did play one, speaking of James Bond video games, I did play one where it was actually Pierce Brosnan's James Bond, but it wasn't set against any film. It was its own story. Sorry,
are you talking GoldenEye on the N64?
No. This one was called. I'll look it up. I'll talk to you about it later, guy, because I cannot remember. It was on the Xbox 360. It was on the Xbox 360. Right. So, yeah, I remember playing that, and it was quite a good game. It had some bits where you would just go, "That's bullshit."
Well,
but anyway,
Callie, I'm gonna have to come in and say it.
Go on.
Once again, Callie, I'm gonna have to say it. I'm not angry, just disappointed. Say it a lot on this podcast. Just the one.
Anyway, my top 3 Bonds then. I'm going to go with number 1. Well, I'm going to go in reverse order. My third pick would be Brosnan. Did a good job. Like I said earlier, did a good job for a nice modern. Well, I say modern. It was modern when.
Yeah, it was modern at the time.
It was modern at the time. For its time, it is a good Bond. Second, I'm going to go with Connery, just because I love Connery as an actor.
Oh, gosh.
And because he was the first person to portray Bond on the big screen, gotta love him for that. My number 1 pick, because he's darker, he's edgier, and he gave 0 fucks, Timothy Dalton.
Yeah, good choice.
That's my message to Guy right there. Timothy Dalton is the best Bond in my opinion.
No, he's Welsh. I don't want James the Bond.
He's not bloody Welsh.
You
don't want a Welsh Bond, but a Scottish one is fine.
Yep.
Which one is fine?
Yeah, I'm just shitting here. On the show.
That's not bad.
Fucking Christ. But yeah, okay, so that's top favourite Bonds. I think we'll agree to disagree on who is the favourite because, you know,
we'll have to,
opinions are like ourselves. Everybody's got one. So, you know, but we'll move on and say that Timothy is best because it's my show.
Favourite film?
Yes, favourite film.
Favourite Bond film. Go on, Callie.
Anything with Timothy Dalton.
All 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yes, both of them. I like both of them.
Yeah, as a gentleman's too.
Yeah, just I like the Timothy Dalton, you know, James Bond. So either of those ones that he's in, I would quite gladly watch. But to name one and put a big hard stamp of approval on it because it was such a part of my life for a time, GoldenEye. Because
solid entry.
The film and the N64 game. Like watching the film and then playing the game. And at the time, okay, we look back and those graphics are shit. But at the time, we were like, wow, games are never going to get this better. But yeah, so GoldenEye for me, hands down my favorite because it's the one I've seen the most. It's the one I have the most connection with. So GoldenEye.
Tony.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service, without a doubt. Absolutely that film. If ever I put a Bond film and I can't decide which one to go for, it will always be OHMSS. I love it. It's just so 60s. Diana Rigg is superb in it. I thought George Lazenby did a really good job with it. And I'm amazed he never went on with it. But yeah, Her Majesty's Secret Service, that's the one I've seen more than any other.
For me, it's got to be Man with the Golden Gun.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, choice.
It gets a lot of stick from the woke generation. And okay, there is a bit of slapping around.
That's the one with Christopher Lee, am I correct?
Yes, you are right. And
yeah, I like that one as well. But again,
Christopher Lee.
I watch it for Christopher Lee. I love the guy. You know, sadly missed.
Yes.
Much loved. But look at the fucking career the guy had. which
Exactly.
I think we've just conned ourselves into another episode. Let's cover Christopher Bloody Lee, shall we?
Sounds good to me.
That's the 5th part in the trilogy confirmed.
Christ. Is he British?
Christopher Lee?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
He's as British as beans on toast, you dickhead.
I don't know. I think he's got a bit of something else in him.
Well,
I'm not talking about Tony.
I'm sure he probably did at one point, but that's neither here nor there.
There we go.
Let's just open this folder called Smut, shall we?
It's a good folder. It's a quality folder.
Oh, yes.
It's thick as a dick. Oh, I've got it.
There's the bar. Here's you.
Yes, every time, and I'm proud of it.
I am not lowering that bar to meet your standards. You gotta.
No. I'm going constant lows.
Don't make
Constant.
me laugh. I'm wearing a corset.
Yeah, of course.
It's hard enough to breathe as is.
What's the strings?
I got ribbons on this son of a bitch.
Oh my
Anyway,
You break a rib. Fucking hell.
right. Favorite. We've covered favorite bands. Right. Okay. Where were we?
I think we just done favourite Bond movie, haven't we?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do a little bit of Bond trivia to break up this little hilarity moment that seems to have shoot out of nowhere. Quick little bit of trivia. Can you name the 2 actors who have played James Bond once? One of them's
Yes.
obvious. One of them's obvious. We've talked about him.
George Lazenby and David Niven.
Boom. You got it.
Oosh.
I'd have got it wrong.
Who would have you said?
I would have said George Lazenby, and I was ready to say Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
Woody Allen?
Woody Allen was in Casino Royale, wasn't he?
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? I'm my name's James Bond. Well, oh, you know, no. Woody Allen is
There's all these women. Yeah.
Although looking towards the future of the franchise, I definitely think Rowan Atkinson should give it a stab.
No.
Really? Stab?
Why not? Just it'd be Johnny English, but without the joke.
Here comes the smut
could work.
again.
Exactly.
Or
All right. Isn't it
Mike Myers.
Here's an interesting piece of trivia for you.
Go on then.
What was, I think this is right, what was the most cut, the most censored Bond movie? I was
Ooh.
reading about this the other week, and I think I've got the answer.
Ooh. Yeah, but cut when? At the time? Or
At the time,
I'm gonna say not all this fucking
most certainly
wokery.
be cut now.
Oh,
Which one?
Give
Oh.
us a decade, so we've got a rough ballpark.
Yeah. So,
70s.
Live and Let Die.
70s. Yep.
Hmm?
One?
I'd go
No.
Live and Let Die.
The Living Daylights.
70s?
Yeah.
The Living
Early
Daylights?
70s. Early 70s.
Early
What am I going to
70s.
say?
It'd be a
Yeah,
more
I think
film
it's
then.
Ooh. Early 70s. Golden Gun?
What did you say?
Golden Gun?
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay, we give up. Tell us.
Yeah.
It was Diamonds Are Forever. You'd be amazed at the amount of cuts that were made to that.
Jesus.
Quite a few.
I
In fact,
wanted to
I'm going to
say-
do, on one of my videos, I'm going to do a little section on that particular one, and I'm going to read out all the cuts that were made to it. There were a few. Mostly to do with that pre-title sequence, with that thing where he wrapped the bikini around the girl's neck.
Oh, yeah.
See, I
Yeah.
would have said, in my thoughts, I would have said the one that would have got the most cuts would have been, which one is it that starts with the naked woman painted gold?
Goldfinger.
Goldfinger.
I would have said that because I remember
Yeah.
hearing that scene in particular like had to have a lot of cuts.
Mm.
But why are you giggling?
What's What's that film with the black lady painted gold? Goldfinger.
Well, yeah, I know. I probably should have guessed, but fuck you.
You tell him, Kelly. Smart ass git.
Yeah. Just remember, your position is not permanent. You can be replaced. I have a mop that can do your job.
Oh. Yeah, but a mop can't make you laugh.
Yeah, but the mop can make me do other things.
Oh, well done.
Oh, dear.
Can't get a fuck
Sorry,
around and
that was
drinks
a
it.
peek behind the curtain that nobody needed.
Mm.
Right, let's carry on with Bondathon.
Oh, I got a piece of trivia.
Go on then, quick.
What links Led Zeppelin and James Bond?
Some of the film's box office has been referred to as a lead balloon.
No.
I don't know.
Jimmy Page played guitar on Goldfinger.
Oh, okay.
Well, he was noted session player, Jimmy Page, before he joined Led Zeppelin.
Ah, right. Okay.
So there you go.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You live and learn.
Always.
So,
Favorite villain?
favorite villain? I'm going to go with Dr. No. Donald
Nice.
Pleasance with the scar.
Mm.
You know, it inspired Dr. Evil. Donald
Yes,
Pleasance.
that was Blofeld.
Sorry, yeah, Blofeld, that was it. I always get those two mixed up.
Yeah, Dr. No had funny fingers, funny hands.
Yes, that was it. Yeah. Yeah, I always get those two mixed up. But yeah, Blofeld with the scar, first played by Donald Pleasance, which, oh my God, Donald Pleasance, what a fucking actor.
Oh, God, yeah.
So, yeah, that's my favorite villain.
Tony?
Well, him and Jaws, sorry. Him and Jaws. But Tony, carry on.
I would have to say Christopher Walken in View to a Kill.
Nice.
Sorry.
Christopher Walken is one of my all-time favorite actors. I love
Christopher Walken. I could listen to him reading a phone book. I think he's amazing.
Yeah.
Right. Tangent time. Tony, have you seen a film? Little segment in the show. It's time for Tony hasn't seen this.
Have you this every bleeding week?
Yeah, we're going to do this every time you're on. There's a film with starring, a film series. I think it's a trilogy called The Prophecy with Christopher Walken.
I haven't, no.
Right, go and track it down. It's brilliant. It's Christopher Walken as the Archangel Gabriel on a quest to destroy heaven.
What?
Yeah, trust me. It's as batshit as it sounds. It's angels on earth fighting each other. There's a war in heaven between angels. And
sounds intriguing.
It's really, really good. One of my friends introduced it to me years and years ago, and I absolutely fell in love with it. And right at the end of it, there's a cameo by Viggo Mortensen, who played Aragorn, as Lucifer.
Oh, I need to see this one. I'll definitely track those down. Have you seen him?
Go check it out.
Have you seen him in Communion, where he plays Whitley Strieber, the alien abductee?
I've seen bits of it, not all of it.
That's one I'll throw back. That's a really good film.
Awesome. Okay, right. Back onto Bond. Best villains.
Yes. So we've done Carly, we've done Tony. Me. Francisco Scaramanga.
I knew you were going to say that.
Fucking right. I mean, of course, it's Bond's opposite number, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
He could have been a 00.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great thing to have, like a 00 versus 00.
Which is the storyline of GoldenEye.
Yes. But I think
the man who always dies in every film he's in, Sean Bean.
Yes. Yorkshire Tea spokesman himself.
Oh, yeah. Can you remember the name of his character in GoldenEye?
Alec Trevelyan.
Boom. Spot on.
Better memory than me.
I know my Bond.
He knows his bondage. I mean, Bond films.
I know that too.
We try to keep it clean on here, but it doesn't. It never happens.
It never works, does it?
It doesn't.
Nope. Nope.
Right then.
Oh, mine too. Those two fuckers are sober.
You say I'm sober, but not quite.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
You can.
Favorite Bond theme.
Oh, nobody does it better.
For me, The World Is Not
gosh.
Enough by the lead singer of Garbage.
Shirley Manson.
Yeah, that one, The World Is Not Enough. I hear that song and it makes me cry because it's so bloody powerful.
Hold on. Not Shirley Manson. I believe that was Sheryl Crow.
No, it's not Sheryl Crow.
No,
Which
The
one's
World Is Not
Sheryl Crow?
Enough. is
Let me
garbage.
just get on the old Googleator and see what it
Get the Googleator going.
Bond themes.
The World Is Not
Soundproof
Enough was
Ride.
definitely got. Sheryl
Soundproof
Crow
Ride.
guy was Tomorrow Never Dies.
Ah, yes, it was. Yes, thank you, Tony.
Theme songs. There we go. It was giving me wallpapers for some reason.
Oh, as you do.
Yeah. Tracks. Would this be easier to just do it on YouTube?
Probably.
It's not giving me a list of. Here we go. James Bond music Wikipedia. Right. Let me scroll through. Can you not just give me the?
Should we edit this bit?
No, it's okay. We'll carry on. You guys talk amongst yourselves about some of the songs. I'm trying to find this one
I
particular one.
would say my favourite would have to be probably Live and Let Die, followed by Skyfall. I don't like the new ones, Guy.
I don't either. They are shit.
Do you know what? We're used to hearing Bond themes belted out by the likes of Shirley Bassey,
Exactly.
Jones, Paul McCartney, Lulu, and now we've got all these squeaky voice little fuckers like Sam Smith with a bloody.
The World Is Not Enough. I found it. The World Is Not Enough.
We've got it.
Yeah, The World Is Not Enough, written by David Arnold and Don Black and performed by Garbage. It came out in 1999.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give that a listen later. I'll probably ball my eyes out and fuck my makeup up. But
Probably.
but yeah, that one song, sorry, I got way off topic there. But that one song for me is my favorite Bond theme because I think I heard it at just the right time in my life where there was some serious shit going on and it stuck with me. So yeah, that's my favorite.
For me, it's always going to be Nobody Does It Better from Spy Who Loved Me. It's great. It's a great tune.
Yeah.
In its own right.
Honorable mention, Live and Let Die, but the Guns N' Roses version.
Yeah, good.
I like the Guns N' Roses version. It's just
It actually was
by Shirley Bassey.
It actually wasn't bad. I'll tell you another one I enjoyed was the Madonna one. I thought she did a good job with the other day.
Which film was that for?
It was one of the Brosnans.
Yes, it was. It was the last one he did.
Yeah, correct.
That was Madonna.
Die Another Day then, yeah.
My honourable mention will be for Chris Cornell for You Know My Name from Casino Royale.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the last decent one of the modern era. The rest have been absolute dog shit.
Skyfall's all right.
And wasn't that one of the last songs that Chris Cornell worked on before he passed?
I think so. No, actually, no. He was kicking around for a good few years after that.
Yeah, I'm mixing my dates up. Sorry, it's my brain going. Hold on, is that a thing? And I wasn't sure, so I thought I'd ask.
But no, he was still kicking around and doing Soundgarden and stuff like that. So
Sorry, it's just me. It's like I said, it's just me getting my dates mixed up and everything, thinking the film came out later than it actually did.
Oh, fuck's sake! Hold on.
I'm prone to doing that on this show. You will notice. I will think of a film and I'm like, oh, it came out in this year, and then I double check my facts. I'm like, no, it came out 2 years before. I said.
So I just got to let the cat in.
No worries.
Funny twat.
I thought you said cat.
Fucking knobbies.
You're letting the twat in, not the cat in.
Yeah.
Are we agreed that the last two were bloody terrible then? Sam Smith and Billy Bleeding Eilish.
Absolute cheese on toast bollocks.
They were terrible.
Right. I think now then we've got to the point you're talking about the modern day Bonds and Daniel Craig and all that lot. where's the franchise going to go? Because he died in the last one. Spoilers for anyone who's not seen the more recent ones.
Spoilers.
But like,
We're fucking late for spoilers, but yeah, he dies in the end of the most recent one.
It was a bit like bloody coming out.
yeah, but he dies at the end of that one. So the new James Bond that's coming along is going to be a new Bond. It's going to be a brand new person. If that's the direction they're going to go with, James Bond is a title. I think
it has to be, really.
What's the term they use? It's like a code name.
Yeah.
It's like
an alias. It's like an alias title that you take.
It's an identity.
007 is always James Bond. 006 is always Alec. Something like that, But I'd like to see it go forward. I'd like to. There's been rumors. There's been rumors kicking around of a female James Bond, which.
No.
Oh, this is a very subject going out across YouTube. I'm in the camp of I don't care. Like if it's a female, if it's an actress playing James Bond or a male playing James Bond, I couldn't care less as long as the film's good. I don't care who's playing the main title. I really don't.
It doesn't matter because
Yeah.
Barbara Broccoli has turned around and said Bond will be a bloke. That's it. Barbara Broccoli is in charge.
I get it. Certain characters should, always be as they are. They should never have any deviations or any changes. And if there are changes, it's within the realistic realms of what the character can do, or who the character is as a character. It's a sensitive subject, but I personally, like I said, I don't really care as long as the film's good.
No, that's the thing.
That's all I care about. If it's the right actor or actress for the part, for the script that has been written, and they're going to act out that part, if they do their best job and it comes out to be a bloody amazing film, I don't care. I don't care who played the part as long as it's a good film.
Yeah,
simple.
Good shout. Personally, I'd like Henry Cavill or Idris Elba.
Yes. Yes, those two choices I can definitely go down with, and I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there before I say my next fucking thought. Push Callie. There's enough smut on this channel for one night. I am not saying my next thought.
Oh, go on.
She'd like to be the meat in that sandwich.
What the fuck?
Me, I'd like to be the butter, honey, because they make me melt.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that then, shall we? Yes. Henry Cavill and Idris Elba is Bond in the suits. I've seen that many a time in my dreams, but yeah, I could definitely see them playing the parts, especially Henry Cavill. I think he would be a brilliant Bond because he's got the look already. Slick his hair back. He's got the look already.
It's whether DC sort of go, no, we've got you in contract for Superman.
Well,
I've never seen it in that.
That's a kind of worm we're not going to open.
What a surprise!
DC and Warner Brothers. We're not touching DC and Warner Brothers because they're in a state from what I hear, and we're not touching that shit with a fucking barge pole on this channel. So moving on, James Bond. Future of the franchise, we've done it.
I mean, as long I'd like it to carry on in
I think
in the vein that they said.
It's in some capacity. I think James Bond has its place because, like we're doing for this episode, Best of British. I think James Bond is a British staple at this point. It's only a British staple, but it's a British export. Like Americans know who James Bond is. They parody the shit out of spy stuff through that American looking at English mentality lens. And Austin Powers, we'll talk about Austin Powers for a quick 5 minutes here. The best James Bond-ish spoof you could possibly ever get. I mean, Mike Myers playing both roles of Austin Powers and Dr. Evil. Just, oh my God, the hilarity between... I mean, Mike Myers just playing one character is funny, but playing two.
Yeah.
Fucking funny, yeah.
My henchman random Tess.
Who throws a shoe? I mean, really, you fight like a girl.
Oh, hold on a sec. Tony, have you seen Austin Powers?
I have. I've seen all three of them. I love them.
It's an exclusive. It's an exclusive here on Your Geeky Show. And Tony's seen a
I've actually-
franchise.
That's a franchise I will not be doing on Sequelophobia.
Yes.
Oh, no way. Oh, but yeah, okay.
Brilliant
So
stuff.
James Bond has been spoofed via Austin Powers and God knows how many other things. So have we got a favourite spoof? Mine's Austin Powers.
Yeah, I'll go with
I
Austin
would have
Powers.
to agree with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
same here.
There we
It's a
go. then.
benchmark.
It's unanimous.
What,
Austin Powers, greatest ever James Bond spoof.
And not many things are unanimous on this
Wow.
podcast.
No. Sorry, what,
what
Tony?
about our least favourite Bond film? Least favourite Bond
Least
film.
favourite Bond film. Jesus
I'll
Christ.
say Quantum of Solace.
I'll agree with Quantum of Bollocks. Yes, it's just
Yeah.
I've not seen it, so I can't agree.
I couldn't go on with it.
the problem with that film is it happened right in the middle of the writer's strike.
Right.
Yes,
So-
it did.
It got
It's
fucked, and
the
I think
only
the
one thing I can
director,
remember that-
producer had to finish it off script wise.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say my least favorite Bond is Tomorrow Never Dies, purely because of the payoff at the end of what the bad guy was doing. He was literally doing all the bad shit he was doing to sell newspapers, to get headlines, and it was like, that's a bit meta. Maybe it was ahead of its time, because this day and age, you could believe somebody would launch a nuclear missile at a country to get likes on their YouTube channel.
Please excuse my dog.
No worries, Tony. No worries.
No problem.
But yeah, so Tomorrow Never Dies was my least favorite.
Yeah, it's not a great one either.
No. There's some
Um,
good action scenes. So the bit with the motorbike, with the two of them handcuffed,
That was
Yeah.
clever.
I liked that bit, but the rest of the film, it's like I said, it was more the payoff at the end. Like, why are you doing all this? To sell newspapers.
mm,
Fuck a
Yeah.
what? Like,
yeah,
you become an international fucking terrorist to sell newspapers?
yeah. I don't want Rupert Murdoch being my henchman.
Excuse me, but isn't that something that Donald Trump would have done?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, fuck it. But anyway, I think we've pretty much wrung all the juice out of the Bond we can tonight.
You'd like to rumble his juice out.
Well, a few of them, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a hoe.
I've got to get a last one in. Go. Hello, mate.
Oh, it's the cat.
Say hello.
Oh, look, it's Guy with his Marley pussy shop.
Hello,
Tony. Hello, Mr. Tony.
Hello, Hendrix.
Hello, Miss Callie.
You should have had him whole episode on your lap. Just
Oh, yeah, I should have.
Yeah.
you should have tranked him and just.
Yeah, that would also mean like a whole episode. Look at my crotch.
Well, I mean, we've got a separate channel for that.
Boggles.
I bet it does, Tone. I bet it does.
Anyway,
Your trousers.
trying to stay within the boundaries of morality, normality, and what we can actually get away with here on YouTube. I think we're done for the night, Guy.
Cool. Yeah, I think we are. Right. So,
Anything you want to plug before we go, Tony?
yes, Tony,
Anything upcoming
have
on
you got
your
plugs?
channel?
No,
Tony.
I mean, anybody wants to pop over to the YouTube channel. There's a new video uploaded as we speak. It's going to be another hour or two yet, I reckon. So,
Oh, that'll
That's-
speed
that's
up
pretty
once we
good,
get
yeah.
off this meeting. Once we're off this recording, your internet will speed up for that. Don't worry.
hashtag
Oh,
Tone
right.
time.
Yep. Hashtag Tony Time tonight. Triple T. Or is that
I've really enjoyed it.
is that a quadruple
Great.
T? I don't know. Anyway. Right, Guy, you lead us with our sign out for the night. Then, and remember, what have we got coming up in part 4?
Oh, yes. Okay, so signing off tonight, we have been Callie.
Hello, bye-bye. See you next
We have been
time.
Tony,
Take care, you lot. See you all again soon.
and I've been JB. And join us next time for the fourth part of this Breast of British trilogy. Breast of British?
I know what you're thinking about.
Yeah, you know.
Freudian slip if I ever heard one.
Linda Lusardi. That's Breast of British. Boom.
Is it because
Old school reference.
I'm wearing on camera right now? That's why your mind's over there.
Mm.
Carry on.
Anyway, my mind's always over there. So it doesn't matter.
Carry on.
Anyway, yes, this next episode of Best of British will be the mighty Only Fools and Horses.
You plonker.
So, Tone, have you got any particular interest in Only Fools and Horses?
Not especially. I've seen a few episodes of it, but I wouldn't say it's my favourite sitcom.
My God, you've actually seen something.
Yeah. The one episode that I keep watching or I always seem to see is the Yellow Peril.
Mm.
Remember that one? I love that.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that. But I've seen a few, but not many.
Let's save it for the next episode, guys.
Yes. Sorry.
Anyway.
Right. Anyway, so we will say goodbye. This has been Hunya Geek Showing, part of Calico Productions. Please go over there, like and subscribe. Tell your friends. You know what I do. And we're going to be going. So it's goodbye from me.
And from me.
And goodbye from me. Bye-bye.
There we go. Peace out. Take care.
Bye.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
This old broom has had 17 new heads and 14 new hands.
Treat, why'd you call me Dave?
Oh, shut up, you tart. Lovely jubbly.
What a plonker.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. Here we are again. It's Wednesday night. It's a bloody hot one. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Welcome to Calico Productions proudly presents Hunya Geek Showing. I'm Random. Hey, I'm Random JB. Back with ever. I'm the random man I can play. So, with me tonight, as usual, is the Queen of Calico Productions, ladies and gentlemen, Callista Valentine.
Hello, everybody. It is good to be back in this fucking chair.
Yes, we're in our respective chairs. It's all good.
Oh, of course.
What we're going to talk about tonight? Well, chuck a pony in my pocket. I get the suitcase from the van. Yes, of course, we're talking about Only Fools and Horses.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Only Fools and Horses. Quintessential British sitcom.
The best, arguably the best ever sitcom.
Definitely.
The history of television. Well, British television, at least.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it did get ported over to the States, but I don't think they really understood it because it's just pure British humour. It's pure British humour through and through. If you don't know any of the slang terms for things or anything like that, it's going to go over your head. It really is.
Definitely. So then, Callie, how did you first get into this old stalwart of British telly?
Well, I think like most people my age, because it ran from 1981 until 2003, had 7 seasons. So it was quite a long-running show with some gaps.
Yeah.
But like most people my age, I kind of got into it through my parents, really. I mean, Saturday evenings, tea time, it was 6 o'clock, Only Fools and Horses, BBC One, dinner on your lap or, at the table with the TV in the background, and you just laugh your ass off while eating your egg and chips on toast or whatever the hell you were having that day,
Egg and chips on toast, that sounds nice, actually. That's a good...
But with beans, just to...
fuck beans. Beans suck. Sorry, we're tangenting already.
Yeah,
Stop
here we
that.
go. We're going to start a great bean debate now, aren't we?
Well, there's only one bean I'm interested in. It belongs to my wife. But that's
wait till she hears that one broadcast.
She's it's all right. She's sat over the other side of the room. She heard it. Or maybe didn't. I don't know.
Oh right. Anyway, well, yeah.
Yes.
So that was kind of how I got into it, and yeah, I loved it. It for me. It's proper nostalgic family time kind of TV. You know, it's got definitely a lot of jokes that will make the kids laugh. It's got to a certain extent almost some slapstick humor about it. Like some of the things that happen. Like one scene that pops into mind is when Dell's selling the dodgy mobile phones.
Yeah.
And he's got one in his pocket, and someone taps the phone, and the aerial shoots up and goes right up his nose, and he's there going, and that's how they get caught, because they're trying to hide from someone.
Yeah.
And I was just like, as a kid, that's funny. But
yeah.
As you get older, you realize that there's little in-jokes that only like the older audience are going to get. Like the dentist scene is a favorite of mine. And the dentist says to not Rodney, says to Del Boy, just a little prick. And Del Boy goes, oh, what? No, he's in the van.
Yeah.
The kids really wouldn't get that. But like, once you get to a certain age, you kind of go, he's got to Rodney a prick.
Yeah.
It's a good way of getting around the censorship, that was.
Yeah, definitely.
I suppose we should probably mention for Only Fools and Horses, slight tangent, that was kind of one of its biggest selling points, that some of the jokes they got away with because it wasn't directly said, it was more just sort of inferred or suggested, and you were kind of left going, this is the full watershed. So yeah, but anyway, flipping over to you, Guy, how did you get into Only Fools and Horses?
Actually, pretty much the same way as you.
Fair enough then. Like I said, most people our age.
Yeah, I think it's just how you got it, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I said, it ran 81 to 2003. So I wasn't born until 84. You know, so...
Oh, dear.
But anyway, for the general premise of this show, for those who haven't seen it, and if you haven't seen it, why haven't you seen it?
If you haven't seen it, then you're dead.
Yes, if you haven't seen it, you need to go and see it. But anyway, the general premise is David Jason plays Derek Del Boy Trotter. He raises or looks after his younger brother, Rodney Trotter, with their granddad, who's just simply called Granddad.
Yeah.
Played by Leonard Pierce, and Rodney was played by Nicholas Lyndhurst.
Yes.
And basically, Del Boy's a dodgy dealer, not like drug dealer. He deals in like dodgy merchandise and things like that. He's a bit of a wheeler and dealer, shall we say? And they live in a block of flats in Peckham, London. The block of flats is called Nelson Mandela House. And it's basically the story of their exploits and them trying to get rich and get out of poverty and get out of London and drive around, which I think really struck a chord with British people in the 1980s.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's just everyone was trying to get rich in the 80s.
Exactly. And I don't think it was just that, but I think like coming out of like, especially up in like Yorkshire way and things like that, coming out of the coal miners' strikes and all that kind of shit, you know, and during the 80s, Thatcher was in power. Well, Thatcher may be in power, but we finally answered that question. Is there someone worse out there?
Yeah.
Not to get political, but...
Oh, now then, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we thought Thatcher was bad. Did Boris Johnson just go, hold my pint?
Yeah, certainly.
But anyway.
Hold on. Tangent alert.
Tangent, back onto the subject, Only Fools and Horses. But yeah, I think that's why it struck a chord with the British public at the time, because it was just the everyday guys. You know?
Yeah.
A lot of sitcoms back then had been like, I don't want to say upper middle class, but like The Good Life.
Yeah.
They just decided, oh, we're going to go up sticks and move out into the countryside. It's like, well, if you've got the money to do that.
Well, that's the thing. Well, they did it. They still did that in suburbia. You didn't want the rat race anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, but I think Only Fools and Horses did tell the story of everyday Londoners, everyday British people, just trying to get by, trying to survive, trying to keep food on the table, all that kind of stuff. It spoke to a nation of like, that's real life. Yeah. We had EastEnders, but that was a soap opera, not a sitcom.
Oh, yeah.
So
well, still back then, EastEnders was actually good. So there you go.
Well, yeah, I suppose it is.
No, sorry, no tangent.
Yeah. Quickly carrying on with the story. The actor Leonard Pierce, who played Grandad, unfortunately passed away.
Yes.
And I can't remember what year that was. Let me just quickly do a fact check here.
Fact check.
I'm scanning through. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, so carry on with the jingle then. Fact check. Fact check. So that sounded like fact check.
I can't actually find a date here. So
Leonard Pierce died at some point.
I think it was season 3?
No, I think it might be 4.
The actor passed away at some point during the recording of the seasons, and the character was replaced with Uncle Albert, played by
Buster Merrifield.
There we go.
Boom.
Quicker than me for once, which is a most men.
Hey. Boy.
I'm behaving. I moved away from the microphone.
Sweat.
But yeah, so didn't Uncle Albert actually just end up in the series because he came to the funeral and then just never left?
Hold on. My independent adjudicator, the wife, tells me that he died in December 1984.
December 1984, yeah. So that would have been season 3 then, because it came out. It started in 81. So I was right. Yay!
Thanks,
Yay,
Andy.
me. But so that's the basic general premise of Only Fools and Horses.
Notable highlights.
Go on then, Guy. You go first.
Jolly Boys outing. The Jolly Boys outing.
Yes.
Brilliant. When our bus blows up, it's just bloody hilarious. Which is the thing. This is the other thing. I mean, true great comedy. You like some Morecambe & Wise, etc., etc. You can watch it over and over and over again. You still laugh.
Yes, definitely. That is one thing with Only Fools and Horses. There's definitely a lot of rewatch to it. Like you can watch the entire series, like all 7 seasons, in one go. And then months later, you'll go back and watch it again, and you will still laugh your ass off because it's still funny.
Yeah.
You know, like I said earlier, like some of the visual gags are fucking hilarious, but the actual like punchlines and jokes are just like we were talking about this the other day. The during the war, if you mention the war one more time,
all right, during the 1939 to 1945 conflict in Germany. And then it's the look Dell gives him.
And of course, one of Dell's catchphrases was always, "You stupid plonker."
Yeah. It's gotta be a brass rock. Oh, good. Oh.
Again, I gotta stop smoking. I've already got enough on my chest as it is, so let's carry on.
Boom.
Highlight and moments. What I mentioned earlier, the mobile phone thing up the nose, that was a highlight for me.
Brilliant. Chandelier.
The chandelier, one highlight moment for me, and a little bit of a story. It's not so much a tangent. It does involve one of my favorite scenes, but it's one of the moments in, I can't remember which season it is, but it's between Rodney and what was her name again? What was his girlfriend? Cassandra. She miscarried.
Yeah.
And she's in hospital. And I remember this scene because it's one of 2 times that I actually saw my dad get really sort of teary-eyed and broken up about stuff. This and the end of My Girl, which is why I can never watch My Girl again. Thank you, Dad. I love you, but fuck you. But in the scene right before Rodney goes in to see Cassandra, Del Boy's there, giving him the big speech, like, be strong, brave, don't shed a tear. You've got to be there for it, blah blah blah. But he's bigging it all up and like, got to be strong, Rod. You got to be strong, Rodney. They go in. As soon as Del Boy sees her, and this is what I loved about Only Fools and Horses, where it could balance the serious with the comedy, because he's just done that big speech and it's like, oh wow, Del loves his brother so fucking much, man. And then they walk in the room and Del Boy just, as soon as he sees her, he's just like, he just proper like breaks down.
Yeah.
And you can hear like the laughter track in the background, and it's just like, oh, that's brilliant. It goes from so tender to Del Boy just like Niagara fucking Falls. It's just, it's one of the reasons why I love it. That scene I love because it my dad loved it as much, like that much, that he got teared up, because the bit with Rodney afterwards as well, again balancing the tender with the comedy. It went straight back into Rodney, like giving his speech to Cassandra and telling her that it's okay and he's going to be there for him, blah, blah, blah. And it's, you laugh, you go from being, oh.
Yeah.
It plays with your emotions, but it does it in such a good way. Shut up, phone. It balances it in such a way. Sorry, I had to acknowledge that because that was loud.
Some of us turn the phone on to silent.
I'm sorry. Anyway, another highlight from you, Guy?
Well, heroes and villains.
The Batman and Robin. That was going to be my next choice, the Batman and Robin one. And we talked about this last night when Rodney does the whole "let's go."
Yeah.
It was just, and they show up, and then it turns out it's a funeral because the person hosting the party died, and they go in spraying the silly straight, and it's Boise in that scene was.
Oh God.
I suppose we should actually, little tangent here, little segue. The spin-offs from Only Fools and Horses, Green Grass and Rock and Chips.
Green Grass, I didn't watch.
I watched it when it first started, but it was Boise without the others.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work. You got that laugh perfect. Oh, that was spot on.
It's one of my few impressions I can actually do.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. You're gonna have to record that. Send it to me, and I'll put it on the intro.
Yeah, will do.
Oh, but I didn't watch Rock and Chips. We talked about this last night.
Yeah, I watched Rock and Chips. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I've heard it's quite good, but I've not.
It's got pathos and drama as well as the usual laughs that you would get.
Yeah, I may have to track it down and give it a watch then. But yeah, that was a slight segue. Right. I think
we've got to talk about it, haven't we?
What about what?
The best episode ever.
What's
Time
that?
on our hands.
Oh, with where they finally become millionaires.
Yeah. Which was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, but then they didn't want the Christmas one a year later, didn't they?
Yeah, I think so.
That actually has one of my funniest quotes in it. Where Del Boy, all up to where they find the watch, always says, "This time next week we'll be millionaires." They get the money, they ride off into the sunset. They've got, blah 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 blah. Comes back on the Christmas episode due to some poor investment choices. They fucking lost a lot. They're back in Nelson Mandela House. Del Boy's back to doing his dodgy dealing, and he turns around to Rodney and he says, "Come on, bro. This time next week, we'll be millionaires." And Rodney just snaps him and goes, "This time last week, we were millionaires." I love how that joke came kind of full circle on Del. It's like, you wanted to be, you were, and then you're back to where you started.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think you kind of got to do that, haven't you?
Yeah.
If you are going to come back to it, you've got to fuck them over.
Exactly. I did like, though, and again, bouncing the... When they finally got rich, they finally got the big house, they finally got Uncle Albert a boat, which he sinks in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Because that's a running joke with Uncle Albert. Every boat he steps foot on sinks.
Yeah.
But you see, like, when he's playing pool and everything, and he's just there, like...
Bored.
He's bored shitless.
Yeah.
And I think that really kind of was the stamp the show wanted to make, was that money won't buy you happiness. You can have all the money in the world. You can be rich beyond your fucking dreams, have a big house, all that shit, but you're bored.
Yeah, you got to have some excitement.
But when you're out there and you like Del Boy doing his dodgy deals, and he's down the pub chatting to his mates and Boise and all that lot, it's the people around you that make your life.
Yeah.
Not what you've got in your life. Like you could lose fucking everything you own. Your house could burn down to the ground, and your friends are going to be there. But if you've got no friends, you are fucked.
Yeah.
I think that's what the show was trying to say, was that it's the people around you that are the real riches in life. Fucking look at me getting existential on this episode. Jesus Christ, what have I been trying?
Wednesday night, we're existentializing.
Fucking Jesus, yeah. Anyway, right, back to the main plot of this episode.
Yeah.
Only Fools and Horses. I think we should talk about maybe some of the side characters.
Yeah.
Because there were a couple. There was, we mentioned Cassandra, Rodney's love interest and eventual wife.
Raquel, we got to mention
Turner, who was Del always introduced as his, what was it, significant other or better half or something like that. Supporting cast looking here, we have my all-time favorite. Every time he was in an episode, every time he had a line, I could not stop laughing. Trigger.
Oh, Trig.
Right, Dave.
Yeah, there you go.
I've been doing this job 25 years and I've still got the same broom. Really? Yeah, so 10 new heads and 14 new handles. You've got to love the innocence of Trigger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's the dim-witted, innocent guy who takes shit at face value and just carries on with life.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, such a hell of a role by Roger Lloyd Park. Yes.
It was. And he was if I remember correctly, the father of Helen Bonham Carter.
Really? I didn't know that.
I think that was the case. Don't hold me to that. I remember hearing that somewhere and I can't remember if it's true.
Oh, is this one of like these Tony's questionable parentage issues, or is it an actual thing?
Yeah. That picture you somebody mocked up of him as
it's Chris Hukin. Big shout out to Chris Hukin.
Chris Hukins, thank you for that picture. I laughed at that one. That was, as soon as I seen it, I was like, oh shit, yeah. you put the hair on him and it's perfect. Oh. What?
Hold on. No, I've had the independent adjudicator has been on again.
Okay.
No, it's a no on Helen Bonham Carter.
Right. Okay. I must have just heard that somewhere and thought it was true and not good.
It's one of them Tony things again.
Yeah, I'm misremembering shit. But anyway, yes, Trigger, absolutely lovable character. The way he always referred to Rodney as Dave, and it was just one of the longest running jokes. Even at his wedding, everybody says, Rodney, right at the back, Dave.
That's the thing, isn't it? To wind a joke that long.
Oh God, yeah.
Genius.
The bit with it's just the two of them talking. I can't remember where they are. I think they're in a church or something. It's right before a wedding, something like that. And Rodney goes, "Why do you always call me Dave?" He's like, "What's your name in it?" "No, my name's Rodney." "Why do people call you Dave?" "They don't. Nobody calls me Dave. You're the only person who calls me Dave. My name's Rodney." All right then. All right. So okay, it's Rodney then. Okay. Someone comes out. And he goes, is this all that's coming? Trigger goes, "Oh, it's just me and Dave."
Yeah.
Like instantaneously, just straight back to it. Didn't even try. It's just Trigger.
Yeah.
Bless him. We talked a little bit about him, Boise.
Fucking
laugh. Cracks me up. You always knew he was plotting something when he'd do that.
Yeah. That's the thing of it.
He'd do the laugh and he'd bring the cigar slowly up to his mouth like It was always. Do you know what? Right, in an alternate universe, if Batman had ever been set in Britain, he would have made a brilliant penguin.
Yes.
What was the actor's name? John Chalice. John Chalice. I think if in a parallel universe, 60s Batman, he would have played the penguin.
Oh shit, yeah.
That laugh alone would have got him the role. Let's see who else.
Sue Holderness as Marlene. Sue Holderness as Marlene.
Yes, Marlene, Boyce's wife, who may.
Yeah, but you always thought she was trying to get it on.
Pardon?
You always thought she was trying to get it on with Dell.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Who may or may not have had a thing with Dell, because there was. I don't know whether it was meant to be sort of like a nudge, nudge, wink, wink kind of thing, but it was always hinted at that their son was actually Dell's.
Yeah.
Because people would say, "Oh, he looks nothing like you," and it's like, so maybe. The only other one that I can really remember from the show, like vividly, is Denzel.
Oh yeah, Denzel the wagon driver, brilliant.
Yes. I remember him from one episode where they're chasing a butterfly that's worth like, was it 10 grand or something?
Oh yeah, because like
and he's finally he's like, I'm gonna have your money soon, like with the butterfly in his hands, and he's roller skating. And he goes, oh cheers, bam,
yeah,
and double high fives him, and then you just see Del go,
yeah.
It's again classic comedy, classic British comedy.
We know how to do it.
Yes, we do. We do it good. Anyway, right, back onto the subject of Only Fools and Horses. Seeing as a lot of the cast have passed away, we lost Buster Merriweather.
Yes, we did. Bless him.
Several years ago. David Jason is, well, he's pretty much retired now, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Nicholas Lyndhurst, I'm not entirely sure what he's up to these days.
I don't think he does much.
Oh, speaking of Nicholas Lyndhurst, tangent, everybody, tangent time.
Tangent alert.
Do you remember the show that he did, Good Night, Sweetheart?
Yes, I do.
I loved that show.
I do as well, because it's time travel.
It wasn't just that.
Time travel.
I love the premise of it, but I love kind of some of the jokes about it. Like he'd go back with like things like biscuits and things like that, and they'd see, what's this best before thing on it?
Yeah,
like 92 or something like that, and he'd go, "Oh, that's a military code. It's best before," and then like he'd say something, "You should eat that before you eat."
Yeah,
like,
or it was like playing a Beatles tune. Oh yeah, it's a song I wrote. He's like pumping out "Hey Jude" and shit.
Yeah,
fucking twat.
I do like that, and I like the way that nobody else could go back with him. It was just him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that made it more special. Like it was just his private little thing away from. Because that was the cool thing about it. It's like he had this horrible life, horrible job. His wife was absolutely biatch. And he stepped back into this world in the 1940s, and everything was just simpler.
Yeah. Well, apart from Hitler and all.
Well, yeah, apart from the war, but
yeah. During the war, hey, brings it right back.
Do you know what? There should have been a crossover.
Yeah, they should have been.
Have had a young Uncle Albert turn up in the pub.
Uncle Albert and his naval adventures.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been a perfect little crossover, because it could have been unofficial. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's a good job I'm sober tonight. I would have said anal adventures. In the Navy.
My dad played that song to my brother when he joined the Navy. I think.
Oh, bet that went down well.
I was 6 years old, so I might be misremembering that, but I'm pretty sure that when my brother got his application through and he was accepted, my dad actually played that song to him. I think.
Yeah.
Which you can see where I get my sense of humor from, obviously.
Yeah.
Like another tangents again, everybody. Tangent alert tonight.
Sorry.
We should have put a tangent high level warning up tonight, like they do on the weather for the pollen. Around Christmas, every time we put the tree up, I'd be like, right, when's the fairy going on top? My dad would always go, whenever your brother gets home. Which that wouldn't fly this day and age, but fuck it, I said it.
Back then. It was back then. It's allowed.
Exactly.
And it's factual, so it is also allowed.
Exactly.
So, yeah, fuck you, snowflakes.
I'm expressing a memory, not throwing out an insult.
Exactly.
But anyway, back to Only Fools and Horses. We've talked at length and we've rattled on. What?
Quick little fact. I find this amazing. The first series was considered a failure, even though they got viewing figures of like 7 to 9 million.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. It was
because back then that was a failure.
Yeah.
There was more people watching.
With
less channels.
Faulty Towers.
Mm.
That got like it was high. It was I think it got high viewership. It was slated by the critics.
Yeah.
And I think Only Fools and Horses kind of got a similar kind of thing. Like it didn't get great viewership, and the reviewers that did watch it didn't like it.
Yeah.
But much like our previous topic,
yeah,
it found its footing. It found its fans,
that's
and
the thing, isn't it?
I think that's why it took big breaks. Oh, hit my microphone. I think that's why Only Fools and Horses especially took big breaks.
Yeah.
Because it was like BBC were like, should we do another one? Shouldn't we? We don't know. But then once they got enough people sending letters in, because that's how we did it back then, there was no emails. You had to take the time to write a letter to the BBC and say, please, please, please make another series. You know, and it was down to one person in the mailroom going, okay, letter 4,827. You know what I mean? So it's understandable why there was big gaps. But once they
that's the thing though, but 7 to 9 million. I mean, Jesus Christ, there is BBC executives who wank themselves off over fucking that kind of rating at the minute.
Exactly.
And then Time on Our Hands, 24.3 million. Jesus Christ. To get that, they would sell their daughter's virtue.
Some of them probably already did to a certain Mr. Savile.
Well, yes.
But that's a story for another
Savile's
episode.
rider.
That's the story for another episode.
Now then. Sorry.
Tangent alert again. Fuck me. Right. Do you remember a TV show called an animated TV show called Rex the Runt? It was claymation.
No, don't remember that one.
It was about a bunch of claymation dogs, and there was this one in it called Vince, a little orange squishy dog. And every episode, that he contracted some sort of virus or some sort of thing would happen to him. In one episode, he got random Pavarotti syndrome, which means every so often he'd just go la, 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 randomly. And then a few episodes later, he got random Jimmy Savile syndrome.
Oh, good God.
He'd just be walking along and every so often go, now then, I was about that jingle jangle jewelry.
No child safe.
So it was just like, eh? But that episode, unfortunately, due to the revelations with Jimmy Savile, has aged like milk. So you probably won't find that joke anywhere, but yeah, I just randomly thought of it. Anyway, Only Fools and Horses. Yes, it was considered a bit of a failure back in the day, but it lasted 22 years.
Exactly. Come on. Jesus.
7 seasons and 64 episodes. Now that shows dedication from the fans to keep wanting more and demanding more from the BBC, and then finally giving and make it.
Exactly. As everyone knows, dedication is what you need.
Each season, as it went up, got more and more viewership. Like you said, Time on Our Hands, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of millions of views. You know what I mean? It's like, so whether it was a failure or whether it was a fucking success, in my opinion, it is absolutely brilliant.
It is. It's undoubtedly a success. You have all these polls, don't they? Britain's favourite sitcom and all that. Wins it every time.
It's always
wins it.
It either wins it or it's at least in the top 10. At the
That's usually in the top fucking 3.
Well, yeah.
Or it wins it.
Yeah. Plus, someone says to you, Only Fools and Horses, and the first thing you're going to say is that line, "You stupid plonker."
Yeah.
Or you're gonna quote one of the more.
Of course you are. Yeah.
From it, it's just how it happens, But I think we've wrung this one to death now. I don't think there's much more we can say.
No.
Horses that hasn't been said, and we've talked our ass.
Oh,
sorry, what?
Yeah. Well, of course we got to mention Dell's use of French. Oh my lord!
You've just made a memory pop into my head. The episode where they go to France,
Mm.
and he says, "What's duck?" or something in French, and Rodney goes, "It's canard." And Dell's response, "I bet it is." I just say duck in French. It's canard. I bet it is.
We say bye to everyone on the phone. Bonjour.
Yes. And au revoir when he answers.
Monge two, Rodney. Monge two.
That's a type of pea. But yes, I do. See, again, we could talk about it for hours, but it's just dragging those memories out. Like you say something and it sparks something in your brain because it's that kind of show. It gets deep in there. You know, your little brain computer goes, right, I'll file that under F for forever.
Yeah.
You know, it sinks somewhere in your brain and it pops out when needed. Which I'm not even touching that joke with a barge pole.
Fucking reach it with a barge pole. Oh, snort.
No, I spat into my drink. Gonna ruin my makeup.
And she's single, fellas.
Yeah, I'm single. I'm not a Pringle, so don't try and pick me up.
Ooh. Oh, it's a deep burn. Deep burn.
Oh, yeah.
On everyone.
Get some aloe on that burn, baby. You'll be fine.
It's a burn on everyone on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be like that joke, you know? Oh, Callie, she's so beautiful. Every time she comes on the TV, so do I.
Oh.
No, that's the noise it makes as it hits the screen.
Oh. Filth alert. Again.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to get banned for some of these jokes. I swear, YouTube's going to come at me one day going, now, look here, you can't be making jizz jokes. You can't.
No jizz jokes, no fucking Savile references. Or Rolf Harris for that matter.
Ouch.
And his learn to swim adverts. Whoa.
All I can ever remember when I think of Rolf Harris is that fucking board thing he used to play. That's an instrument. That's not an instrument. That's someone on the worksite going, hey lads, check this out.
Yeah.
Fair, my sweet September, I will be your friend. You're all fucked.
Sorry everyone, we had some technical issues there. Right, we're back. We are going to quickly wrap things up now. We've talked at length of our love for all things Only Fools and Horses. If you haven't seen it, please, for the love of God, go and fucking watch it. Watch all of it. You will love it.
Yes, watch all of it, folks, because Jesus Christ, there is gold in them there hills.
Exactly. It's comedy gold for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know that thing that they do in America where they take films that are like culturally and artistically and they put them like in an archive.
Yes, the Library of Congress.
That's the one. I couldn't think of the name of it. The Library of Congress. We need something like that, and Only Fools and Horses should be the first fucking thing put in there.
Oh shit, yeah.
In my opinion, anyway. But right, Guy, let's wrap it up.
Okay then. Well, folks, you have been watching my podcast tag team partner there. She's the heavyweight champion. She's the queen of Calico Productions. She's Callie Valentine.
I am the gruesome twosome all on my own. Figure that one out for yourself.
Now, I will follow that. I have been the Random Man, JB. We will be back soon. In fact, we'll be back next week, won't we?
Yes, we are back next week. And for next week's episode, we're having a guest.
Yes,
and
we are.
We're talking all things gaming. And
yes, we are.
There is a couple of announcements we're going to make on that episode as well, because things are expanding over here at Calico, and it's not just my skirt.
I'll be. You don't have to cut that.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you soon. Take it easy. Stay safe. And got your geek flag fly. We'll see you soon.
See you, everyone. Bye. Mwah.
This old broom has had 17 new heads and 14 new hands.
Trig, why'd you call me Dave?
Oh, shut up, you tart. Lovely jubbly.
What up, plonker?
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Remember, short, controlled bursts.
Get away from her, you bitch!
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Hun Year Geek is showing. And this week, seeing as we are now officially on the run-up to the release of Prey, the Predator prequel,
whoop, whoop.
We thought we'd do its natural adversary, or should we say unnatural adversary, considering the history between the two? We'll find out. We are talking all about that Giga-esque wonderful creation that is the Xenomorph, the alien.
Yay!
Woohoo!
With his big old phallic head.
Finally, an episode where I actually know what I'm talking about.
Wow.
The last few, I've kind of sat here like, interesting facts. Anyway, so the next point is for this one, I can fully let my geek flag fly on this motherfucker because Aliens, along with Predator, is very near and dear to my heart. So, yeah, we are going to talk about the Alien franchise in its entirety, apart from AVPR, because nobody wants to talk about AVPR.
No, no, they don't.
But we're going to cover the entire franchise over the next hour, maybe 6.
We'll spend 5 hours talking about aliens and then like an hour for the rest.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, we will quickly move ahead with this episode, talking about the Alien franchise. And like we normally do here, we'll go with how we got into the franchise. And I'm going to throw it over to you first, Guy.
Okay, well, back there in those shooty bang bang times of the 80s where everything was marvelous, explosions were everywhere, and there was big old fake titties around. Yes, it was one of those times. I saw a film called Aliens. I actually saw it out of sequence. Aliens was the first one I saw, and my God, my jaw hit the floor.
Yeah, same. Very much the same.
So then, after having seen that, I'm like, well, that's the second one. I better check out the first one then, so I know what I'm talking about. So, of course, watch the first one after the second one. I'm like, I was a disappointed young JB.
We'll get into that in a little bit about the watching them out of sequence.
Yes. So, Callie, how did you get into it?
Do you know what? I'm not really 100% sure because for me, there was a couple of different points that I can remember of my first real encounters with the franchise as a whole, right? Now, one of those times was being very, very small, walking through the video shops with my parents and inevitably getting dragged through the horror section and looking at the front covers that I probably shouldn't have been looking at that kind of age, and seeing the poster for the original Alien. So that was my first exposure, really, was seeing the poster, you know, the egg with the crack at the bottom of it. And, you know, in space, no one can hear you scream, all that. And it kind of piqued my intrigue as a child of 6, 7 years old. I was like,
freaky egg.
Yeah, this is, I was just sort of starting to get into the more horror aspect of Hollywood anyway, because okay, at the age of 6, I'd been watching action films that were probably a little bit out of my age range, but if my parents thought it was okay, I could watch it. You know, things like the first Rambo film,
Yes.
Like, that film's got quite a high rating, but in terms of gore and things like that,
it's still pretty tame.
yeah, exactly. And a lot of the subtext with like the PTSD and all that kind of stuff around about, sorry, tangent, goes over a lot of children's head. You know, the action scenes for children who maybe might not be old enough to watch it, I think it's fine for them to watch, in my opinion. There's worse things. There's been worse things since, and kids play GTA Online. So, yeah. Anyway, so that was my first exposure, the poster. The second thing that I can point to, it's kind of two things in one, really, was the Kenner toy line and the Dark Horse comic books. Because being a young child going into town, spending pocket money, there was, at the time in Burton, there was a local comic book shop. I think it's now a tanning booth opposite Merlin's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be a comic book store.
Grail Court Hotel?
Yeah, sorry, the Grail Court Hotel. That's the place I'm thinking about. Yeah, it used to be opposite that.
Yes, I remember that.
I'm going back many, many moons, right?
Yes.
So me and my friends would go in there, and we're obviously looking for the things like Spider-Man, Batman, you know, the kid-friendly shit.
The Star Wars.
Yeah, you know, the ones we love near and dear, right? And of course, it'd be like posters for like the latest Aliens and Predator comics books coming out at that time. Because at this time, it was like 91, 92. So Predator 2 had just come out. And there was the big crossover between Alien and Predator. So, you know, it was kind of everywhere at the time. That was my real exposure into it. So I started buying the figures because I liked the designs. And then my dad was like, oh, we'll sit and watch the films. And I was hooked from there. So it's really kind of those three little points. Yeah. It's like the trifecta of getting into Alien. Like, I saw the poster, I read the comics, I bought the action figures, and then I saw the films, and that was it. Lifelong obsession. Yeah. So yeah, that's my introduction to Alien. Watching it with my dad after about a year of going, please.
Can we have a pool, Dad? Can we have a pool, Dad? Can we have a pool, Dad? Can we have a pool, Dad?
Exactly. So yeah. But right, moving swiftly along, that's the introduction over and done with. Let's talk about the films. Now, I have them all here on Blu-ray. I bought the anthology DVD Blu-ray set.
Nice.
I did want, and I saw it in HMV, and I kicked myself for years that I didn't buy it when it was on sale for 50 quid. But they had the big alien head with all the DVDs. Did you never see that?
You dickhead. You didn't buy that.
I couldn't. It was one of those things. It was like, I really want it, but I can't afford it. So it was like, I was constantly trying to justify myself why purchasing it was a good idea, but then also remembering that you have a phone bill due out.
Yep.
You know, adulting. Time properly. It's like, I want it, but I can't have it. So yes, but I do have, like I said, the anthology box set, Prometheus and Covenant, for what they're worth. And first AVP, because we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one.
Keep your powder dry.
We will go first. The original, the classic Alien, directed by Ridley Scott.
Filmed in Britain.
Yes, at Pinewood Studios.
Indeed.
One of the more famous studios out there in the world. It's one place most Americans know actually where it is.
Yeah.
You say in Pinewood, they go, the studio place. Yes. Yeah. But
yeah, you know where you make all them films?
Alien.
First Alien. Bless Sigourney. Just
topping up my drink. You carry on talking.
So yeah, well, now that she's gone, it's a fun time with JB. No, only kidding. Sigourney Weaver, it's got to be said, cemented a bloody career on this first one, I think.
Definitely.
I don't think she'd been in that much before it.
I think she'd done a couple of things. I know Alien was her big proper breakthrough. but I don't think she'd done too much before. But yeah, the film. Let's cover the premise because spoiler warning. We'll give a spoiler warning, although we shouldn't need to at this point. If you're watching this show, you. But anyway, Alien. Let's start with that opening shot with the view of space, with the letters slowly appearing and forming the title. For its time, it set the tone going forward, especially for the first film, because I don't think there's many more franchises out there that have literally switched genres each time they've released a sequel.
Yeah. No.
Because we'll get into it in a bit, people, but yeah. But the first Alien, it's definitely horror. And I think... very
suspenseful as well.
Pardon?
Very suspenseful horror.
Oh, yes. The scene in... we'll get to the scene, but the air ducts, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But the opening scene where, the ship's powering up and waking people up, it's so slow. Drawn out. And long, but in some of the films that gets boring quick when they just drag things on for the sake of it. But with Alien, because you literally know, if you've never seen it, you know nothing going into it. You're like, so they're on a ship, they're in space, they're in stasis, they're waking up. Each scene that it's dropping after the next is hooking you in with a question.
Yeah.
Each thing until it starts unfolding, and that's perfect storytelling, in my opinion.
Oh god, yeah. Slip.
I'm sorry. But quickly getting into the pace of the film. The mining ship Nostromo.
Red Dwarf. Sorry.
Wrong franchise.
Nostromo.
Although
it's very similar. Let's face it.
Hold on. Segue. In the special edition cut of Aliens, one of the managing directors on the Hadley's Hope colony planet is the captain in Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Not many people actually know that.
I know, and I can never remember his film. He's in all sorts of bloody films.
Yeah, but the first time I saw the actual cut, the special cut of Aliens, I went, he's in Red Dwarf.
Yeah, it's Captain Hollister.
Yeah, that was like, oh. Wait a minute, are we trying to say that Red Dwarf is set in the Alien universe?
Yes.
Now, there's a crossover I want to see.
Lad Bible, come at us.
We need to see that as a crossover.
Yeah, definitely.
Dark Horse Comics, I know you've lost the rights to the Alien franchise, but, you know.
That's copyright Guy and Kelly.
Yes, we're throwing ideas out there. You know, somebody get the rights to Red Dwarf and release a Red Dwarf versus Alien comic. RDVA, I'd love to see that, although that actually sounds like something you'd order in a certain kind of nightclub.
Hey. Go on now.
Back to the film. The mining strip. No, mining strip. You got me.
Mining strip. The landing strip.
Mining ship Nostromo, hauling a cargo back to Earth, picks up a distress signal. They are told by the company
or mother
to go and investigate. They land on the planet, and wackiness ensues. They find an egg.
Wackiness.
They find an egg. Poor old Mr. Ollivander from Harry Potter. He gets a horseshoe crab spider thing stuck to his face, and then he births a
You mean John Hurt?
Baby. Yeah, John Hurt. He played Ollivander in Harry Potter.
The esteemed actor John Hurt, not the geezer from fucking.
I was throwing out a joke. You know, for the current generation of Harry Potter fans, it's like go and track down aliens, see what happened to Ollivander before he started throwing wands about.
Hey, you want a spoiler alert? You want a spoiler alert? Internet? We ain't fucking doing Harry Potter on this show.
No, we're not.
Fuck you.
Anyway, back to Alien.
Yeah.
So yeah, then you have the chest burster scene, which has gone down in cinema history. Just for purely how grotesque it was. And a little bit of trivia, most people do know this. The only person going into that, shooting that scene who knew what was going to happen was John Hurt. Nobody else knew. So that scene when Lambert gets splattered in the face with the blood, Veronica Cartwright, that was the name for a second. When you see that scene where the blood hits her in the face and she's doing this, that's real.
Yeah.
That's a real reaction. They didn't know what the hell was going on. So every reaction in that room up until that chest burster stops moving is a real reaction. And this goes back to segue. This goes back to what we were saying in previous episodes, why practical effects are better than fucking CGI.
Yes, they are.
If they made Alien now, foreshadowing, it would be CGI bullshit and we wouldn't believe a fucking second of that scene.
No. That's the thing.
Sorry, if you hear random traffic going past, it's because I've got my windows open. I live on a main road. And people think it's a speedway.
That's Windsor. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry.
It's fine.
I meant Zanzibar. Yes, that's Zanzibar.
Anyway, quickly moving on with Alien. The crew decided to try and track this little pink squishy thing down with the help of Jonesy the cat.
Yeah, good old Jonesy.
And then you find out that it's not so little and it's now like a 7-foot tall biomechanical killing machine with a mouth inside of its mouth.
Yeah. And acid for blood.
With acid for blood, yes. And it turns out that the company wanted it for its bioweapons program, which leads into the second film. But we'll get to that in a moment.
That's what they always want. They keep wanting that.
Exactly. You'd think by now they would have developed something better on their own.
Greedy company.
Like Donald Trump. Oh, sorry.
Donald Trump, Alien. Xenomorph, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Keeps a second Donald Trump under his wig.
No, that's just a penis.
Yeah, a second Donald Trump.
Yeah, that was it.
There you go. Anyway, so yeah, thoughts on the film. I absolutely love it as a horror film.
Yes.
I will say it very much plays into some of the tropes of the haunted house kind of movie of the time. I mean, I think it was actually pitched as haunted house in space.
In space. Yeah. On crack.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, okay, there are some deleted things that were taken out of it and changed, and quite possibly for the better. Two notorious deleted scenes that I know of is there was actually originally going to be a sex scene between Ripley and Dallas, the captain. And basically
Tom Skerritt.
The explanation behind it is that even if a person is married, goes onto a cargo ship, they're going to be away for X amount of time. So to relieve tensions within the crew all sign a contract that basically says that they can sleep with each other, but it's just for the duration of the trip. It's not a romantic thing. I'm like, yeah, could have done without that. I'm glad they didn't leave that in.
Yeah.
It would have just, I think it would have boiled Ripley down a little bit. It would have took that
it would have
edge
cheapened
off.
it.
Yeah, exactly. And the one scene that I think, if it had been done right, it could have, it definitely would have changed how the sequels would have played out. But it also would have made you go, And the original ending was supposed to be that the alien got in the ship with Ripley, the escape pod. It kills her, eats her brain, starts picking up a transmission, and it responds to it in Ripley's voice. And I was like, I have mixed feelings. Like,
no.
It would have showed, though, that the alien, when it does the head biting thing, it's not doing it just as an instinctual attack. It's actually gaining an intelligence from doing that, which, hello, Starship Troopers tried that 30 years later and it worked.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Starship Troopers is awesome.
Yeah, the big brain bug at the end of the film. You know what I mean? You know, they went with that idea and kind of ran with it, and it worked. It worked for its context. So, like I said, I have mixed feelings about that one because it's like, it could have been interesting to see like this alien hooking up with another space station and becoming more and more intelligent and seeing how far this thing could evolve. Like it was constantly changing, which in the later films, they kind of try to say that that's kind of what it's doing, but slowly, I don't, whatever. But anyway, so that's Alien. What do you reckon? 10 out of 10? Or is it slightly below 10 because its age is, I don't want to say it because I love it, but its age is making it show the cracks.
Yes, it is, especially the suit.
Yeah, like, since the advancements in CGI, we've seen aliens move a lot more scarier and a lot quicker. So I think that if a film like this had come out now, it probably would have died a death.
Yeah, but of course, on the flip side of that coin, is I was watching Alien 3 the other day on Disney Plus, and the CGI hasn't aged well on that either. So
to be fair, the CGI in Alien 3 wasn't very good for its time either.
No.
I mean, you've got to remember, it came out in what, 94? I won't know. 93 or 94 it came out. I'm not 100% certain. Hold on. 92, sorry. I was off by a couple of years. It came out in 92.
That is.
In 94, you had animated TV series like Beast Wars and Reboot and things like that. Just a couple of years later, and they blew it out the water. So it wasn't great for its time. But we'll talk about the debacle of Alien 3 in a minute.
Yes. Well, let's say debacle. Come on, it's a bit strange. But look, just bear with me a sec.
So you're breaking up there a little bit.
Sorry. How about now?
There we go.
All right. We're just stopping outside.
Having a ciggy. Don't blame you.
And plus the fact I'm just
hot.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Hey, check this out.
Oh, Hendrix. Right. Anyway, moving on to possibly the best sequel ever made.
There is an
this
argument.
Time,
for that,
it's War. Aliens.
Fuck yeah.
Possibly the best in the franchise. It's had a few bits where it's tried to get back up to its peaks, but it's not managed it. So for me, Aliens, and we talked about this in our 80s sci-fi episode, so we're not going to cover this one too much. We've already talked at length about this bitch.
We've already sucked his cock pretty hard.
We have. We've suckled from the Queen's teat. But yeah, as we said earlier in this episode, the Alien franchise is definitely changed genres each time it's brought out a sequel.
Yeah, because this is pure sci-fi action.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, if the first one is a haunted house in space, this is Vietnam War in space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In future space.
Pardon?
In future space.
Yes, exactly. But you know what I mean? It very much is like the tagline on the front even says, this time it's war. It literally is. It's over 100 aliens versus a group of, by the end of it, about 5 Marines.
Yeah, if that.
And Carter Burke and Newt.
Yeah. Carter Burke.
Oh, yeah.
Turtle.
Played brilliantly by, I can never remember how to pronounce his last name. Paul Reiser,
I think.
Yeah. Who was in Stranger Things.
Yes, he was.
I mentioned that because I've been watching it recently. I know, I'm behind the times. Oh,
don't worry, I've not watched it.
Well, there you go. Then you don't. I don't have to explain myself to you. Just
go on. You can say it to me if you want.
Well, when new series of things come out, like with Obi-Wan and things like that, it doesn't matter. I'm an impatient bitch, and when there's a cliffhanger at the end of an episode, I don't like waiting a week to find out what happens next. I want to find out straight away. So I wait for the series to have its run, and then I binge watch it all in one go. And I can watch like, okay, Buffy, one season is like 22 episodes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can finish it in 2 days.
Nice.
Yeah, I can put it on from the minute I get up to the minute I go to bed, and I love it all the way through. And that's what I'm doing now with Stranger Things. Now that season 4 is over, I'm marathoning that bitch. You know.
Nice.
So anyway, back onto Aliens. Greatest sequel ever made? Yes.
I can't think of a better sequel.
No. I suppose we could talk about some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, not in a bad way. The film was never tampered with. It was just how dangerous it got on set sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this is the time before health and safety went into overdrive.
The one story that pops up in my head, and I watched it, there's a documentary on YouTube. It's a 3-hour documentary behind the scenes of Aliens.
Ooh.
Really, really good. I think it's a rip off of one of the Blu-rays or DVDs from one of the box sets. It's like a big, huge documentary.
I fancy that.
Focuses on the scene I'm going to talk about now, and it's the bit with the APC coming down the corridor. And in the film, it's supposed to crash into the thing and plow on through. Nobody told the camera crew this, and they nearly didn't get out of the way. And this APC was actually built off of those, those big long things you see that pull aircraft jumbo jets along down the runway.
Yeah.
It was basically prefitted around one of them. They move a lot quicker than people realize when they're not pulling an airplane. And they tend to take a bit longer to stop.
Yeah.
And that's why everybody nearly got flattened. Another scene that pops into my mind where, the actors nearly got killed, health and safety, was the scene where they set fire to the inside of the APC where they're retreating.
Yeah.
It set fire to the polystyrene and the fiberglass and everything around them. And they tried to breathe and they couldn't. And thankfully, Al Matthews, the guy who played Sergeant Apone, was a former Marine. He got straight on top of shit, cleared everybody out, made sure it was all doused. He jumped straight into action. And it's like, damn, James Cameron was trying to kill people even back then. But again, it goes back to what we just said about Alien. When it's a real reaction like that, you got to love it.
Yeah.
Not
definitely.
killing your actors in the process is always good, but, if you can get a real reaction.
Try not to do that.
Yeah.
No, take note.
Okay, so quick general premise of Aliens for those who've not seen it. 57 years later, Ripley is found. Turns out that the company still want the alien. They go back to the planet to wipe them out because there's been an infestation. And only 3.5 people make it out by the end of it.
Yeah. Which ain't bad.
Which one of them being an android, Bishop,
Lovely Bishop.
wonderfully by Lance Hendrickson, one of my all-time favorite actors.
He's great.
Loved him in Millennium.
Loved him in Alien 3.
Brief cameo.
Yeah, but still great.
Oh, hell yes. And seeing as you mentioned it, because we've talked about Aliens at great length, we'll jump on to the third one. Now,
where do you go when you're on top of the mountain?
I'm going to fight the corner of the third one.
So am I.
But only on one thing. If you have only ever seen the theatrical cut, don't judge it. It's a piece of shit. Don't take that as what the film should have been. On the Blu-ray, it gives you the option to watch the 2003 special edition, which among the fans has become known as the assembly cut, because David Fincher, God bless him, he's done some brilliant films. Seven, just amazing film, but he's tried to distance himself away from that film as much as he can.
Yeah.
Because the studio fucking screwed him hard, left, right, and center. It was his first. He'd done music videos, but it was his first film.
Yeah, exactly.
They started shooting without a completed script. The script was getting rewritten as they were shooting. the studio chopped it to bits, and it just. But back to my point. Watch the assembly cut. It's about, I want to say, about half an hour longer.
Oh yeah.
It's got a completely different opening to it. It features the first official appearance of what is now more commonly known as a royal facehugger. Because the one big question that I always asked myself watching Alien 3 when it was like first released on home video and all that kind of stuff was like, okay, right, on the opening, it shows you there's an egg on the Sulaco. Okay, I'm not even going to question how the egg got there, right? Okay, maybe the Queen squirted out an emergency egg while she was on the ship and it got... Whatever, okay? I can suspend the disbelief. It got there somehow, whatever. The thing I could not in my brain reconcile is the first two films established very, very clearly one egg, one face hugger, one alien. Very fucking clearly they established that. In Alien 3, spoiler warning, Ripley's got the Queen alien in her chest. Right? I could never understand if it was a normal facehugger, which it showed it to be. In the theatrical cut, you see that bit where it's creeping around the ceiling towards the dog, right? It doesn't explain why there's one facehugger, two eggs. The alien that's going around doing the killing and the one that's in Ripley. How the fuck did that happen? In the assembly cut, it shows you them hold it up, and you can see it's complete. It's not a normal facehugger. It's bigger. You know what I mean? He's holding it up, and it's like this.
Yeah.
It's huge, right? In the comic books that were going out at the time, the royal facehuggers had just been introduced as a way that they spread, you know, queens into different colonies. And I think they were introduced in the Predator comics, I think, in the AVP comics. Not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. Get on the Google later and check it your fucking self. But yeah, it finally explained in my head of like, that's why there's two. Because a royal facehugger can implant a queen embryo and a guardian.
Yeah.
And the guardians are the runners because they need to be fast to get in, grab the prey, and get the fuck back out again.
Yeah.
Cocoon ready for the queen. It finally made sense. So if you watch the assembly cut of Alien 3, you really do kind of go, oh, it makes a lot more fucking sense now. Oh, and the alien comes out of a big ox, not a fucking tiny Rottweiler. Thank you. Thank you. Rant over. But yeah, Alien 3, the assembly cut, I fucking love it.
Cool. I mean,
are you going to say some points about it?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it when it came out. It got a lot of stick, but when you're at the top, where the fuck do you go?
Exactly.
You
to be honest,
take it back down.
Exactly. I think the original kind of idea going into Alien 3 was that they crash land on a planet, and it's back to that situation of it's them versus a single alien with no guns, like it was in the first one. Exactly. And, you know, take it back to, you know, its horror root, you know, show that one is just as dangerous as 10,000 of the fuckers, you know, really hammer that point home of they've literally just survived a war with one of them, with thousands of them. Now one of them is going to take them down. Wow. Which, you know, for the case of Hicks and Newt, it wasn't even the alien that got them.
Yeah.
Which I'm still sore about that to this day.
Hicks and Newt, everybody, Hicks and Newt. Charge your glasses.
But yeah, Alien 3, I think now with the assembly cut being more widely available and a lot more people seeing that, if the studio had just kept their dick prints off of it, if they just let Fincher do his job and let the script get finished before they started making the bloody thing.
Yeah.
It could have been...
Excuse me a second.
No worries. It definitely could have been a much more successful sequel. It's getting more recognition now, but not to disrespect the film, because I do love the third film. When everything that comes after it is shit, of course you're going to look at it in a slightly better light. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, Alien 3 is not that bad. compared to Alien Resurrection, Prometheus, and Covenant, that's not saying much.
No.
Especially when it comes to Prometheus, especially. I really don't like that film. Only film in the franchise that I noped out of 20 minutes in.
Mm.
No. I'm going to watch the end of this, but no, I am not invested in a single one of these characters.
That's the thing.
So, but yeah, we'll get into that. Anyway, Alien
I'll tell
3,
you what, there is some hellishly good acting talent in Alien 3. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Christ, yeah. It's a who's who of famous British names. Pete Postlethwaite pops up in it.
Brian Glover.
We
love you, Brian.
Charles Dance.
Yes, Charles Dance, who managed to get it on with Ripley. I'm not quite sure how that managed.
Why not? You know,
punching above his weight.
Definitely.
Bless you, Charles.
But I can't remember the name of the actor, but he played the character Moores.
Yeah.
And I love his character because he has some of the, I don't want to say darkest, but he has some of the more funnier scenes that definitely break the tension at just the right moment. And the one that pops up in my head is Ripley goes running into the mess hall to tell them that the alien's there and it's going to get them. And, Brian Glover's there and he's, get this woman back to the infirmary. Then the alien just comes down, gets him, he's gone. Blood splatters everywhere. The little stress ball thing that he'd been carrying around with him just bounces across the floor, and you've got Moores standing back, holding the chair, and he just goes, "Fuck!" And it's just the way he says it. It's just the slight pause, and then fuck. And the bit when he's on, Ripley's asking them what they've got on the planet that they could possibly use as a weapon, and he starts listing off all the. He goes on a rant. He's like, we haven't got this, we haven't got that, we haven't got any of this. Oh, I don't know why we're talking to her anyway. She's the one who brought the fucker here. Why don't we just take her head and shove it through the fucking wall? Does it right up in Ripley's face. And this is why I love that scene. It's her look, just the look on her face as she's looking at him. She knows he's blowing hot air. She knows he's fucking terrified, and that's his way of dealing with it. By the end of it, he's the only fucker who makes it out.
Danny Webb.
That was it. Thank you, Danny Webb. Yes, I like his character, and they did segue slightly. Off we go. Tangent times. In the comic books, they did actually kind of carry his character on.
Oh, cool.
Basically, he got transferred to another prison. He wrote it as a book. And 10 years after his death, the book was picked up by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation because it was actually a factual documentation of what happened. And so they did kind of round his story arc off in the comics a little bit, but it was much like, they're famous for doing in Aliens. They killed him off screen. Yeah. But the events that the comic book followed up on that, where they actually show the book thing that he wrote, was set I think it was 150 years later. And so it's something like that anyway. I'm not really up to date with the comics, but I know the character did carry on into the comic books.
Who else we got? Let's see. Phil Davis was Kevin Dodd. The great Phil Davis. He was in Quadrophenia, amongst a lot of other things. Sherlock, notably. Paul McGann.
He played, what was his name? 86?
86.
Or 80-something, because they called him that because it was his IQ.
Yeah, Aaron. Ralph Brown.
Yeah. Seen him in quite a few things as well. He's
he's in this. The people in this are just who's who of British actors.
Exactly. Well, again, it just goes to show that filming in Pinewood has its perks. You get some of the cream of British talent. And if nothing else, I think Alien 3 is definitely a time capsule of that filmmaking period of Hollywood where if it was made at Pinewood, you had famous British people pop up in the background somewhere. Yeah. It doesn't happen so much anymore.
No, unfortunately.
Back then, I mean, like you said, Alien 3, if you just look at the cast listing, it's basically like who's who of British top. You know what I mean?
Well, apart from Charles S. Dutton as Dylan, obviously.
I did like him. I did like his character. If you've ever actually read the novelization for Alien 3,
no, I haven't. Actually.
His characters wrote a little bit differently, but somehow comes across more powerful. Like he's the only character in the film that definitely comes across as he's sorry for what he's done and he's trying to make amends for it. Like, the religious aspect of it, which I think they should have used a little bit more in the film. Because there's all these religious overtones, like Ripley throwing herself into the fire and all that kind of stuff. And there's all this religious imagery popping up in and out throughout the film. And, these prisoners have supposedly found God at the ass end of space. I'm quoting Ripley directly there. I think they should have played on it a little bit more, because apart from them occasionally like playing with their crosses or saying a prayer, it doesn't really come across.
No.
But anyway, moving swiftly on, we're going to go to the definite downfall and definite start of the shitty and shittier sequels. Alien Resurrection. What?
I went to the cinema to see that.
I unfortunately was too young to go to the cinema and waste my money on that experience.
I wish I hadn't.
But
it's
very, very hit and miss.
I enjoyed Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman is a treat to watch no matter what he's in. I mean, I could sit and watch that guy, act out a one-man play of adverts from a phone book, and I'd still find it incredible. But I mean, we can't fault the cast. Okay, the cast is not the problem. Sigourney Weaver back as Ripley, a cloned version of Ripley. 250 years later, perfect as always, perfect choice. Winona Ryder as the android call. Oh shit! Spoiler warning. That's a plot point. She's an android. Good call. No pun intended. Perlman. All the other actors, I think, nailed their parts. It's just the story and the CG and the setting and and the Queen giving birth, because they now have a human reproductive system. And the one thing one of my friends so very keenly observed is Brad Dourif. At the time when we first saw this film back in late 98, when it came out on video, we knew who Brad Dourif was because of the Child's Play movies. We'd seen them.
Yeah.
He provided the voice of Chucky, so we knew who that actor was. He disappears at the very beginning of the film. Shows up at the end of the film. He's stuck to the wall in the Queen's chamber as she's giving birth. And they've just mentioned that she has a human reproductive system. And one of my friends, was sat there watching the film. We're in stunned silence at what we're seeing, not because of how grotesque it is, just because we're like, what? One of my friends, very quietly, we hear like a whisper in the background, just go, dude fucked an alien. That was all he said, was, dude fucked an alien. And we went, oh shit, yeah, oh no.
Jiggy with the Queen.
Oh, I mean, when you say you're going to get royally fucked, I don't think that's what they mean.
How are you supposed to get a hard on for that?
I don't question the logistics of it. I don't want to know, but
how?
It was weird that one of my friend's brains went straight there before anybody else even got to that point. We were just like, oh shit. Yeah, she's having a human birth. Did she have a human style conception? And if that's true, does that mean there's a king alien floating around? Which I think if they tackled it that way, I could have accepted it. It's been like due to the introduction of a female reproductive system in a technically monogendered race, has now created a divergent species. And now not only have you got a queen alien, you've got a king alien.
Yeah, he's like a rooster alien. Just going around.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, something like that. I probably could have bought that more than Brad Dourif strapped down to it. Yeah.
If the Queen Alien's got an alien mouth, they'd probably bite his prick off.
Foof within a foof.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Right, we're not going down this route. Back to Alien Resurrection. It was naff, right? There's some scenes I liked.
When she cooked that basketball.
Yeah. Yes.
That was cool.
Yes, and that was actually Sigourney Weaver. There was no camera trickery whatsoever. She did that. Got it. Spot on. But the film on a whole, just... I didn't like it. I didn't like how it ended. Again, with the DVD box set, you do get a director's cut that gives you a slightly longer opening and a slightly longer ending, where they actually arrive back on Earth, and it's a shithole. So, I can't really say too much about Alien Resurrection because...
Apart from that naughty Weyland-Yutani Corporation, and naughty boys.
I love how actually the throwaway line in Alien Resurrection... Like Weyland-Yutani, the big bad corporation in, well, technically, if you go by chronological order, it's the first 5 films. I love how there's a throwaway line in this one where Ripley mentions about the company and someone says, the company? And some dude in the background goes, oh yeah, Weyland-Yutani, they were bought out by Walmart.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, savage burn. Either savage burn, or does that mean that Walmart's going to become the world's most powerful conglomerate ever?
Disney are trying for that at the minute, so you know.
Yeah, but we won't get into that one because we might get flagged, considering we're talking about something they own now.
Well, yeah, but I don't mind. Disney, buy everything so everything comes on my telly. Buy it all.
Anyway, moving
Go on, my masters.
We'll touch briefly on this one because we're going to cover this one more in a future episode.
Yes, we are.
We're going on release order here, people, not film order, just so you know.
Yes.
AVP, the original one, it was rated a 15. It should never have been rated a fucking 15. Thoughts, Guy?
Not bad. I didn't actually mind it.
There was some bits I liked, a lot of it I didn't.
But of course, I was always going to go see it, wasn't I? It's still my favourite bloody creations.
Well, I went cinema to see it, and when I went on my first viewing, I wasn't disappointed.
No, I wasn't. I was like, yeah.
But
all right.
When you're a teenager and you see, like, you know, the action and stuff going on like that, you kind of like, you just get lost in it. When you become an adult and you start looking at it through more adult eyes and a more analytical brain, and you start picking the scenes apart, you realize that the timelines and the concepts and everything just make no fucking sense even to themselves. It showed in the first Alien film, that face hugging took around 24 hours. Then it was a further 24 hours before you had a chest burster scene, right?
Yeah.
In AVP, it's egg, face hugger, chest burster, fully grown alien. I shit you not, somebody's done the timestamp on the film. It's like 3.5 minutes. And it's actual in-shot time because they're moving to the 10-minute things of the bloody pyramid. So it's not like it's in 3 minutes, you know, jumping back and forth and, you know, time cuts. No. This is 3 actual minutes. The aliens don't spawn that quickly. I'm sorry, they don't. No.
Maybe that one was a premature ejaculator.
The one thing I really do like about AVP, though, is, okay, I don't like the Predator designs. They're too bulky. They're too... They look like they've been on the steroids a little bit too much. But I did like the concept and the idea of the Scar Predator.
Yeah.
Who realizes that, okay, I'm supposed to be killing anything that's in this pyramid, but this humans just killed an alien. And I'm on my own here, so I need backup.
Bit of respect.
Yeah. You know, I kind of get that idea, they tried to adapt that from the comic book, and the comic book did it so much better. That's for a Predator episode. We will get into that later.
Yes, we will.
But yeah, the first AVP, I liked it when I first saw it. now I can enjoy it for the cheese fest that it is, but it's more of a guilty pleasure film than anything these days, in all honesty.
But hey, we got Lance back.
Yes, we did, as Carl Bishop Wayland. Okay, I will very, very briefly touch upon AVPR. We said we weren't going to talk about it, but I'll very quickly touch upon it.
How dare you?
The one thing I do like, because it is a sequel to this one, and we had Lance back as Wayland, and it's just the Wayland Corporation at that point. AVPR ends with the introduction of Miss Yutani from the Yutani Corporation.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I get what they were trying to do between the two films to basically set up that these two different companies, their goals aligned, so they merged companies. I like that little idea that, you know, rather than screw each other over, they decided to work together to get what both of them wanted, which was more advanced weapons and shit. Anyway, it is a warm one today. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Christ.
Anyway, getting there now. Prometheus. Anyway, that's enough about Prometheus.
Pretty much.
I don't think we need to say much more. I didn't like it. I didn't like the idea. I think that much like some of the Hellraiser films, where it was developed as another film and then they tacked the Hellraiser franchise onto it just to keep the rights. I feel very much that Prometheus is basically the Alien equivalent of that. Like, it was written as something completely different, like an ancient astronaut's life on Earth, origin, you know, origin of the species kind of bullshit. And then someone at the studio went, "Oi, Ridley, can you stick an alien in that so we can make another trilogy?" And he went, "Pay me another $250,000, and yes." That's what I feel like it was. It was basically they offered him a paycheck to stick alien into it, and he went, "Yeah, all right, then I'll just quickly rewrite this one line. Oh, and by the way, it's an alien." The black goo, the space jockey being a guy in a suit.
They still have Fassbender.
The one saving grace about the whole, two saving graces is him and Idris Elba. For the short part that he played in it, I liked his part. But
I watched Idris Elba do anything.
Yeah, it's true.
I like that dude.
But yeah, that's enough of Prometheus. I don't like it. It's not. If it could be wiped from the canon of the Alien films, I'd be perfectly fucking fine with it.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I liked some of the designs, that it was true and faithful to the original. The big bone ship design when you see it flying and everything. Although, you know, that thing rolled and nobody thought to run to the left or to the right. They just ran straight. Anyway,
let's move on.
Covenant. Like Prometheus, but not as bad, because at least it had aliens in it.
Yes.
You know, they showed up right at the fucking end of it, but at least they were in it. That's what I can say about it. John C. Reilly's performance in it surprised me.
Yeah.
I know him more for his comedy chops. So to see him in something with, okay, his character does have some little one-liners and some funny quips, but
yeah, generally on the whole,
it comes across as that's part of the character. He tells the jokes to lighten the mood. He's that kind of person, you know. So, but on the whole, I think it was better than Prometheus, and it was getting there for me in terms of like, yeah, this feels more like an Alien film. We like the backburster. That did surprise me, because I was like, wow, okay, never seen that before. You know, something new in the franchise. Interesting. And then Ridley Scott got his boner on for androids, and it became the Fassbender show for nearly an hour, where it was just Fassbender talking to Fassbender about the character. Just it's the pacing of the film for me in that middle bit slowed down to the point where I fell asleep.
Yeah.
And that was on my first viewing. This wasn't on a repeated watching.
Yeah.
First time I watched it, I got this as a Christmas a couple of years ago. I put it on Christmas Day about 7 o'clock. My daughter had gone up to bed. My partner at the time was in the shower, in the bath, whatever. So I was like, I'm going to watch this. And I was liking it, like I said, up into the bit where the other David show, the other android shows up, and I'm like, okay, I'm tired. And the next thing I know, I'm getting woken up in the films at the end, and I'm like, oh shit, I missed the ending. That's how much it slowed it down for me.
Yeah.
It took it to snail's pace, and it really didn't need to. It did not need to slow down and have that much of an exchange. I mean, all I'm going to say is the one scene where it's Fassbender talking to Fassbender, trying to play the flute, and that immortal line of, you do the blowing, I'll concentrate on the fingering. It was just, oh my good God. Like, are we just about to ready to start seeing 50 Shades of Droid?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It felt so out of place and so weird for supposedly an alien film. It's on the title. Anyway, that's my rant of Covenant over. Guy, your thoughts on Covenant?
No, you're not wrong. Jesus Christ, don't slow it down. For God's sake, it's worse than my daddy's bollocks. So,
I think what we've learned from this is when your franchise is literally going to bounce from one genre to another across different sequels, I think it's that old expression of, if you are a jack of all trades, you are a master of none.
Indeed.
And I think that's kind of what the Alien franchise has almost become. It's almost become a joke of itself.
Yeah.
It started so good with the haunted house formula. Then it moved into, the more action heavy focus. Then it tried to, reinvent the wheel, so to say, by going back to that.
Claustrophobic.
Yeah. This is the thing I'd say about Alien 3 when describing what it is as a film. To me, it's more like a psychological thriller. Because in previous films, when Ripley encountered the alien, you knew that it could kill her outright.
Oh, yeah.
In an Alien 3, once you found out the Queen was inside of her,
that's it.
It couldn't kill her. So it changed the dynamic between the two. It almost became this, almost like mind games between her and the alien.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It started to really evolve and change the relationship that Ripley had. My favorite line in Alien 3 from Sigourney Weaver is, she thinks she's got it cornered in the basement with the pipe. And she says, you've been in my life so long, I can't remember anything else.
Yeah. That's lovely, isn't it?
That to me,
fantastic.
Yeah. And I think they should have ended it there, but they carried it on, and
yeah, that's the thing, though, isn't it? They sort of go, here's a dump truck full of money.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the problem.
But I think that is about all we can do for the Alien franchise. There are comic books. Sadly, I don't have any of the comic books apart from the AVP ones that I've got over here somewhere that are on my to-read pile. There was actually a sequel to Aliens, a proper sequel. It was the Alien 3 comic book, but you'll have to get hold of the first edition to give it a proper read, because when they reprinted it, they changed all the names.
Bastards.
Yeah, it was supposed to be set after Alien 3, after Ripley had died. Hicks is still working for the military. Newt's in an insane asylum, and the aliens are back, and they basically team up to go after it. There's a video on YouTube that covers it. I'll link it to you at some point.
Sweet, nice.
It's basically like an audio book version of the comic.
Yeah.
I'll send it you. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was an interesting read. I did read that one because it came out when Alien 3 came out, and that was one of the comic books that got me into Alien, was reading that one.
Mm.
Because I was like, oh, this follows up the events of the second film. Like, you know. But, it's had its highs, it's had its lows. It's now in Disney's hands, the franchise, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Should there be any more?
Mm.
Or should it be left?
I'm not one for reboots, and you know this.
Oh, I do. Neither am I.
But if ever a franchise was ever in need of it, or do what Halloween's done, say, right, everything you thought you knew, no, fuck it off, right? Do an Alien 3 that picks up after Aliens, right? It's been 30 years, 40 years now, but it's 40 years later, right? Ripley has had her life. She's gone off. She raised Newt. She's now happily married with Hicks, right? And then start your fucking new trilogy from there. The aliens are back. They found another planet. They found another nest. Or because they're now both owned by the same studio and they like doing their expanded universes, cross it back over with Aliens and Predator.
Yeah.
You know, cross the two over again. Say that, you know, another colony planet's been found. We don't know how. We thought you'd wipe all the aliens out. And that introduces the Predators because they're the ones going around seeding the planets. So they can hunt them. And that would bring Ripley into conflict with the Predators. And then you set up a brand new AVP universe. Hey, nice. Disney, I know you're never going to watch this show, but listen to us. That's a perfect idea.
Yeah.
Take it. I don't even want the credit for it. I'd just like to see it happen. You know what I mean? I'm that much of a fan that I'd love to see that happen.
Yeah, definitely. I'd go with that. I'd watch that.
But yeah, I don't think there should be any more films. I think the TV series that's supposed to be coming out sounds interesting. But in terms of films, I think it's definitely had its day. Or, like we said, do a reboot / sequel, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, a reboot or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Other than that, I don't see what they could do other than tying the two Prometheus and Alien Covenant into the first Alien film. Unless they do just one more film to tie it all together and then they're done. I think, as much as I hate to say it, Alien needs a reboot. I hate saying that because I hate fucking shit like that. I hate reboots, but Alien, I think, is at the age where it needs it.
Yeah, I would agree.
But anyway, I think that's about all we can really say about Alien.
Yeah, I think that's all I've got about left. I am just melting.
You and me both, hon. You and me both. Righty ho, then. So we're going to wrap up today's episode. Let me just check the dates. What date are we on? We're on the 17th, aren't we?
Yes.
That's okay. Right. Okay. So next week's going to be a random episode, everybody. We're not entirely sure what we're going to be covering that week. It may be another franchise that's close to our hearts.
Maybe.
Maybe some robots in disguise, maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, thank you for watching this episode of Hun Year Geek is Showing. I have, as always, been your wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous host, Calista Valentine.
She doesn't mind blowing her own hole.
I'm the only one blowing it, so why the fuck not?
Cool. Good point.
Joined always by that some random guy, Jessup Braithwaite.
And the random man from down your way. Always got to play.
We shall see you in the next one, folks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Remember, short, controlled bursts.
Get away from her, you bitch!
My That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over. That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a wonderful episode of Hun, Your Geek is showing. And today and next episode, we are talking all about Predator. The new film is out. When this episode airs on Wednesday, the new film will be out on Friday the 5th.
Yes, it will.
Via Disney Plus here in the UK, and I intend on watching it the minute it is available, and I'm going to have it on repeat until we do the next episode. I'm going to pick that thing apart.
Oh, wow.
But joining me, as always, some random guy, Jessup Braithwaite.
Hello. I am back.
There's that random stare.
No.
When he goes on his randomness, people, be careful.
Yeah, too right.
People have been known to lose limbs to his randomness.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Limbs if they're lucky.
But, you know, they can't argue afterwards because no matter what point they bring up, you always leave them stumped.
Exactly. Boom. Oh.
Oh, we went there. But yes, anyway, as stated, we are talking about all things Predator. The films, the comic books, the figures, just, the love for the franchise that is out there is huge.
Especially on this podcast.
Oh, definitely. Well, you can tell where, you know, I'm a fan. You can tell, not to put it in people's faces, but I am a fan. I like it a little bit, you know, it's all right.
A little bit.
I'll watch it if it's on, but I won't hunt it. I won't hunt it down.
No. Oh, it's a fantastic episode.
Oh, yes. Well, we like to keep things punny around here.
Oh. Well, if there's anyone that's punny, it's you, dear.
But yes, so all things Predator. We'll start with the first movie, the original. This is my 2-disc set. It is 1 and 2, but the first one is just... We've talked about it several times here already on this channel, but...
Yes, we have.
Oh, my God. Just a masterclass in that kind of film of that kind of time.
Yes.
You know, perfect special effects, perfect story, perfect action, perfect characters. It just... Perfect
soundtrack.
Yes. Oh my God. I cannot hear Long Tall Sally without picturing that scene in my helicopter.
It's not just that though. It's still the incidental music.
Oh yeah, the music by Alan Silvestri in the background.
Yes. Oh my God.
Scores. Oh my. Oh, I can listen to the soundtrack on its own. Just the music.
I have them many a time actually. It helps get through work.
Oh, I bet it's absolutely amazing. But again, the sound goes along with the film. It sets the tone perfectly. Every scene that the music's used in, like the more lighty kind of tones in the background where it's meant to be very suspenseful, and the music seems very light for the moment, and then it catches you off guard. You're like, oh, okay.
And who can forget?
Love it. I love it. We're going to use that on the intro, by the way. I don't care if we get a copyright claim. You know, I'm using that on the intro for this episode.
No, just do me doing that. Just like that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was that good. I'm going to use it for the intro.
Oh yeah, it was that good. Me just going.
But anyway, Predator, the first film in the franchise starring the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bill Duke, Carl Weathers,
Bill motherfucking Duke.
Sonny Landham, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago.
Yeah, bless him. Shane Black.
It's Shane Black, yes. Starred and wrote parts of it as well.
Yep.
That's how they got him to start. That's how they got him to write in it. They've given him a part in it and then said, well, while you're here, you can do some writing on it.
Yeah.
So they kind of tricked him into being, you know.
It's two credits. It's two credits.
But,
That's two
Shane Black,
paydays.
mentioning Shane Black, he does have his contributions to the franchise, and we will circle back around to that later on.
Yes, we will indeed.
But just the cast was perfect. Jesse the Body Ventura at his height.
Yep.
He was just coming out of WWF at the time.
Yes.
He was making his break into, acting like a lot of wrestlers do. Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
John Cena.
John Cena. A lot of wrestlers break into acting because it's kind of a natural pathway. You go from acting out the non-physical wrestling side of the stuff, the soap opera that's made to sell the brand. They get so long playing that, it's like they become decent enough actors that once they start acting in Hollywood, they're not great in their first film, but by their third or fourth.
Yeah. Or if you're Dwayne Johnson, then fucking hell, you're just pretty damn good from the start.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose as long as he keeps starring in the Fast and the Furious sequels, he'll be employed well into his 80s.
I don't think even Vin Diesel get on too well. So.
Wow. But anyway,
hold on, tangent to it.
Yeah, we're tangenting here. Predator. Right.
Yes, sorry, not Dwayne Johnson.
The opening with the spacecraft launching something towards it lets you know that there's something not quite normal about this situation. You get that opening scene with the helicopter landing, they're all stepping out, and Arnie's sat in the back smoking the cigar he's got his cap on. As the first meeting with Carl Weathers, Dylan, you son of a bitch. The hand, the arm wrestling thing they do, all that, the classic lines. It's all
roids seeping through the screen at you.
Oh yeah, you can smell the steroids. Yeah, it was just, it sets. We talked about this in previous episodes.
We have, yeah. Sorry.
The first sort of half an hour, 45 minutes of Predator, the first one, definitely plays a very straight action film.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, this is another one of those examples of a film being different genres in one film.
Exactly. Like we said in our 80s 4-part trilogy, there was a lot of crossover in terms of genre. You had something that was action, but it was also sci-fi action. Then you had something that was horror, but it was also sci-fi horror. So, there was this blending of genres to see what worked. And history has proven they worked. The likes of Aliens, Predator, RoboCop, Terminator, they showed that just those slight merging of the two, make it sci-fi so you get the nerds involved, but make it action so you get the action buffs involved, blend the two together. And Predator does it perfectly because it's not until just after that camp shootout where you see the vision mode. Okay, there's been the skinned bodies of Jim Hopper, which now people, tangent alert, I've got to go off on this one. I saw, I think it was yesterday on Facebook, somebody pointed this out. Stranger Things is set in 1986.
Yeah.
There's a character in it called Jim Hopper.
Yeah.
Who says in one episode he served time in the military. Predator is set in 1978, a year later.
1978?
1987, sorry. It's been a long day. Don't test me today.
We'll edit that.
Yeah. Sorry, fact checking. Bitch, got it wrong. But yeah, Predator is set in 87. And now people are starting to say, hold on, is this basically trying to say that Hopper from Stranger Things ended up in the jungle and got skinned by the Predator?
Yeah, I like that.
And I'm like, well, there's a new fanfic idea for me to write.
I'd be fine with that.
Predators in the Upside Down fighting Vecna and the Mind Flayer and things like that. That could be a fucking interesting crossover. I'd love to see a Predator throw down with a fucking Demogorgon. They got them. That thing's got that flower-headed mouth fucking thing going on. Predator's got the crab thing fucking going on. They can have a face-off, literally. So you can pull the scariest face. But anyway, yeah. So back on track.
Yes.
But yeah, it's not up until literally just after that camp shootout where you see the vision mode and he picks up the scorpion. The hand's not human.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you got the echoes and the laugh, Billy's laugh after the infamous.
Oh, Billy's laugh is just a thing of beauty.
I love the joke that leads up to it. I went down on my girlfriend the other day and said, "Geez, you got a big pussy. Geez, you got a big pussy." She said, "Why'd you say it twice?" I said, "I didn't."
It's just the way he sort of goes.
And then starts laughing.
Yeah.
Because Hawkins goes, "Yeah, because of the echo." And Billy's like, "Oh, yeah. And does that big belly laugh. Yes. Which is fucking brilliant, in my opinion. You know, even like Predator video games 20, 30 years later have used that laugh as like a Predator's distraction call.
Yeah.
You know, so it's part of the franchise now forever. But yeah, and then it just goes full tilt into the sci-fi. And by the end of it, you get a one-on-one throwdown with Arnie and the Predator. The Predator deems him worthy enough to lose all the techno bullshit, you know, get rid of the laser cannon. You've destroyed my cloak. Fuck, no wrist blades. I'm going to beat you to death with my hands.
Yeah.
You know,
which is, I think it is a sign of respect for them.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is the thing. We'll sort of go into tangents and stuff about this, but in the expanded universe, in the comic books especially, there is a lot of Predator lore that it's not so much that it was ever canon, it's more a sort of one writer respecting another writer's thing and saying like what they talked about as part of their culture before, they just added onto it and extended it. And it's just grown from there. So now there's like whole Wikipedia pages dedicated to Predator lore. Like their hunting rituals, what the markings mean, the length of the dreadlocks, you know, their position, how long their dreadlocks are determines their position in society and things like that. You know, and I think it was 2 seconds. I have got reference material. I just left it over there.
Well, folks, it's just me and you.
I'm back.
Oh,
right. This is the book, right? These here, Steve Perry and Stephanie Perry and David Bischoff.
Steve Perry. Know that name, Steve Perry.
I think he's wrote quite a few novelizations for films.
Yes, he did, of course. Shadows of the Empire, one of the best Star Wars books.
Well, there you go then.
There you go. That was it.
Well, basically, this book is an actual proper book. It's not a mini graphic novel. It's a full novel. It's a novelization of the first Alien versus Predator comic. But it follows the story of this one here, Machiko Noguchi, over here.
Yep.
Follows her story. And it's basically the two main comic books that had her story spread across them, put into a novel. And what I love about this compared to the graphic novel that I have, and even the original comic books, is it tells the story from the Predator's perspective at times. But it doesn't just do it with be like, oh, the Predator moved this way and that way. And it actually tells you their thoughts, their feelings, their names.
Oh, nice.
And between these three, they actually came up with a language that by the fans has pretty much been accepted as the language. And it's been added to all the time with like different, because my understanding of it is that one word can mean 2 or 3 different things depending on the context in which it's used.
Yeah.
Like one word I know is raka, which in their language can mean either dragon, fire, or fireball.
Yeah.
It just depends on the context in which you're using it with and what words precede it and follow it. So if you're using it in a sentence, it's basically context-sensitive words.
Yeah.
So I was like, damn, that could get tricky. But yeah, it first appeared in this, and I will lend you this because it's a fucking amazing read because you get so much more insight into the Predators.
Yeah.
Not just how they hunt, but why they hunt.
Yeah.
Why it's a thing, why it's part of their lifestyle.
It's ritual.
It is fucking amazing. But anyway, right. Back on subject, the end of Predator 1. It ends with the Predator. Some people have said kind of cheating, and I'm like, well, no, it's stopping advanced technology getting into our hands.
Yeah. He's cleaning up after himself.
Yeah. you know, that's kind of one of their codes of honor, is that if you've got a chance to take an honorable death via suicide and cover your tracks, do it.
Damn, that explosion did not take out some junk.
According to Peter Keyes in Predator 2, and it was a detonation that took out enough rainforest to cover 300 city blocks.
That was it.
So basically a mini nuke.
Hmm.
So, yeah, which I suppose leads us nicely into Predator 2.
It does.
There's any talking points you want to mention about Predator 1, or we covered it enough?
Oh wow, we've sucked Predator 1's dick quite enough. I will go. I did see a picture on the socials the other day on Footy. Actually, it was a picture of Jean-Claude Van Damme, who was in the original suit.
Yes, I've seen those behind the scenes kind of photos and stuff. I've even seen some video clips. It's on. It's not on this DVD. It's not on this Blu-ray. I think it's on one of the DVD. Yes, I have this on Blu-ray and DVD, the first one, and it's on one of them. It's on the special features, but there's actually like footage where he's running around the jungle testing out the suit.
Yeah,
and even in its previs, just all red kind of. I looked at it and I went, thank God Stan Winston came in. Because if that had been the design we'd have ended up with.
Yeah.
No.
Dead.
But we will come back round to that later when we are talking about the third film.
We will.
Right. The second film, set 10 years later in 1997, but was filmed in 1990.
I love it.
It's an underrated sequel, in my opinion.
It is. A lot of people diss it at the time. Oh, Arnie, Danny Glover, whiny, moany, moany. Fucking shut up! It's brilliant.
We very nearly did actually have a bit more of a deeper connection with the Arnold character, because originally in the comic books, they did Predator Concrete Jungle, which was set in New York. I think it was New York. And it followed the Predator tracking down Arnold's brother, who was a police officer.
Yes, I've read that.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty good book. And you can definitely see when looking at the book and looking at the film, there's definite cues that it took from the comic book. And from my understanding, that was originally what was pitched to the studio, was like, we don't need Arnold to come back because we could just bring in a relative, a brother, you know, one joined the army, but the other one joined the police force.
Yeah.
You know, it's happened in the comics, you know, why not do it? And of course, studio mentoring, they wanted names in it, you know, blah, 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 blah. But overall, for what it adds to the franchise, what I love, some of the gadgets you see a hell of a lot more of the Predator stuff.
Yeah, they got more toys.
Yeah, you see the inside of the ship, you see all those different skulls, you see a certain alien-headed fucking skull, you see all that. You're very much like, it just takes what we liked about the first Predator. Because let's face it, when we're watching a Predator film, especially now, we're not really watching it for the hero character, we're watching it for the Predator.
Of course we are.
Watching to see how inventive. It's like watching the Friday the 13th films. And I explained this to someone years ago. They're like, why do you watch these films? It's nothing but gore and boobs. And I'm like, I watch it because I want to see how inventive they can get with the kills as the franchise goes on without repeating themselves.
And let's face it, nothing wrong with gore and boobs either.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, the sleeping bag kill. I mean, that's where we're at with like Predator. We want to see the equivalent of a sleeping bag kill. If Predator gets to the point where it actually blows someone up while they're in a sleeping bag, I will die happy. You know what I mean? Or just picks up the sleeping bag and then with its arm blades, just chop it clean in half and let everything drop. I can die happy because I've seen the gore and I've seen the Predator do a sleeping bag kill.
Yeah.
You know, perfect world. But yeah, the second one, it definitely brings a lot more to the table.
Yeah, it's got a strong cast again.
Oh, yeah. Maria Conchita Alonso.
Yes. Excellent.
Danny Glover.
Bill Paxton.
Hudson, we love you, we miss you.
We do.
Do you know the only actor to be killed by an alien, a predator, and a Terminator?
Terminator. Oh, Paxton got about. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, Christ, yeah. But he was a fucking good actor, especially in anything in the 80s.
Yeah, Jesus.
Weird Science.
Yeah.
There's a reason why, and we'll go into side trivia. In AVPR, they referred to the Pred alien on set as Chet from Weird Science because he said, just think of the biggest arsehole you can think of.
Yeah.
From Weird Science. Bill Paxton. It was a nice little tip. Yeah. I'm like, oh, it's one of the special features that's on the Blu-ray. Yeah. It's not a great film. We'll get to it. But the second one, just one of my favorites.
I love it. I mean, what's not to love? You've also got, King Willie and his voodoo posse.
This is dread. Truly dread.
But I'll tell you what, one thing I really liked about it was the those special reports the TV do.
Yes.
That was very
Tony
Paul
Pope.
Verhoeven.
Yeah.
Very Paul Verhoeven, RoboCop-esque.
Oh, yes. It was so on the nose. So on the nose. It was brilliant. But then again, you look at the news now and it's like, we're not too far from that.
No, we're not.
It may be 20 years too late, but... But I was going to say, one of my favourite things, that the two memories that always pop up in my head, and it's one of my favourite scenes in Predator and also a funny memory about Predator. Grew up in my house watching lots of 80s action stuff, so we obviously watched Lethal Weapon. I'm sat watching the second film one afternoon. My dad's sat behind me reading his newspaper or something like that. And it's the bit just after the shootout in the slaughterhouse where the Predator's chasing him. He's got his mask off and he's climbing up a ladder. And as he's climbing up the ladder, all my dad shouts from behind me is, "Riggs, where the fuck are you?" And I just turned around, looked back at the film, and went, "Oh yeah." Like my childish brain didn't twig that was the same actor. But my favorite scene, funniest scene in Predator 2 is the bit in the bathroom.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's there patching himself up and he's taking care of his chopped off arm and all this, that, and the little old lady outside the door. "Herb, I think someone's in the bathroom." Predator smashes through the fucking door, scares the shit out of this little old lady, goes charging down the hallway, punches through another fucking door, keeps going. Fucking Harrigan climbs through, panting, covered in blood, beaten to shit. He's like, "It's okay, I'm a cop." And she goes,
"I don't think he gives a shit."
It's the calmness in which she says it. She just leans forward slightly. "I don't think he gives a shit." To this day, every time I see that scene, I just crack up because it's like, what else would it like? Imagine yourself in that old lady's shoes for a second. Like, that's just happened. What would she say? You just like, "I don't think he cares, mate. Honest." But yes, underrated sequel.
Yes.
Was there anything you didn't like about it?
No.
Well,
what did you not like?
My nitpick with it is, and I hate to say this, I think there should have been more of the, not just Harrigan tracking down the Predator. I think there should have been a bit more of the subplot with Peter Keyes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that could have been
a little bit more from their perspective. Just even if it was just a couple of more like sort of 10, 30-second scenes, like when they're talking about the Predator and you see them setting up all it cuts to their like the inside of their computer van and then it cuts away to a news report. Even if it was just more little scenes like that, showing you what they're doing on their side of it. Because you as fans, if you'd seen the first one going into the second one, you'd be like, so that's like what Arnie did, like cover himself with the mud. Like, if they just dropped more little nuggets like that, I think it would have just elevated that subplot, because literally it goes from he's at each crime scene, you know, they're doing something about the Predator, and then they do that big exposition dump where Harrigan gets dragged into the thing and they just literally tell him the entire plan in one go.
A fucking alien.
Yeah, you know, and it's like they wouldn't have needed that exposition dump if they'd just done those little nuggets here and there up to the part where they do the big reveal in the slaughterhouse, which that was a bloody good shootout scene.
Yes, it was.
And can you tell me what the Predator said once he realizes he's got the stuff all over him? Because it's been highly debated for years what he actually says.
No.
Right. The Predator, when he's flicking through his different vision modes and then he sees their lamps, he says something. And I think it's one of those kind of like audio Rorschach test kind of things. Like, if you're told you hear one thing, that's what you hear. But then if you're told you hear another thing, you'll hear the other thing as well. And for years, I always thought he said, "Now you will die." That's what it sounds like to me. But apparently, because of the audio mimicry thing that Predators do, and it's literally like a split-second scene, and I was like, damn, I didn't even notice that until I rewatched it afterwards. When he kills Danny up in the rafters, when he's got Danny upside down, as he gets pulled towards him, Danny screams, "Mother of God." And apparently that's what the Predator actually says in the slaughterhouse. It sees it looks at its hands and it says, "Mother of God," because it's doing the vocal mimicry of Danny. And I was like, I'm going to have to rewatch it. And sure as shit.
No, I'm going to have to rewatch it. Oh,
yeah.
That's not exactly a chill.
No, well, just watch that. Just watch that one little scene. Just watch that one little scene, and you'll.
Oh, fuck that! I can't watch one little scene. I've got to watch it.
But yeah, that's my little bit of trivia for Predator 2. Right, I suppose we should move on with the franchise then, because we covered the first two nicely. On to a very divisive film in the series, Predators.
I didn't mind it.
Oh God, we could be here for a while with this one. Oh,
there were parts that were okay.
There were some parts that were okay, but you know,
use a long tall Sally at the end as an example.
I liked some of the musical cues. Don't get me wrong. I liked some of the musical cues in it, and some of the characters I liked because they were genuinely quite interesting. But Adrian Brody's character as the main badass with that "I am Batman" voice, just he didn't work for me, I'm afraid. No. Danny Trejo, as always.
God, Danny Trejo in anything.
Everything he touches, you know, his part in whatever he's in is golden.
Of course it is. He's just fucking hell.
But yeah, overall, I didn't like the Super Predators. I thought the designs were stupid and completely impractical. And also, does no one know how physics work? That Super Predator, when he took his mask off, when he roared, I shit you not, his mandibles, if you watch the film, hang down like near his chest. When you look at that thing's mask, the way it clips on, he's got about maybe this much room between his mouth and the faceplate. You telling me these fucking things that hang down here and not my titties furl back up small enough to fit in that? No.
What, you're saying he's got saggy mandibles?
What?
You're saying he's got saggy mandibles?
Yeah, a little bit. but no, it's just the mechanics of like how their faces were that over exaggerated and how small the masks were. It's like you cannot fit all of that underneath that mask. It's not going to work.
It's a movie.
I know it's a movie, but Predator fans like me, when it comes to biomasks and all that kind of shit, we nitpick the fuck out of it. We complain when our action figures have removable masks that when you actually put it on, you realize there's a big air gap by the chin. You're like, no, that's not how it looks in the film. You don't cross a geeky motherfucker when it comes to their collectibles. It's either film accurate or it's not accurate. Sorry.
This rant is brought to you by
Tangent alert. But anyway, no, I just didn't like the design of the super predators. I liked the classic. I like the idea of the blood feud.
Yeah, I do.
It's been mentioned in the comics with bad
Rival
blood,
clans.
all that
Love
shit.
that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this comic book, the first story I'm reading on it is about bad blood that's in New Jersey, just ripping people to pieces. Fucking amazing story, and I think a bad blood needs to be introduced into the Predator film franchise, which they kind of did, but kind of didn't, because those super predators were just no.
I like the dog predator, the predator dogs. I like that.
Oh, the horned dog things, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There were, like I said, certain things I liked about it. Some more of the text stuff, like the holographic display that now comes out of the arm gauntlet. That was a neat little touch. I thought that was cool. I thought it showed an evolution of the technology. You know, it brought some good stuff to the table, but it also showed up at a dinner party where it was supposed to be fine dining. Yeah, it showed up with steak tartare and a bucket of KFC.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know there was elements, but it was the one thing I think you can sort of pick up with it is, hey, at least it's predator stuff in, mate.
Yeah, and I did like the fact it was set on a different planet. It was like, okay, start expanding the universe a little bit. I like
because the hunt's just not just on Earth.
Yeah, I like that part of it. The rest of it, not so much. But the Blu-ray is quite interesting because it's got a load of digital comics on it that explain where all the characters came from.
Nice.
And a lot of them are actually voice-overed by the actors who played the parts. One thing I did like about it, actually, because we finally got to see it on screen, the sword fight.
Yeah. The Yakuza do.
Yeah, because they teased us in the first two films. You had the bit with Billy with the machete where he comes down his chest, and as he screams, it cuts away. Same with Bill Paxton. He picked up that giant ass knife, went at the Predator, it cut away. This time we got to see it in all its glory, and they killed each other. And again, I think it's little snippets like that that show that if they set a Predator movie in, say, feudal in Japan sometime in the 15th century, I'd watch it.
Well, I think we should have a little bit of what we'd like to see later. I think we can get to that.
We will get to that. We're getting to that. But yeah, I definitely think that if you can pick this Blu-ray up for quite cheap, it's the 2-disc edition, I think.
Okay, cool.
Triple play edition, Blu-ray, DVD, and digital copy.
Yeah.
But it's like I said, it's got the comic books and all that kind of stuff, and they are worth checking out because it just adds a little bit more to the story, and you're like, right, okay, cool. But overall, it's not my favorite.
It's not the worst.
But it's definitely not the worst. We're getting to that. We are getting to that. And I think that's a nice little step over to, at this present point of recording, the most recent film, because the new one isn't out yet. The Predator.
I'm a bad fan. I've not seen this. I'm a bad fan.
You need a slap for that. Because I need to talk about this, but I don't want to give spoilers, right? You know.
No, don't worry. My wife will kindly provide that for me.
Thank you. But you know the general premise. Basically, the scientists caught a predator and discovered the predators are now using human spinal fluid and DNA to upgrade themselves. I don't see hunters going out there trying to, upgrade themselves to be more like a deer. But okay. And from the minute I heard that plot point, I went, nope.
Yeah.
Happy with this, because one of the big, and every fan said this, every hardcore fan who's read the comic books knows this, one of the big no-nos in the Predators kind of, I don't want to say religion, it's more like in their culture. But within their culture, the biggest fucking no-no is tainting of the bloodlines.
Yeah.
They don't like mixing species at all. Like they see
stick to their own.
Yeah, they see a pred alien as an absolute abomination. You know what I mean? They're like, no, kill it. So to hear that Predators are actively going around trying to upgrade, and then they throw in that, I don't want to say it's a spoiler, but they do kind of ham-fist in a climate change message right in the middle of the film. It comes out of fucking nowhere, but they ham-fist it in there, and it's like, oh dear. But again, and I keep saying this about the Predator franchise because it really is one of those things where it's like there's bits to love, but there's also bits to fucking hate. Like I can't say more than that without really totally like shitting on the film for you. But when that plot point gets revealed to you, as a parent, you're going to go, bullshit, mate. That's all I'm going to fucking say about it.
Fair enough.
The CGI with the upgrade Predator is shit. It's not good at all. I don't like it. The suit for the fugitive Predator, because there are two Predators in this one. So why it's called the Predator?
Yeah,
there were supposed to be more. There were supposed to be more. There were supposed to be two what they called emissary Predators who'd basically been living on Earth for a while because they knew that this war or something was coming our way, and they were basically preparing us to fight their kind. Which, if they were going to do it as in like, it's the bad bloods coming to Earth, and these are the normal predators that would normally be hunting us, see these as a bigger threat, and they're like, oh, well, enemy of my enemy.
Yeah.
You know, if it had been on along those lines and they were pointing it in that direction for a sequel, I think it would have gone down better. But instead, they completely cut that storyline out of it altogether and completely, absolutely 100% took a role away from James Olmos, the guy from Battlestar.
Edward James Olmos.
That's the one. I couldn't. Him. Yeah, they completely cut him out of it.
Bastards. I love him.
Yeah, he was in it for a good chunk of the film, and they completely cut him out.
Bastards.
Yeah.
Love him. Love Miami Vice. I love Battlestar.
And apparently, one of the original endings, when they open up this weapon, there was two original endings shot. One, it was going to be Newt from Alien.
How?
That was my question. And the other one, even bigger, Ripley. How?
How?
At that point in the timeline, Ripley ain't even been born. So
Arnie or something. Or Anna from.
And again, apparently Arnie was supposed to make a cameo in it, but he turned it down because it wasn't a big enough part.
That's Schwarzenegger ego.
Well, no, I think from his perspective, it didn't make sense in the story. Basically, he was just going to show up in like the last 10 minutes and be like, exposition dump, sequel bait. So I can understand him saying, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
If it was literally like sequel bait cameo, like, oh, Arnie's going to be in the next one, then I can understand he didn't take it. But yeah, it's if you've not seen it, it's worth at least watching once. I will say that. Because
I want to watch it once just to be a completist.
There are some funny fucking jokes in it. Like this one's in the trailers, so I'll say it. It's Keegan Michael Key's character says to Thomas Jane's character, if your mum's Fanny was a video game, it would be rated E for everyone. There's some worse ones as well, but I ain't saying them on here. But yeah, there's jokes like that. But yeah, it's got its moments. So definitely check it out, but only so that you're up to date with it, honestly.
Yeah.
And with the new one, it's a prequel anyway, so you don't even need to be up to date.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
But yeah, I mean, it's an okay film. It's not the worst. It's definitely not the best. It tried. There was some of the costumes and the technology and the gadgets I liked the look of. Some of it didn't really make sense, but okay. And now that's us up to date, apart from we'll take a sidestep into AV penis territory. The first one,
not bad.
As we said, it's good, dumb fun. I didn't like the way that it was lowered down to a 12A. I hate that. Other than that, it was just good, dumb fun.
Yeah.
The second one, however, although it brought us back the 18 rating, 15 here on the Blu-ray.
What's the fucking point when you can't see it? Exactly
my point. And when the storyline is, it's Predator versus aliens in the suburbs.
Yeah.
It's Desperate House aliens. But, not as violent. Or as boring.
Or as bitchy.
Yeah. Murder, death, and mayhem, but, at least they keep it friendly. But, yeah, again, the one thing I can definitely say about both of the AVP films is, again, I like what they expanded upon. We saw more tech. In ADR, we actually saw, and I hate that this film has this seat in Predator history. It's the fact that it's the first film ever to show the Predator homeworld on screen. I'm like, why did it have to be that one?
Exactly.
The one thing I've said for years, and again, I think we'll start sliding now over to things we'd like to see. We'll get into the comic books in just a sec, but we'll be very brief with those. The one thing I think I'd like to see going forward with another Predator film is jump into the far future. Humanity's off looking for planets to colonize and blah, 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 blah. We're expanding into the stars and all that kind of shit. And we come across the Predator home planet. And you could basically do a good version of almost like an Avatar type film. No, hear me out. For example, a bunch of humans crash land on the Predator planet. Only one of them is a survivor, but it's a kid. And because predators don't kill children, they've got no choice but to raise it.
Yeah.
So then it's a human raised like a predator. And I think if it was done that way, and then humans, years later, decades later, whatever, come to the planet looking for this distress beacon, and it starts up a war, and then you've got that human caught in the middle of which side are they on? And I think that would make a brilliant character story. And and you could just set it, or for the first chunk of the film, set it on their home world, because then you're giving the fans what they've been saying to the studios for years is the one thing we love about Predator is show us things we haven't seen. And by that, we don't mean just redesign the Predator every time you make a fucking film.
Yeah, Jesus.
The design was fine. It didn't, it needed some tweaks here and there. But
here and there.
Well, I mean, the suit, tangent. The suit in the first film was made as all one piece. So the shoulder pads and all that kind of stuff were all molded as part of the suit, right? Whereas in the second one, because they wanted multiple Predators at the end, they made one suit with interchangeable armor pieces. And they said if you actually look at the two Predators side by side, you can actually see that the second one, the body is slimmer, but looks bulkier because it's got the armor resting over the top of it.
Yeah.
The Jungle Hunter, and because the armor is so flat, tight to the skin, because it's literally part of the chest piece that's been worn, there's no real separation there. So it doesn't look like it's wearing something. It looks like it's part of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I prefer it to look slightly bulkier because of the armor, but slimmed down because of the body type. Slim, athletic is how I've always seen the Predator. They parkour, they hunt using spears and laser guns. Yeah, they're going to be athletic and quick, But back on track, right?
Yeah.
Things we'd possibly like to see in the future. I just did my little...
Yeah.
Go for it, guy.
Okay, I don't want to see another Predator film.
Okay.
Wait for it. Disney approved. The TV series can be fucking ace. Mandalorian, Obi-Wan,
yes,
Boba Fett. I would like to see serialized Predator.
That type
That's what I want to see.
I was going to say there are plenty of comic books that span like 20, 30 issues that are really, really, really good. They now own both franchises, Alien and Predator. They could do Alien versus Predator as a TV series and tell the story over a longer amount of time, because you can, because then you can introduce characters, human characters that you'll actually care about.
Yep.
Rather than just throw away disposable.
Yeah, exactly.
You know. So yeah, that
it doesn't need to be a film. We can flesh this out.
Well, apparently there is an Aliens TV series in the works. So
I could deal with that.
I'd like
I'll
to
watch
see,
that.
Yeah, I'd like to see them do the same with the Predator thing, and then.
But I'd like them to expand.
Yes.
On the idea of Predator 2 at the end. Spoiler alert, folks. On a fucking really old film, but you know.
Yeah.
I said it. You know, when you find out that they've been coming to Earth for fucking years.
Oh yeah.
I'd like them. So remember Highlander the series?
Yes.
With the flashbacks.
Yes.
I'd like a series with that, and you can have flashbacks of fucking Predator shit.
It's funny you should say something like that. There is actually it's in one of the Alien versus Predator books I've got. There is actually a storyline where this guy discovers a crashed Predator ship back sometime in like I think it's like the 12th century or something stupid like that. From using the Predator blood, he's managed to prolong his life. Like he still looks young and healthy, but he's like 400 or 500 years old because he's been using the Predator's blood to keep himself going, which is kind of a common theme in a lot of the comic books, that, you know, Predator blood mixed with ours actually makes us live longer, because it's believed and kind of sort of accepted by the fans with the comic books that Predators live for as long as they can keep going.
Yeah.
As long as they stay fit and healthy, they'll keep going. They don't have an expectancy. They're a species of hunters. Their life expectancy is either I'm going to kill that thing or that thing's going to kill me.
Yeah.
You know, some of them are rumored to be like tens of thousands of years old. So,
but yeah, I'd like a series.
Yeah, I think that could work.
But you know, I'd also like another one. Do you remember when Marvel did Punisher War Journal?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like that, like a hunt diary or something like that.
Yeah,
that'd be fun. Went to Earth. God, they don't put up a fight, do they? Lol.
Yeah.
Off to hunt the xenomorphs tomorrow. That'll be fun. They'll put up a fight.
That could be quite interesting. Sort of follow a small hunting party.
Yeah.
Like tell the story from the predator's perspective rather than from the human's perspective.
The big human called Fred, an ugly motherfucker. He's the looker. Fucking hell, I don't know. My Predator's right camp, isn't it? Jesus.
You can always have that predator in the background that's the conscientious objector. Like,
yeah, he's sort of invisible.
I don't know why we have to keep coming to this bloody planet and shooting at these stupid humans. One of these days, they'll fight back and you'll regret it.
Be great, that.
Only fools and predators. Oh no, I want to see that. I want to see a Predator sitcom.
What do you mean you let him see the spaceship? You. Don't start that motherfucker in me again. Stop using Earth swears.
Oh, who you calling an ugly motherfucker, you tart.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, right. Oh, shit. Right, so Predator comic books. Which ones have you kind of perused?
I have read the Concrete Jungle, as we were saying.
Yes.
The aforementioned. So we don't need to go over that. I've read Aliens versus Predator versus Terminator, which, by the way,
yeah, I've read that one.
Christ, That's just a fucking geek's fantasy.
Oh god, it ends up with like a.
Instead, that could be made.
I mean, what is it by the end of it? It ends up a hybrid between all of them. So it's a cybernetic.
Yep.
Cybernetic alien
Acid-blooded
predator. It's
Yeah.
acid powered. It's an acid powered cybernetic predator with 4 arms. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that gets insane. Ones that I've read and can definitely highly recommend it is all of the Batman versus Predator. I think there was.
Yeah, I do want to watch them.
Hey, we can hope. I mean, if Disney ever buys out Warner Brothers,
I just want Disney to buy out everything so it can appear on my television.
sorry. But I forgot where I was going with that.
Batman versus Predator.
Yeah, the Batman versus Predator comics are really, really good. The first one is obviously the best one.
Well, that's always going to be, isn't it?
One that I did really like, I think it's Batman versus Predator 3 Blood War, or could be Blood Feud. It's one or the other. Basically, because a Predator has seen Batman running around with Robin, he's brought a younger Predator with him as like training.
Oh, bring your son to work there.
Yeah, it kind of is. And it basically ends up like the dynamic duo versus the deadly duo. You know what I mean? But
get him killed.
The really cool thing is the Predator that's teaching the younger one is actually missing an arm. And it flashes back how it lost that arm. Yeah.
Nice.
See?
Nice.
So
fucking nice, Paul. Like
exactly.
That.
So definitely go and check out the Batman versus Predator. They are really good. Really.
Oh, I'll check them.
But other than that, I've obviously read like all the AVP stuff. I've got the originals. I've got the collected graphic novel. I've got the novelization of the graphic novel. I've got the Predator Omnibus sat right here with me. Some brilliant stories in this. Like I said, the first one I'm currently reading is a story about a bad blood. Just see if I can get a decent picture of it, like for the design of this Predator. There we go.
Flash it up there. So look. Nice.
Right.
Nice, like that.
Over this side, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's also on the front.
I've got eyes.
You can't really see it. It's a bloody good story because it actually shows that predators do have a law system.
Yeah.
They've got an enforcer predator who, jokingly amongst the fans, the action figure is called the Shredditor. And you'll see it on a future video here on the channel, but there's a predator that's got a helmet. And it's in the comic book design, so I get it. But it's got the normal biomask, but it's got these big metal points that come off it, and it looks like the predator the top of Shredder's helmet.
Yeah.
So people nicknamed it the Shredditor.
Nice.
And it was such a good figure that NECA released it twice, once on its own, and then a redo version of it with better paint and better articulation and fully upgraded in a 2-pack with the bad blood. And they did the same for that figure.
Yeah, sweet.
So that's how influential that story is. It got a double release.
Yeah.
But so the comic books are really good. Like I said, lots of lore. If you want to know anything about Predator kind of planets and history and where they come from and their codes and all that kind of stuff, comic books are the way to go. Anyway, there is some stuff in some video games, but not so much.
No, there's been some good video games. I think there was one on the PlayStation 3, I think it was. I can't remember what it's called, but it was a bloody good game.
The actual AVP game?
No, it was just a Predator game.
Concrete Jungle? Yes,
thank you.
PlayStation 2, I got it down there. And I've got the action figure for that Predator from that game.
That was a great game.
It is and it isn't. The game itself is good, but the controls and the camera let it down. If you can work around how shitty the camera is, because I do go back and play it occasionally. It's a good game. The storyline to it is really good. I think it's kind of taken in part from a comic book.
Yeah.
100% on that. But it is good for what it is, but it's just, again, it's one of those early PS2 Xbox games that the controls are a bit clunky. They're not great at responding. The camera is an absolute beast that does not want to work with you. So, you know,
I'd still like
it's a good game. It is a good game. And you can get alternate skins for different.
Yes, you can.
The Predator. So that's another neat little touch.
Good game, good game.
Yeah, good game. Oh, good game.
Good game. Did you do well?
Oh, Brucey bonus.
Look at that, shredded him to death. Oh, lovely. Skinned
Didn't
him.
he do well? Didn't he do well? Sorry, I seem to be possessed by Bruce Forsyth for a minute there.
Could have been worse. Could have been Savile.
Jesus. I'm not having him inside me again. I mean, at all. I just caught you, guy. I got you. Got you this time. That's the second time I've got you. I'm keeping score with these ones.
Oh,
Right,
I think flying all over the screen.
I think on that note, on that revelation, I think we're going to wrap it up here for this episode. But this
Yes,
is
we better have. Yes.
This is the first part of a two-part episode. We will be back next Wednesday with our thoughts. Guy, calm down. We'll be back next week with our thoughts and feelings on the introduction to the Predator universe with Prey.
Yes.
Anticipation, at least for me, I can't speak for everyone, for me is quite high because...
and me.
One last tangent before we go, and I'll keep this short. I'm a big hater of prequels. We all know this. But I have a little clause within my I don't like prequels contract. I don't like prequels when it tries to retcon established things. I'm looking at you, Star Wars. The prequel trilogy, you know, when it tries to say, oh, yeah, midichlorians, and oh, he was conceived by the heart. But in this case, it's set in, I think it's like, is it late 1700s, early 1800s?
Yes. Yeah.
About 200 years ago. Right? Now, I can realistically go, right, when it's set 200 years ago, the Predator's going to be using an older version of its technology, so we might see some stuff that's familiar, but a more primitive version of said thing. So I'm kind of okay with that. And the fact that the setting is 200 fucking years ago, there's no chance in hell it can fuck up the established law.
Nope, it can't. It can just do as it wants.
Yeah, exactly. It can stand on its own, but still be connected to the franchise because it's like it's got the same kind of aliens and characters and stuff in it. Cool. I'm kind of hopeful for that, and I think this is what the franchise has needed for a long, long time, is to step away from the mistakes made in previous entries.
Yeah, we got to take it back to basics.
Yeah, I mean, the first two films got it right because they upped the ante and they showed you more and more stuff. But then by the third one and the fourth one, it got it started getting a bit silly.
Yeah, it doesn't need that.
Yeah.
They just need to go on safari.
Yeah.
This is what we are.
Yeah, I'd love to see, you know, like you said, kind of a Predator's hunting diary kind of thing. Like they go to a planet, a different planet each time, and it's them maybe follow.
It's how I spent my holiday.
Or maybe follow one, like make it not so much a film, but like you said, like a series, like maybe 4 parts. Follow a young predator from when it takes its blood right ritual to become an actual hunter. It's not an unblooded hunter, you know. Follow it from its first ritual up to when it gets killed in battle, and just flash forward through its life and show this predator going on hunting parties and getting bigger and better trophies and becoming a more adept killer. But then also show as it's getting older, it's becoming less so. You know, show a predator's life in a 4-part, half-hour episode series.
45 minutes.
Yeah. Something like that. I'd love to see something like that. And if it's done right and directed right, and you use the right kind of music, you wouldn't even need any dialogue. Mad Max, the Mad Max franchise is a prime example of how sometimes in a film you don't need dialogue. The
No.
actions and the music speak for itself.
Yeah.
Look at me getting all deep and insightful shit. I must
But-
be sobering up.
For me, well, don't do that. For me, when the trailer dropped
Mm.
and they did the dot targets and it made the noise, I'm like, so it made the noise. It made the noise. My
The
bar
one
is
scene-
really fucking low.
The one scene I want to see that just made me go, I'm sold, is the Predator's holding someone by the throat.
Mm.
Someone over here comes at it with an axe and it brings its arm blades up, blocks it in a manner so that the axe gets caught in between the two, flicks it out of its hand, catches it in the air, and then batters the twat with it. But it does it so quick. It's literally like he's holding someone. And it's like,
what?
And I saw that scene slowed down, and I was like, I have to see this just for that.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite weapons is an axe. I love axes. So when you see a Predator fucking around with an axe, I don't need someone to get me hot. But yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to the new film, and on the next episode of Honey Geek is showing,
we will discuss.
That's what we're going to be talking about. Well, are we going to do spoilers, or are we going to be nice and let people watch it first?
Ooh, I don't know. We need to. We'll discuss.
Because I mean, there are people that we've worked with in the past that literally would do a spoiler a week after a film came out, and it's one of the biggest Marvel films that has come out recently.
No, that's because they're a small-minded dick.
Yeah, or
a
small dick-minded.
Yeah.
Yeah, works both ways for that fucker. Anyway.
It does.
That's it for us for tonight. We shall see you in the next episode.
We will.
Bye.
Hello. Bye-bye.
And I've been Callie, and we shall see you on the next part 2 of Predator Palooza.
Predator Palooza. Nice. Like that.
Trademark.
Yep.
Right. We'll see you next episode, guys. Bye, everyone. Mwah.
Bye. Take it easy.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over. That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to, once again, Hun, your Geek is showing. It is Wednesday night. We are ready. Yes, we are. It is Predapalooza Part 2, the Prey review. Oh, yes. With me, of course, is, as usual, the lovely Callie Valentine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to a fun-filled, Predator-tastic episode of Hun, Your Geek is Showing.
Easy for you to say.
It is. I've not been drinking all day.
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough. Sorry, folks.
It's okay. You've got a life. Enjoy it while you can. You only live once. Unless you believe in reincarnation, then you're fucked.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the strangest life I've ever known. There you go.
We've lived some strange goddamn times. We really have. Like, I mean, whoever thought that geekiness would get to the absolute peak of a comic book movie being the highest grossing movie ever made? I don't think we'd live in a... If somebody had said to me in the year 2000, you know, when X-Men first came out, that this would spawn a film that would become the highest grossing film ever, I'd be like, bullshit. Fucking bullshit, mate. No, it's a niche thing. It's what us geeky, nerdy motherfuckers like. It's not going to be mass market appeal. How wrong am I?
I know, right?
I now host a podcast show on YouTube talking about geeky shit. I mean...
I know, we would have been stoned back in the day. and not in the good way.
No,
We'd have been stoned with stones.
yeah, exactly. Anyway, tangent alert there.
Yeah, sorry, folks. Tangent alert. Yes, I am smoking. I'm in the garden, so it's okay.
It's okay. Carry on. It's your house.
Exactly. Fuck you. In my house, you live under my rules, bitches.
There you go. But as Gary said,
on with the show.
Predator Part 2.
It is Predator. We're loving it. Last week we sucked the dick of Predator pretty much dry, but we've come back
the entire
for another
franchise
gobble.
up to a point. We definitely filleted the entire franchise. We bukakied the shit out of Predator for the evening on that one.
Yeah, but it's okay because we love him, don't we?
Oh, we love it. We love it. It's an average Wednesday night for me after the podcast.
Yeah, fam.
It's not. That's a joke. That's a joke. The amount of people who think I'm a right whore.
Is it?
It is. It is a joke. I'm honest. It's a joke.
Okay. But no, so obviously Prey, the new film, we've watched it.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a lot to unpack. There is a lot to unpack with this film.
I needed a smoke afterwards, I'll tell you that. It was like the
Oh yeah, it was better than sex for me. I can tell you that much.
that one. Depends on what kind of sex you have, but you know.
We're going to try and talk about this in kind of two parts. We're going to talk about this very quickly with non-spoilers for those who haven't seen it but are fans of the show.
Yep.
We don't have many, but there are some out there who like this wacky bullshit that we do. But yeah, we're going to keep it brief with the non-spoiler review kind of thing. For me, I'm going to go first with this one, and I'm going to say, for me, overall, the film, I'd give it a... I'm not going to be too generous because there are a couple of things where I just...
Oh, there we go.
I laughed unintentionally in some parts where it should have been really tense. I ended up laughing. So it's not... I don't know how to describe it. It's just something happened. I was like, that happened? What? So I'm going to be generous with it, but not overtly generous. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Not perfect. I mean, the original for me is a 10 out of 10. So to rank this a 9 out of 10, it's... I always say about sequels and prequels that it should never aim to be better than the original. It should aim to be as good as. And this one, it shot for the fucking moon.
Yes.
And it skimmed it. It ever so slightly skimmed it. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't quite there. But compared to the last two films we've got in the Predator mainline franchise, so much better.
Oh my god, yeah. I think I'll agree with you on the rating. I'll go 9. Must admit, yeah, because well, the original. What can we say?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've talked.
We have talked
too much about the original.
Yeah.
So we're going to try and focus on this one. Like I said, we're going to try not to do spoilers at the moment. We'll let people know when we're going to start with the spoilers.
Yeah, we will give you the big warning.
For me, I think the premise worked. There's enough, because it's set so far in the past, there's enough of a gap for it to stand on its own. But there's also, again, this isn't spoilers, but there's enough little ties in there in things that you see and things that happen that tie it into the original franchise, like especially the first two films, I will say.
Yeah.
Without going into spoilers, the first two films are definitely if they're going to retcon and change canon with anything after number 2 going forward with this, I'm fine with that because I wasn't that. I liked them, but I wasn't keen on Predators or The Predator. They're not my favorites. I will watch them if I'm doing a franchise watch, but that's it.
Yeah.
You know, the first two I can watch just as and when. And with Prey now, I think that's going to be I'm having a sleepless night. Let's put it on.
Yeah.
You know, it's that kind of movie for me now. But I think the sound, the story, the premise, the acting, that for once, the CGI that was used sparingly and in conjunction with practical effects, I actually enjoyed. I'm not usually a big fan of overtly CG movies, but this one worked for me.
Yeah, but you kind of got to use CG for invisibility effects, haven't you?
Well, again, I've always said this with CGI. For me personally, in my personal perspective, when it comes to CGI, save it for the things you cannot physically do. And turning a big 7-8 foot tall predator invisible while having it interact with things on screen. Yeah, you're going to need CGI for that in this day and age. You know, back in the day, it was green screen and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's the one effect in the original that's aged really bad is the cloaking effect. This one, I kind of liked it. Like the way it works. We'll get into that in the spoiler bit.
We will.
I just liked the way it worked, the way you could see a pattern to it. I liked that. So
yeah, it's very textural.
The best way I heard it described was it's very honeycomb.
Yes.
And again, we'll get into the spoilers to talk about that a little bit, and for me, how it ties it into the later films as well. But yeah, so yeah, for both of us, 9 out of 10, high recommendation. If you have not seen Prey yet, my first question is why not? If you're a Predator fan, go fucking watch it.
Oh God, we'll wait.
Pause this video, go and watch it, come back. We'll wait. Okay, we're not going to wait, but
no, we're not really going to wait.
No, we won't wait. We won't wait there. However long the film was, it felt.
We're not waiting in real time.
I don't know about you, but I felt when watching the film, it felt longer than it actually was.
Yes,
like it fits that much story into the what is it? Hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah,
it fits so much into it.
Well, that's the thing for me. Lately, a lot of films have run too long. And for my fat ass and my bad back, going to the cinema is not really an option.
Yeah.
That and my old man bladder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last tangent alert, people. The last film I went to see at the cinema was Spider-Man No Way Home with my daughter.
Yes, that's the last time I went to the cinema, actually.
Back in December. By the time I got out, my back and my legs were on fire.
Yes, could getting older, did.
Yeah, I know that, but it was just like I'd rather be at my own home and sit in my own comfy chair. And okay, the one downside is I would have loved to have seen Prey after watching it and seeing how fucking good it was. I would love to have seen it on the big screen.
Yeah, I am intrigued why they didn't do a big screen release for this.
I think it's because, and this is just purely speculation and slight tangent again. This is purely speculation on my part. I think it was because of, okay, the last film did okay financially, but critically and commercially, like the fans hated it. The critics hated it. The people who worked on it hated it. Shane Black was pissed off with the studio for just completely cutting his original script to shreds, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, considering some of the deleted scenes and shit that I've heard about. It's like,
yeah,
but I think this one is definitely a return to form, and because of the last one, they weren't really sure. They were like, if we release it theatrically, we're putting a lot on its shoulders to carry, whereas if we release it straight to streaming, even if people don't watch it for 6 months but they do eventually go and watch it, we've still received money from their subscriptions. It's on their service. So, yeah, I get why they may have done it, the home, it's not home video, but it's home streaming service release. I get it. You know, especially considering like all the COVID stuff and everything that happened over the last couple of years. You know, I say COVID, you start coughing.
Oh, God. Comedy timing of the man is just impeccable.
Comedy gold there, thank you. But, yeah, I think Disney would, well, Disney / 20th century were just a little bit unsure given the reception to the last one. They were like, don't know.
How good was it to have that fanfare before the film?
Oh yeah. I just,
folks, it brought a tear to me, Jap's heart.
But right, I think now we are going to have to move into spoiler territory for everyone.
I think so.
We've talked about recommendations, you know, go see it, go check it out. come back and watch the rest of our episode and see if your opinions of it agree, match up with what we think of it.
If you haven't seen it yet, Tony Harris.
Yes. Hopefully, though, by the time we're recording this, hopefully he'll have watched it.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be. It'd be nice if we could watch a film when it actually comes out and not 20 years later.
Yeah, bit of pleasant change, that.
Yeah. Is that what it means when he says, I'll get around to it, 20 years later?
Yeah, it's about right. It's about right for time.
We love you really, Tony, and we hope
do
to
love
have
you,
one in a
Tony.
future episode. When the planets align and, Doctor Who's back in town so you can get a trip with your dad. He's going to fucking kill us, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Good job, he loves us.
Oh, yes. But anyway, right, spoiler warning for everyone.
Yes.
Here we go. We're going to
Spoilers!
now. I'm going to flash it up big on the screen. Fucking spoilers.
What, you're going to put fucking spoilers?
Yes. Because we're actually nice compared to some of the YouTube channels out there. We actually tell you that we're going to do the spoilers. We don't lure you in like, we're just going to talk about it and then tell you what happened in the fucking film.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving on rapidly. That opening scene.
Oh, yoy.
I love the way that there's no actual title or kind of credits really up until the Firebird in the sky, or the Thunderbird as she calls it.
Yeah, it's
the Predator ship coming in.
Yeah.
And oh my god, just the way that it slides as the camera's panning up, it sort of slides into view.
Yes.
Passes by the camera like it's just hanging there in the sky. I love that little touch. Like,
it's a pink beauty.
It is. But just that opening, like I said, it sets the tone. Like the opening narration, like it's all in French, and then there's the translation, like long ago there was monsters here. It's like, and we'll get into this in a little bit, but there's little things that kind of piqued my interest and went, that's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah.
But moving quickly on, we meet the main character, Naru, or I think that's how it's pronounced, Naru.
Yeah.
Naru, which just sounds like Mork with a speech impediment to me, but sorry. I was thinking that earlier. I was like, Naru.
Is
that Mork with a speech impediment? No, don't think that, because that's all you're going to hear now every time you hear the character's name.
Yeah, you fucked it from there.
But yes, we meet our main character, played by Amber Midthunder is her name, I believe.
Yeah.
And wow, what an actress. This is the first thing I've seen her in. Apparently she's been in some things, but this is the first thing I've seen her in, and already I'm impressed.
Definitely.
Absolutely blown away with this actress. Just such a believable lead in this role, in this film.
Yeah.
The one thing I've heard online and seen in like forums and posts on Facebook and all that kind of stuff is people going, oh yeah, girl fight the Predator. It's not going to be an even match, is it? I'm like,
why not?
It doesn't have to be a physical fair fight.
Yeah.
If you can outthink it, you can beat it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what she does. I mean, okay.
She 2022.
She does have a physical fight with it. She does throw down and, physically go at the motherfucker. But on the whole, she's doing that after setting traps and things like that. And I love that little aspect of she's outthinking this fucker.
Yeah.
He's using his own tactics against him. You know what I mean?
It
shows that, back then we were more adaptable and we were a lot fucking smarter. We're not
they had to be to survive.
Yeah, back when we used to do this, look around at our surroundings instead of fucking this constantly. I think there's a nice little kind of subtext within the film about that, maybe. That
well, it's not just that though. It's 2022 for fuck's sake. Yes, a woman can fucking fight Predator. Jesus. Yeah.
Again, the line that was used in the trailer, and again, I love it in the film, where her mum turns to her and she says, "Why do you want to hunt?" And she says, "Because you all think that I can't."
Yeah. Yeah, it sums it perfectly.
That is the most powerful line in the film, and it covers. It can be applied to anything, because it's like, I'm going to do something because you think I can't do it.
Yeah.
the reason why I started this channel in the fucking first place was because people said that I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that and I shouldn't do this and I should try and do this and this should be my path in life. I was like, no, I'm going to walk my own fucking path. I'm going to do what I want to do and prove to you that I can do it. This January, this channel will be 2 years old, right? For 2 fucking years, I have stood up and proved time and time again that I will keep doing this shit and I will keep getting better at it.
Yep.
So for me, this character is a pure fucking inspiration because it's like, that's how I feel. You told me I can't do it, so I'm going to fucking do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, quickly moving on with the film.
Yeah.
Fucking tangent ass rant there for some reason. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the character. I love the film. The bit with the fog.
Scenery.
Oh, oh my.
Hell, the cinematography.
God, yeah. The cinematography blew me away. This is the one thing that a lot of people online are saying about it, like straight out the gate, is that most made-for-TV films, which essentially this is, it from the get-go, it was made for streaming services, right? Usually on things like that, the CGI is a bit wonky, the acting's a bit wonky, the cinematography is a little bit off, but it all comes together and it's still enjoyable.
Yeah.
This looks like full-blown Hollywood big budget bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like one of the it's like an Attenborough documentary.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous to look.
The one thing that's kind of got wheels turning in my head is I think maybe Hollywood needs to scale back with how much it spends on films, because I think that if you adjusted it for inflation and that kind of thing, I think that Prey was probably made for around about the same budget that the original film was made for. And I think that it shows that just because you have a huge budget, I'm pointing at Marvel for this one, like with their overuse of CGI at the moment, like the She-Hulk stuff that's going around at the moment. It's like, sorry, my phone's going off.
That's Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel. CGI. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, with Marvel's use of fucking CGI, it's got to the point now where we're just like, oh, for fuck's sake, that looks so goddamn fake. You look at the Predator in this film, and it's a practical suit.
Yeah,
you can tell it's a practical suit.
Yes,
when it's tangible and it's real and it's there with the actors, the audience believes it more. I've always said this about CGI, so I think that Hollywood needs to see that if they just tone things back a bit, use the old techniques of filmmaking, like practical effects and doing stuff in camera, people would actually start to enjoy films again, because it wouldn't just be watching a PlayStation cutscene.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, any highlights for you in the first part of the film, Guy?
Oh, I think the interaction with her and the rest of the tribe is just
her brother.
Yeah, her brother. All of that. It's beautiful acting.
And the dog, I love the dog.
Oh, the dog's the star of the show.
All right, I've got to tell you this funny little thing. You know the bit where they encounter the bear? We're jumping forward slightly here, people, but you know the bit where she encounters the bear, her and the dog?
Yeah.
You know the bit where the dog runs off and the bear goes chasing after the dog? Right? As the dog goes bolting off and the bear chases after it, my daughter goes, distraction! Like, oh yeah, the dog is distracting the bear, I suppose. And as the dog comes running back, I went, I think I lost him. Bear in mind, this is the first time we're watching it, right? Then the bear comes barreling over the hill, and as the dog runs past her, I went, I didn't lose him.
Yeah.
My daughter just cracked up laughing. And I was like, to be honest, that was probably the dog that was doing that. That was its thought process. Like, I've lost him. Wait, I fucking haven't.
Yeah. Shit.
He's like, oh shit, I thought I lost him. It's like the zombies in
Actually, that's one of my favourite parts as well, when he's the Predator's sort of hunting up through the food chain.
Yeah. The bit with
the
snake.
The wolf's going after the rabbit.
Yeah.
And he saves the rabbit because he wants the wolf.
Yes. I love the bit as well with the snake, because the Predator's just kind of there and you see the ant crawling up over it and it doesn't move. And the snake's like,
what? No.
And then just
that
bit
like,
made me jump. the bit with the she check where she finds Naru finds the snake and it goes twitches. I jumped out my seat because I was not expecting that. Jump scares normally don't affect me, but that fucking put me off guard. Like, oh
yeah, you don't expect a skinned snake to still be alive.
Yeah, a headless skin snake. Yeah, it was like, oh, hello.
But I love that because it's snake, wolf, bear, human. It's working up. I love that.
Exactly.
It's safari. It's pure safari for them.
And one thing I did also like, neat little touch, is where they show you how it gets the skin off the wolf skull.
Yeah.
Because you don't normally see the predators how they clean the skulls. I mean, okay, you've seen little glimpses here and there. In the second one, you saw the predator scoop thing and then clean it all off. Yeah, you saw that bit.
Polish up.
Yeah, polished it up. In the first one, you saw the bit where he's got a skull and he sprays it with something and it cuts to Arnold. Yeah. So, you know, there was little snippets of like them cleaning the skulls, but never like the actual removing of the flesh. It was always just the skull or something like that. So that was a neat little touch. The bit with the kind of slowed it down for me a little bit was in the middle where she's it was, well, not so much the middle, it's where she's going out to find the predator right before she comes up against the bear, and it's the bit in the bog.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, I get that it sets up the scene
exactly
with the predator, but I think it spent a little bit too long in her struggling and trying to get out. Like, it was one too many throws of the tomahawk and pulling herself out. For me, it was like they could have done one or two throws and then done it.
Yeah.
So, do you need to go for a second?
No? All right.
Okay. Sorry, we just had a technical hit.
Yeah.
Carrying on.
Technical issue there. Sorry.
Yeah, the bit in the bog for me, it just slowed it down a little bit. But
plot device.
Again, it should have just been a little bit shorter. Like I said, one or two throws of the tomahawk, not like the 6 or 7 that she actually did. It was just like, we get it. You need to get out. You're just artificially ramping up the tension when we know she's going to get out.
I do
love in the film to just have her drown in a bog.
Yeah. I do love the tomahawk on the rope, though.
Yeah.
When she figured that out, that was like, that's cool as shit.
The one thing that I noticed with that, and I didn't notice it until after watching the film the first time around, was like, the way the trailer was cut made it look like that happened a lot later in the film.
Yeah.
Because the trailer made it look like she'd had the encounter with the predator, gone back to her people to say, oh, this thing's hunting us. And then she's built the thing. But you see, that's actually, it is after she's encountered the predator, but not quite. It's when she's trying to hunt the rabbits to get to the, it was good. It was good. I just think the trailer kind of misled where that was placed within the film.
Yeah, but
trailers are known to do that, though.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did like the way it was done, though. Like, boom.
Yeah,
it pulls it back and catches it perfectly every fucking time. You know, it was Kratos from God of War.
Yeah,
that's what it gave. It gave me that kind of vibe. But yeah, it was very, very well done. I like the way that she was kind of coming up with her own weapons to counteract what the Predator was using as well.
Yeah.
And talking weapons, I suppose this is a good enough point to talk about some of the new toys the Predator got. Well, I say new toys.
New toys? Old toys.
I suppose it depends on perspective. New to the canon.
Yes.
But old in the timeline.
Yeah.
New old toys. There we go.
We haven't got Heat Seeker this time.
No. Again, the trailer misleaded with that one, with the barbs that shoot out the gun. In the trailer, it looks like a red plasma bolt. In the film, it's those little darts.
That's just a targeter.
Yeah.
That's just a targeting laser.
Independently. We've got to talk about that. The bit where that moved independently. Right, that just instantly sparked in my brain. I was like, oh, okay. So this older version of the tech, it's got the 3 dots because it's got the 3 barbs.
Yeah.
But in the later films, it's using the same tri-dotted sight because it's tradition.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that little nod. Whether that was intentional by the writers or not, I like that little nod.
I'd like to think it was.
Yeah, I like to think it is intentional, that every little thing with the Predator is just that little tip of the hat to like,
yeah,
this is where it, you know, it still uses the tri-laser sight, but because it's a tradition, not because
Mm.
it sparks in my mind of like, we use iron sights down guns because guns didn't used to have them. And once we invented them, it's now on every gun.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same for the Predator. They've always used the tri-laser sight. So now it's on everything they use.
Hey, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it.
Exactly. Universal fucking pointing device.
Yeah.
But yeah, so again, let's talk about some of the weapons we saw. I liked the little stick things that he'd throw and they'd kind of wrap around and cut legs off and shit.
Yeah, that
It's
was cool as shit.
Again, primitive version of the throwing disc.
Yeah.
Or the shurikens from the later films.
Yeah.
Yeah, it very much gave me that vibe. Like, you can see where this tech may have took the evolutionary steps with the Predator to become the tech you see later on. The shield thing.
The shield was cool.
That's just a giant version of the fucking throwing disc.
Yeah.
It's got a sharp fucking edge all the way around it.
Yeah, because he's trying to use it, cut a bloody head off.
The bit with the tree where he's got the guy pinned up against the tree and he just and the whole tree falls down.
Oh, that was cool as shit.
Fucking brilliant. I love. As soon as that bit happened, I went,
yeah.
I squealed like a bit. My daughter looked at me like I'd completely freaked out. I'm just like, oh. But yeah, the spear thing as well. I want to say it's kind of like a multi-tool, because if you look in certain scenes, it's on its shoulder as the plasma caster.
Yeah.
Then it's a spear, and then he separates it into like a spear.
So it's
sword and a
two
claw.
bits. Yeah.
So he uses it so quick and it's on screen so fast. Yeah. Not really got a proper look at it. So NECA, once the figure of that comes out, hit your girl up. I will review it straight away because I want one. And they have confirmed they're doing figures for the new film.
Well, that does bring us on to the costume.
Okay, here we go.
I actually liked it. I liked Primitive Predator.
One thing I didn't like.
Oh, the mask?
No, the mask I thought was kind of cool. It gave it that eyeless, it made it look more alien.
Yeah.
Like, you know that's a skull from something out there. So, yeah, the one thing I didn't like was what was under the mask so much. The mouth was there for me. You know, it had the right...
Bigger than usual.
Bigger than usual, yeah. But again, you could say that, 200 years ago, predators were bulkier. I mean, humans 200 years ago were bulkier. So, but it's the forehead bit. It looks too bulbous for my liking. Like, it was too far forward. I always think of predators as, the face kind of almost glides back to where it meets dreadlocks. Whereas this one, just the front part to me seemed too round and almost too human. As daft as it sounds, it made the predator face underneath the mask look a little too human for my liking. But again, it could be an evolutionary thing. I don't know.
That's the thing, isn't it?
It could be, as 200 years past, predators evolved quicker than us. The forehead got lower and got more and more pushed down.
Yeah.
I mean, Egyptians used to do that head expanding thing where they put
exactly.
Yeah. Why could predators not do the same thing with their foreheads till it becomes a genetic trait? Again, pure speculation, but that was the only thing I didn't like about it. Okay. I think that was a motorbike in your area.
No, I liked it.
Oh, right. So go on then. What did you not like about the suit? And what did you like?
I liked the longer dreads.
Yes. That's a like for me as well.
Yeah, I do like that. I was like, ooh, that's cool. But on the whole, I thought the mask itself was cool as shit.
Oh, definitely.
Because it was almost sort of like skin. It looked texturally like skin.
It looked almost leather-like, but then you see once it's bulletproof, bullet hits it straight off the fucker, or does something else. But no, the one thing I did like while watching Prey about the Predator's design is on the brief little sections where you see things like the arm gauntlets and things like that. If you look very closely, and I didn't pause it on my first watching because I kind of wanted to go through it uninterrupted.
Yeah.
The one thing I did notice, and it's very brief, so you will have to pause it, but there's like bone inlays in gauntlets, and it's got their writing carved into it. And I'm just like, the hardcore fans like myself are going to pause that, zoom that shit in, and translate that and see what it says. Because there's going to be some hidden messages in this shit.
Oh yeah, of course.
But overall, I did like the Predator design. It was just the mask. It was just the face underneath the mask I didn't like. The mask was cool. The weapons, again, that shield. Oh my god, that
shield is fucking awesome. That needs to come back in future.
Sort of swinging back around to what we were saying about the cloak earlier, with it being like a honeycomb, and how in my mind it ties into the later franchise. Is if you've watched The Predator, and God forbid you have, but the upgrade Predator ship in that. Has a shield over it at the back arse end of the film, and it goes across the ship in a honeycomb pattern. Now, in my mind, seeing that and then seeing the honeycomb cloak go over this primitive Predator, or savage Predator, as he's being called by fans and people out there, it gives me the idea that that's like the same technology but repurposed. Like they used to use it as a cloak, like rather than it being something that makes them invisible, it's something that coats over them like a shield that makes them invisible. And then later on they adapted the same technology for their ships, or vice versa. Maybe it started up as a technology for the ship and they miniaturized it. I don't know, but I like that little visual detail.
I'll tell you what I did love, when he was invisible and he killed the bear and he gets covered in blood.
Oh, yeah.
That looked fantastic.
That effect, he's just holding up his head, screaming, blood. And the bear, that fight with the fucking bear. Oh my God. I love the way the bear thinks it's bested the Predator, and then it just gets the fuck up and breaks its neck in one punch.
Yeah.
Like that noise, that thud and snap combo sound. It's just like, felt that. Oh,
I think we got to give a nod to the sound as well.
Oh, the sound design in this film is off the hook. It really is.
Proper Predator clicks and that.
I
don't know how do you describe the sound?
It's a clicking, purring kind of sound. It's like if a crab could purr. If a lobster could purr, that's probably the sound it would make. It's very
love having that.
It's a fucking amazing sound. I love it. I love that sound. But yeah, the sound design overall, just in the action scenes, in the incidental music in the background, all of it is just spot on. It fits the tone. It works just right. It's just But talking more about the beats of the film, favorite scenes, that kind of thing. I love the fight, the actual fight between between Naru and the Savage Predator, the end fight between them.
Oh, but before that, the French dudes.
Oh, the bit with the fur trappers. Oh my God, the bit with the catches the axe. And seeing us talking about the fur trappers, let's talk about the pistol in the room, shall we? Let's talk about that gun.
Oh, that gun.
Now, as soon as the film started and it said 1719, instantaneously my brain went, does that mean we're going to see the gun? Or there's the potential that we're going to see the gun from number 2 because it's a couple of years after.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until it got later into the film, the fur trappers come into it, and there's the one with his leg cut off and she's trying to help him. And this is the scene that I was talking to you earlier about where I unintentionally laughed. Where the Predator can't see him because he's had that herb and he's all cold and everything.
Yeah.
He's taught to use the gun and she can't get it to fire because she's not quite done it right. That guy's leg perfectly fucking still, and the Predator's like, nope, nothing to see here. The bit that made me unintentionally laugh was he takes a step forward, crushes the guy's leg, he screams, he just instantly stabs him.
Yeah.
It was almost like a predator reacting to a jump scare, like, the fuck?
Yeah. Fuck off. You're dead.
But that was the scene that made me unintentional enough because I was like, really? like that's how he goes out. But I had the suspicion that gun, when he gave it to her, I was like, that's the gun. That's the fucking gun. And then right at the end, she passes it over to the war chief and he looks at it and sure as shit, there's the name on it. We'll circle back round to this. We'll circle back round to this because the other scene I want to talk about, we mentioned the ending, the final actual fight between them. I love how she actually outthinks it to beat it by using technology against it. Now, okay, people are like, oh, but Predator should have been, smarter than that. It knows its own weaponry. Literally 5 minutes before that, it got shot in the back of the fucking head to the point where its mask flew off. I don't care if you're a Predator. A bullet wound to the back of the skull?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not functioning right. You are not thinking clearly.
No, of course you're not.
And I love the tilt of the head. Like, he fires them. And you can see the Predator almost kind of watches them and, like, go around. He's like, oh, wait, hold on. Where's that? Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Oh. Also, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yes. I love that throwback. I was like,
oh.
Now it's a Predator.
Me and my wife were watching that, and as soon as she said it, we just looked at each other and smiled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sat there watching it with my daughter, and as soon as they said it, I just went, now it's a Predator movie.
Yeah.
Now it's a Predator movie. Now they've said that line. And again, this goes back to what we were kind of saying earlier. There are like lots of little bits that kind of tie it into what's coming in later in the series. Like, especially like because this is a prequel to the original two, at least as far as we know for now, it is a full prequel and not a reboot.
Yeah.
That's all we know for now by the events of this film. It is a prequel, but that could get retconned. We don't know.
Yeah.
But the one thing I want to sort of talk about, and I suppose we'll move on to nuggets that were there in the film that could maybe be pointing the way towards the future. So we'll start kind of winding things up a little bit here. But the one thing I'm going to point out is when she bumps into her fellow tribesmen after the Predators killed the bear.
Yeah.
And she says, I couldn't see it till it was covered in blood. And to me, it looked like a star beast. Now, there's two little wink, wink, nudge, nudges here for me. Star Beast was originally going to be the title of Alien. So there's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the Alien franchise.
Yeah.
From my perspective. Right? From my perspective on this one. The other little thing that got me is when film was first announced, loads of people were saying, oh, it's a prequel. It's the first encounter with the Predator. It's the first time a human's going to face down against one. She said it looked like a star beast. And the guy says, oh, it looks like something. What? It looks like something from a children's story. Now, that to me already says that this is not the first encounter with this species.
Yeah.
You know, if there's already stories about them, if there's already stories about them out there within their tribes and community or whatever, it tells me that these things have been here before, but this is just one of the earliest recorded encounters, possibly because of the cave paintings that it shows at the end. Well, I say cave paintings, the kind of Native American paintings that are done on like the leathers and that the tapestry things they do. I can't. I don't know the actual names of them. I'm not that cultured.
It's visual storytelling.
Yeah, but it was just that little thing when, could we end up with another prequel?
I'd be very happy with that.
But for me, it's just little things like that that kind of go, this is not the first encounter and things like that. But okay, the gun. Let's talk about this. It's revealed right at the end of the film. Big spoiler alert.
Yeah, deep spoiler.
Yeah, the gun belonged to Raphael Adolini, and the gun was dated 1715. Now, for those who have seen Predator 2, we all know that is the gun that was given to Detective Mike Harrigan by the elder predator at the end of Predator 2 after the city hunter was killed. And if you watch the credits with the, as we just said, the paintings, all the credits are going on, you'll see that as Naru holds the head up of the predator, showing that she's victorious, she's past her.
I do love that as well.
The blood painted under the eyes and everything.
Yeah.
Such a visual.
Fucking hardcore.
Such a fucking visual. But if you look behind them in the painting, there's more predator ships coming down.
Yeah.
So that already tells us sequel bait. There's going to be another one. And given the fact that this one's been so fucking successful, I think at this point we just might as well go, right, well, see you in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking hell, write it. Get it written.
Get it written now. Like take your time with it. Don't do a rush job.
Yeah, or go.
The Predator fan base is definitely reignited in a big fucking way to this one. And I think going into the future, I think we're going to see another one. I'd like to say, in my mind, it would be a perfect new trilogy because Disney like to do their trilogies.
Yes, they do.
So if they're going to do a trilogy of it, I'd like to see more predators to come down and the whole tribe takes down predators. Like it's a war between two tribes and the humans win. And the next lot of predators that come down, it's an even bigger war. You know what I mean? It's like, something like that I could be okay with. If they took it in the right direction, I could be fine with it. Because the question that now needs answering is, if she's got that gun, how did he have it, the elder predator, in the second film? Okay, it's 200 years apart, but are we going to say what, this predator just simply waited around for her to die, dig her body up and steal the gun?
No.
Unlikely.
No, they're going to go down there and wipe them fucking out.
Well, I've heard kind of, not rumors, but just people kind of throwing out their ideas of what it may entail. And the best one I've heard, and I'm thinking, I could possibly rewrite. Maybe if it is just going to be one more film and then they're done with the franchise, it's going to be Predators come down seeking retribution. She beats them again. And as a sign of respect, she throws them the gun and says, take it. Because they did the if it can bleed, we can kill it callback in this one. I'd love to see that be a nice little callback to the end of the next one where the predator doesn't get killed, but it stands defeated and she throws it the gun and says, take it, you've earned it. And that's why, and that predator she gives the gun to is the elder at the end of number 2, because then that would wrap everything up nicely. And us fans would be like, now we have a complete story for one of our favorite characters that was in the film for 2 minutes. Because he is. Greyback, as he's known to the fans, is a fan favorite. So, I'd love to see them focus on him as a main predator in the next 1 or 2 films. Just so it explains where that gun came from. Because that's been a bit of mystery up till now. Yeah,
exactly. That's the thing.
I've heard a lot of fans are really, really, really pissed off because it's now wiped out the comic book that covered the backstory of the gun. It's now like, oh, that's definitely not canon. And loads of people are like, oh, but that was so much better because it wasn't about a Native American woman fighting a predator. I think the problem with this situation is you, not the film.
Yeah. Yeah.
If your problem is the fact that they've retconned it with a better story, which I've read the comic book. I've read the comic book that they did. The Predator's cool, and Raphael Adolini, he seemed pretty cool. But the fact that it was a pirate betrayed over treasure, it's just like,
no,
thank you. But anyway, I think that's going to be our kind of wrapping up point nearly, because we've been going for 15 minutes time. We've been going an hour, so. But I think looking forward to the future, Guy.
Oh, to the future, yes, another film. And I think after that, you could do a TV series, like I've said previously.
Yeah. I'm kind of in agreement with that as well, actually.
Dope as shit.
In fact, you know what? I'd be perfectly happy if they did this. The next thing they do is a TV series that follows on the events of this film. I'd be fine with that because it's still carrying on the story. And if they do want to make it a war of humans versus predators in the Old West, well, I say the Old West, in the old frontier times, back in the 17th century, they want to take it that far back and do like a setting where it's essentially, Native Americans versus predators on a war type scale. But they wanted to do that over, say, a 10-part, 45-minute per episode season, go for it.
Yeah.
I'd watch it. I'd be happy with that. So, but yeah.
Oh, either that, failing that, I'd like to see Arnie and what's his name?
Danny Glover.
Harrigan.
Danny
yes,
Glover.
Danny Glover. Thank you. I'd like to see them come back as part of a big shadowy government agency that the president doesn't actually know about.
Yeah, sort of Sector 7 in Transformers, the first Transformers live.
Yes,
like Sector 7, like above the president type shit.
Black Ops.
I'd like to see them leading it, but I definitely wouldn't want to see them fight a predator. Not at their age.
No.
God bless them.
No,
the time's passed for that. The time's passed for that. I love Arnie and I love Danny Glover in their film roles, but
no, their time has passed. They need to be the bosses.
Yeah, they need to be the people in charge. Like Peter Keyes, how he was in Predator 2.
Yeah,
they basically need to have been like they need to have been the guys who were in his organization, but they rose to the top kind of thing.
He's
like,
the boss.
Yeah, they're in charge kind of thing. I think if that was done as a sequel to Predator 2, I'd be fine with that. If it forgets the events of the other films and just goes, no, this is what happened after the second film.
Yeah.
You know, much like Halloween's done, much like a lot of franchises have done and gone, oh yeah, anything after number 2 didn't happen.
Let's face it, Disney's got the money.
I'd love to see them do maybe even both. Do one film where it's a sequel to Prey and do a sequel to Predator 2 where it focuses on Arnie and Danny's characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, I'm happy for more Predator content as long as it's good.
Yes.
Because don't rush it. Don't force it out the gate. Let it build naturally. Let writers work on it and get it to where it needs to be so that they're happy with it and we're happy with it. Because then, like with Prey, if you do it right, the fans will not only fucking love you for it, but we will actually sing your praises for it, Disney.
Yeah.
This is the sequel that Predator has needed since 1990.
Yes.
Okay?
Definitely. I totally agree with that.
30 fucking 2 years in the making, and we finally got a Predator sequel that feels like a Predator movie about a Predator fighting a human.
No, for me, this is Predator 3.
Yeah. Well, technically, retroactively, it should be Predator 2 is now Predator 3.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it now goes Prey, Predator, Predator 2. For me, that's my canon. You know, anything after that, Predators, it's set on an alien planet, so I can take it or leave it. The fourth one, The Predator. Can we just pretend that that's an Elseworld story and it's not connected to the main universe?
Yeah, retcon.
Let's pull a Marvel and say it's Predator Multiverse.
Yeah.
Predator in the multiverse of piss poor sequels.
There you go.
But anyway, I think we're going to wrap it up here now, guys. You want to do our closing?
Yes. So, of course, tonight you have been watching the lovely Kelly Valentine
drinking. But bye, everybody.
And I have been the Random Man. I am JB. I'll catch you soon. We will be back.
See you next week for a comic book episode.
Yes, we are going to be talking all things comics and comics that we love, not necessarily the best ever.
Exactly. It's personal opinion, not world renown.
Yeah.
Which is on my Tinder profile.
Some good recommends.
Anyway, we'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.
Take it easy, everyone. Bye-bye.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
I am Optimus Prime. Autobots, transform and roll out.
What did he say his name was?
This is bad comedy.
Smorphin'
Mastodon!
Pterodactyl!
Triceratops!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Tyrannosaurus! Okay, Power Rangers, let's do it! That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Everyone, and welcome to another episode of Hunt Your Geek Show. Now, before this episode actually starts, kind of a little announcement. I'm taking some time off. I have some dental work coming up. I've got 2 appointments over the next 4 weeks, and I'm just going to be having a lot of recovery time in between appointments. So I won't be doing any podcasts, any reviews, nothing. The channel's essentially going to be closed down for a month. You can still catch all the previous episodes we've done, including the one that's coming up next. It's about comic books. But yeah, we just wanted to pop on tonight early and say a big, massive thank you to everyone that's helped get the channel to where it's at. I also want to say thank you to the likes of Tony Harris and the Retro Movie Zone.
Yep. Everyone who watches on there, thank you very much.
Yes, for the people who found us through Tony's channel, thank you very much. Thank you for sticking around. My subscriber number kind of bounced up and down for the last 6 months. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Is like game ping pong with my subscribers? Like, So, you know, there's people in and out, and I wasn't sure who was going, who was staying, because it doesn't show me that shit. It just tells me that it's gone up or it's gone down. But anyway, so thank you to Tony Harris for popping along for 2 episodes. The Doctor Who episode, where we had the revelation to our John Pertwee's love child. You're never going to live that one down, Hun, for as long as we do these episodes and as long as we're in communication. You're not going to live that joke down. You should not have told us that story. I'm sorry.
No.
We mean it with all love and respect to you, Tony. We just mean it as a joke. We don't mean it seriously. So please don't get offended by our stupid humour.
Yeah.
Okay? It's just, if we jab little jokes like that at you from time to time, it just means you're accepted. Because we do it to each other. I mean, just the previous jokes we've made on other episodes. Yeah, the autobiography one springs to mind for me. Yes.
And all the...
Sorry, what was that, guy?
All the stuff that we had to cut out one of the episodes.
Yes, that strange little moment where there was a random clip of a certain someone inserted into one of our videos. Now, I don't know where that came from. Do you?
No.
Wasn't there when I uploaded
in our feed?
It wasn't there when I pressed upload. I mean, this Miss Violet Impulse character, I mean, she's... seems interesting.
Very, very.
We'll see more in the future.
Oh, hopefully.
Because we don't like foreshadowing on this channel whatsoever.
Not at all, not at all.
No, we've not done it in previous episodes where I flashed up an 80s action movie during a sci-fi talk. I didn't do that on purpose. Totally not.
No.
Okay?
No.
It's not foreshadowing. It's an Easter egg when the series concludes. You have to go back and watch it again to spot the Easter eggs. That's what it is. We're setting up our own shittier version of the MCU. Instead of Iron Man, we've got Tin Pot Dude.
Aye, we've got Caliverse.
Yeah, the Caliverse. It's not Iron Man, it's Tin Pot Man. Instead of Thor, we've got Boar.
Yeah.
The guy sits around saying boring facts all day.
That'd be me.
Which sounds, well, actually, I was going to say it sounds like somebody we used to work with.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. It does sound
Anyway, moving swiftly on. Like I said, we're going to be gone for about 4 weeks. So from the date this episode goes out, which is this coming Wednesday, we'll more than likely be back the 7th or the 14th of September, somewhere around that time. About 4 weeks off.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get documentation of this. Guy, will I take those 4 weeks off?
No.
Do me a favor. Watch Gargoyles, because I want to do an episode on it.
Okay. Well, what's it on?
Even if, and I'll let you away with this. Even if you watch just the first season,
Season?
The first season's only like 20-something episodes. The second season... Hold on. The second season is 67 episodes. So I'm letting you off lightly.
Jesus Christ. I haven't got time to suck Gargoyle's dick.
They're 20 minute They're 20-minute episodes. They're
Well, like
20-minute
300 episodes of Supernatural to get through.
Today on Things Guy has to do before he dies.
I fucking think I will die.
But yeah, they're only 20-minute episodes. So even if you just make it through the first season, you got 4 weeks.
What's it on?
Disney Plus.
No, this is on there.
It's on Disney Plus, and like I said, they're 20-minute episodes. And like I said, I think the first season is, I don't think it's even 20 episodes. I think it's like 18, 19 episodes, but it lays the groundwork going into season 2. But you get the general idea, and if need be, there's videos already on YouTube talking about it. I just want to add my 2 pence worth to it.
Okay.
But anyway, we're getting off track. This was meant to be a thanks and
Yeah.
a bit kind of thing, and we rambled a bit. Tangents, it's what we do here.
Yeah, tonight on Tangents.
I think I might change the name of the channel to Tangent Co-Productions.
No, just call it to On Your Tangent Show.
We'll set up a separate podcast just for tangents.
Yeah, then it's 2 mates just chatting shit.
Yeah, we'll add alcohol into the mix. We'll make a drinking game video,
No, cool.
Every time somebody says like a famous actor's name, you got to take a shot or something. Well, we'll figure it out. We've got plenty more to come in season 2. So, and as a teaser going into season 2 of When You Geek Going, one of the first big things we have coming up is an interview with a production company in America called Little Spark Films, I believe. I'd have to double check. I don't fact check around here. But yeah, Joe Manco and Catalina, we had an interview with them. We interviewed actually weeks ago. It was about 2 months ago we interviewed because that was when they were available. But we were saving it for a special episode because the subject we talked about is something that's coming in season 2. And it's going to be the premiere of season 2. And that's all I'm going to say for now. But if you do know these people from Twitter and social media and other places, then you may already know what the episode's going to be about.
Indeed. Oh, God.
But we shall see. We shall see. But for now, it is a thank you and a goodbye. This is the last episode of season 1, all about comic books. Our favourites, not the greatest comic books, just our because if we're going to talk about comic books, we don't want to talk about the big names that are famous, that everybody loves, because everybody's talked about them, they've been done to death. We just talk about our favourite ones. If they happen to be big name ones, yay. If they don't, so. But anyway, it's.
If you've not read any of them, check them out.
It's goodbye from. Sorry,
hold on. Just before we go, there will be little things from me in the gap, in the break. We're going to be starting off random films. So I'm going to be doing little videos that Kelly's going to upload onto the channel. Me just chatting shit about films I like. So come along, could be cool.
Well, there we go. See, there's still going to be content in the interim. I could make a joke there, but I'm not going to.
Probably best not.
We've made enough of those. Our channel's already got a low enough rating thanks to our language. We don't make it worse.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh,
shit.
But anyway, I have been your wonderful host, Callista Valentine, and I shall see you in 4 weeks' time.
Yes, and I've been JB, and I've got... Oh, fuck off, HP. I've got a popple, and it won't go up there. Thank you. Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh, never a technical hitch on this channel, folks.
Fuck off, HP. Fucking doing a podcast. Fuck off.
We were just saying about language. Carry on.
No, bollocks.
Right, as you were saying, you are JB and...
Yes, and this with me, as ever, is the lovely Callie, the queen of Calico Productions.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, we'll see you in September, everyone.
Right, take it easy. Bye.
There was a motorbike right as I said goodbye. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is Wednesday night. You know what that means. It's time for a new geeky showing presented to you by Calico Productions in association with jbsatwat.com. Yeah. With me, as usual, is the lovely Callie Valentine.
Hello, everyone. Good to be back for another episode.
Hell yeah. And I'm the random man who's come from down your way, and I'm ready to play as per usual. So, tonight we are doing favourite comic books, because let's face it, we're a geeky kind of podcast and we ain't done comics yet. This is a serious omission.
Yes, I think, especially after the Predapalooza that we seem to have had just recently here on the channel.
Yeah, we just love sucking the Pred's dick.
Well, yeah. Anyway, yeah, but since that, we haven't really talked much about comic books here on the channel. We do like comic books.
Yes, we do.
Unfortunately, due to budgetary restraints, I can't always afford to get the latest issues or the latest graphic novels. I'm personally of the opinion, this is just my personal opinion when it comes to comic books. If there's an ongoing storyline that's kind of got the public eye, I will wait for the collected edition, like graphic novels, to come out so I can read the storyline all in one go. I've said a similar thing about TV shows. I'm like Stranger Things. I'm watching season 4 now that it's finished because I don't like to wait. When a story gets you with a cliffhanger, I'm an impatient bitch. I don't like to wait to find out what's going to happen. I don't want to wait a week.
Yeah,
I want to know.
I know what you mean.
Right now. So I'd rather get the collected editions and things like that. But I will accept things like, single issues as presents, gifts, whatever. Maybe if I see one that is literally just a one-shot comic, yeah, I'll pick it up and give it a flick through, no problem. But if it's an ongoing series, I tend to shy away from those just because it's an expense I can't afford at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing of it. I'm reading a lot online because I did have a huge collection of comic books which got stolen when I lived in Bradford.
Lovely.
By various cunts.
That is the politest way we can put it on the show, people. We are sorry for the language.
I'm not.
Well, okay. But moving swiftly onwards.
Yeah, do you want to go first?
Go on then, seeing as I'm the only one with reference material tonight, guy.
Shake went my way.
We'll go with an honourable mention first, because I've not read it, but I have heard very good things about this particular comic book. So it's an honourable mention more than a pick, because, again, hands up, I've not read it. I've not read comic books in quite a while, purely because busyness with this.
Well, then I can forgive you.
Busy building up a small little media thing over here is what I'm doing. I'm busy. So I don't read many comic books nowadays, but my honorable mention goes to a signed copy of the Power Rangers Pink comic book signed by Amy Jo Johnson herself. I'm trying to get that in camera.
Lovely.
I may try and give this a read after this episode because I've got a little bit of downtime, but maybe not. But that's an honorable mention purely because I've not read it, but I've heard that it is a bloody good read. So that's an honorable mention from me. Going into one of my favorite, more recent, after the 2000s comic book, we'll go with that.
Yeah, okay.
Anything to me, anything recent is anything in the last 20 years.
Yeah, fair one.
You got to cast a wide net when it comes to comic books because there's so much out there and there's so many storylines and so much going on.
Yeah, some of my picks go back.
Exactly. Some of mine go back to the 90s. So, got to cast a wide fucking net with this shit.
One of mine goes back to the
80s. 3 of mine do, but they're kind of one story. But anyway, we'll get to that.
Yes.
Anyway, more favorite recent comic books for me is Kick-Ass.
Yes.
Excuse me for coughing. I saw the film first. I will admit I did see the film first. But when I got it on Blu-ray, there was a load of special features that showed like the comic book art and talks with John Romita Jr. about some of the stuff that he was doing for the book.
Oh, sweet.
I think at the time that they pretty much caught up with each other. I remember this very vaguely, but the first book came out, got turned into a film. The second book came out while the second film was in production.
Yeah.
And by the time the second film came out, the third book was coming out. It was coming out in issues.
Yeah.
So the second film was coming out as the third book was wrapping up. And so there was a lot of stuff from the third book that made it into the film, or the other way around, that stuff happened in the film and it kind of influenced what happened in the book, but not completely spot on. So there is a vast difference, like especially the way it ended. No spoilers from me here today. Not read the book. Very, very different. So I won't go too much into detail with it, but yes, absolutely fantastic read. The film, good. Book, even better, as is always the case.
Yeah.
I will lean over to one side. I will flash up some pictures over here with the power of editing in the corners up here somewhere. But yeah, just to show some of my favorite artworks throughout the book.
Could you do that with mine?
I can try. You tell me which books they are and what page numbers they are. I'll try and source the images.
I'll just do covers.
Covers, that'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna hear what they are, because I'm about to tell you, aren't I?
Go on then. Right, it's yours. Is the next one.
Okay, so my first pick is an absolutely brilliant book. It was released in 1991. It's Batman.
It's a Batman one.
It's a Batman book because unpredictable, but it's not the one you think. It is actually called Judgment on Gotham. It's a Batman Judge Dredd crossover.
Oh yes, I remember hearing about that one. It's one that I've never read, but I've always wanted to track down.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I think you can read it online. I'll send you a link.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's a great book. The artwork is very different to sort of DC Batman stuff. It's very 2001 because it's the artist worked for 2001 AD. So it is bloody brilliant. There's dimension swapping. Judge Death escapes over to Gotham.
Sorry to kind of again. Here we go. Tangent time. Tangent alert. I'm going to make a little GIF. Tangent alert over here somewhere. Tangent alert. It's funny you mentioning that came out in 1991. I think the early 90s were definitely, for comic books especially, were the versus period, because you had Alien versus Predator, Superman versus Terminator, Alien versus Predator versus Terminator versus Batman versus Judge Dredd, Spawn versus Batman. So it really was the age of, let's just throw these comic book characters together. We don't care what the setting is. We just want to see them fight. It's almost like that clip from the 2014 Godzilla.
Yeah.
Let them fight. It's basically just what they did. They went, other comic companies were nudging each other going, do you want to see who will win in a fight out of our two? Yeah, go on then, why not? And plus, around about that time as well, I think you had the DC Marvel amalgam universe.
Yeah.
Around about that sort of time where it was the two worlds kind of smooshed together, where we did get Logan Wayne as Darkclaw.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if anything, thanks.
Yeah, definitely. But no, it's really worth a read. It's very 2000 AD art style, which for Batman, fucking really works actually.
Oh yeah, that tangent again. Isn't it weird how if it's a very, very good Batman story, it seems to match pretty much any art style.
Yeah.
Like the Frank Miller stuff, especially Dark Knight Returns, all that kind of stuff with the big hench Batman.
Yeah,
it works for that universe that it's set in.
Dark Knight Returns nearly made the cut, but this just edged it out because it had a huge effect on me when it came out. I just loved it.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is personal choice. It's not, best ever. This is art, what we would want to read on a rainy day.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's such a great rainy day book.
I can imagine it is. Like I said, it's one of those ones that I heard about a lot back in the day. But my Predator fangirlness was in its infancy at that point. So anything with Predator on it was an instantaneous buy for me, which is how I ended up with, and unfortunately losing over the years, the complete set of Batman versus Predator comic books.
Ooh.
I had the entire set, and then over years, I've lent them out to people, and they've not returned them, or they've been stolen, or I've been moving, and they've been lost in the move. You just whittled down to the point where I don't have them anymore.
Yes. Oh.
But I do still have my original AVP comics, so
there you go. But yeah, so to put a pin in that, Batman versus Judge Dredd, of course, there's some SmackDown action between them.
Of course.
So it's worth it just for that alone, but it's a great story as well. So check that out.
Definitely.
Your turn again.
You've just sparked a memory in my head, and I wasn't going to pick this one, but as soon as you said Judge Dredd, my brain just took a left step and went, I had that. Do you by any chance, and I think this is a British comic book, but do you remember a comic book character called Martial Law?
Yeah.
I actually owned for a brief time the special foil covered edition of Martial Law versus Pinhead.
Oh, nice.
Law in Hell. And I only had the one issue. It was I think a 4-part story. I only had issue 1. I bought it because it was the special edition. And Pinhead. Hello.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I only really can remember one scene in it, and you talking about the fights and everything, is Pinhead says something to Martial Law, and Martial Law turns around and cracks him one straight in the face. And he knocks all of his pins straight back into his skull. And then over the next few panels, as he's getting up, he's pulling them all back out into place. And I'm like, dude's got patience.
Yeah. Oh, Pinhead's got patience. We know Pinhead's got patience.
You'd think maybe for situations like that, he'd just have a quite a strong magnet handy and just electromagnet over his face. Is like a little bit further. There we go. Better. Anyway, my actual next pick is going to be one of my all-time favorites, and it may actually be. Sorry, I'm just moving stuff. This may actually be my all-time favorite book.
Hold on, Callie. Can you hold on? I've got a bit of a domestic situation. We need an edit.
Pause. Hold on. Okay, so now that Guy has dealt with the spider, we're back with my next pick, which is, and this is going to be quite a long talking point because it's a long series, and yeah, I'm passionate about this one.
Yeah.
It is, in my personal opinion, one of the best written, not necessarily one of the best drawn, of its time from the mid-80s, right? So when artwork wasn't as sharp and as crisp as it is today.
Yes.
Back when it was all done by hand and then printed on crappy printers. One of the best written by one of my favorite writers, Alan Moore.
Oh, lovely.
And it is the Saga of the Swamp Thing. Now,
nice.
I've done a video about this on here on Calico Productions already, so I will try to keep this brief. But yes, the whole storyline that Alan Moore worked on for Swamp Thing to me is just, it takes the character to another level, because unlike characters like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, the X-Men, all them lot, they're fighting to save the world, right? Swamp Thing is connected to the world. So when he fights to save the world, he literally means the earth, not the people on it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes he can go a little bit almost anti-hero with how far he will go to protect things like the swamp and things like that.
Yeah.
But for those who don't know, the story of Swamp Thing is a genetic scientist by the name of Alec Holland was working on this formula that could make plants grow in the desert, basically, to end world hunger. Of course, greedy businessmen see dollar signs in that. They want to steal the research. Wackiness ensues. He gets turned into a big swamp vegetable man, basically. And for the first 26, I want to say 26 episodes. issues, it was believed that, yeah, he was a man mutated into a vegetable creature. You know, he was mutated by the matter in the swamp and he became a swamp thing, hence the fucking name. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne's a man dressed as a bat. He's a Batman. Alec Holland is a thing from the swamp. He's a swamp thing. It's kind of obvious. But anyway, when Alan Moore took over, he definitely pushed it more down the, I don't want to say pagan path, but it definitely has its roots there because, pun intended, I suppose. It definitely has its roots there because there's a scene where he supposedly gets killed, he gets autopsied upon. And the person doing the autopsy comes to realize is that what's laying in front of him isn't the corpse. It's literally a walking tree.
Yeah.
Like the lungs are made to resemble lungs, but they don't breathe. The heart is, looks like a heart, but it doesn't beat. You know, all the body, all the organs are there and looking as they should, but they don't function. And it's taking the character down that he's more of an elemental creature connected to the earth. You know, a deep spiritual connection to all that is. And I was like, name me one other comic book character that has literally had that transition from mutated person to celestial fucking deity of nature. You know what I mean? In terms of comic book character status, I think Swamp Thing should be higher than they are.
Yeah.
Really. But the book itself, it starts with a bang. It carries the fuck on. The first appearance of John Constantine. I don't care how that's how I'm pronouncing it. So Alan Moore actually created the character of John Constantine and very heavily based him upon Sting, to the point where DC comic books were actually frightened they were going to get a lawsuit from these lawyers of like I'll find the picture in the book and I'll put it up as a picture-in-picture thing around here somewhere.
Yeah.
You see that picture, you tell me that is not just the comic book version of fucking Sting. Seriously.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is one of my all-time absolute favorites. It comes second to my next and possibly my final pick. So, Guy, yours is the next choice. Unless, of course, you've read these Swamp Things and you've got anything to say.
No.
Right.
I've not read them, so therefore I have read nothing.
Right, well, get them read. Get them read. Seriously, high recommendation from the Queen herself.
Oh, okay. I'll take it from the Queen.
Right, go on then. Your next choice. I'm going to sidestep that joke and pretend I didn't hear it. Your next choice.
That was actually unintentional. Okay, here we go, folks. Let's see if you can.
Days
What's
of
that?
Future Past. Yes.
Yeah, bitches. It's Marvel time.
I agree with you on that.
It's X-Men time. My God. I mean, what can we say about this? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you shouldn't be bloody watching this podcast. You really shouldn't.
Exactly. If you don't know Days of Future Past in any which way, shape, or form, I mean, there's been a film called Days of Future Past. They did it in the cartoon series in the 90s.
They did it brilliantly in the cartoon series as well.
Yes, they did.
But the comic from 1981, of course, from the run of Claremont, John Byrne.
Yes.
Bloody hell. What a classic.
And
Kitty Pryde gets sent.
Sorry, what?
Kitty Pryde gets sent back in time to cancel out the assassination of Senator Kelly. And, time traveling hijinks ensue with Sentinels.
Oh, yes.
It's marvelous. Folks, you know about this one. But I had to pick it. It's one of my bloody sentimental favourites.
It is.
What got me into X-Men in the first place.
It is. I mean, it's a bloody good storyline. I remember that's one of the earliest pieces of X-Men comic book art I can remember seeing is that front cover. Like I said in a previous episode, going into comic book shops and seeing all the latest issues and posters and things like that up on the walls that were 9 times out of 10 comic book covers as posters, and that being among them. And yeah, it's just a fantastic storyline. That's why they did it 3 times over.
Exactly. Oh, I've got a little JB fun fact for this one as well, because we seem to do that every episode now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John Byrne actually came out and admitted that he had unconsciously lifted the idea from a classic Doctor Who story called Day of the Daleks.
Yes, I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
So so there you go. You owe it to Pertwee. You owe it to Doctor. Go check it out, folks.
Yes, we'll have to pass that information on to Pertwee's supposed son, Tony Harris, over at Retro Movie Zone.
Yes, we will actually. Yeah.
There's your shout out, Tone.
Tony, you'd be proud of your papa.
Yeah, much love to your dad. We loved him in Doctor Who.
We did.
Kill us for that one again.
Yeah.
So, Days of Future Past. I'm broken now, I can't. Wine's kicking in. I'm the one drinking tonight, people. Hello.
Yeah, I'm the soap one tonight.
Right. So yeah, if that's your pick, move on to my possible final one, unless anything else pops in my brain.
Okay.
Right, my last choice, and I'm going to show off the omnibus edition because I don't want to get my originals out of their packaging again.
You never want to expose your package.
Oh, definitely not. Especially on a summer's day.
Yeah.
But it is the original run of Alien versus Predator.
Yes.
I have the first 2 volumes of the omnibus here. I definitely prefer the first one to the second one. And it's funny that you mentioned Chris Claremont, because I think he did actually work on the bulk of the story that's in this one.
Good old Claremont.
Deadliest of the Species. I'm trying to have a look. No, it's not got the original writers unless it's got it listed here. Here we go. Script. Chris Claremont.
There you go.
Deadliest of the Species. And although it's a good read, it's a little bit bloated. When you think everything's ramping up to the point where it's like, yeah, we're reaching the end of this comic book, it splits off with some other characters that appeared earlier on in the story and starts telling another line. But then all these kind of things all come back in on each other, and it all makes sense by the end of it. But for a big chunk of the reading time, you are just like, just get it over and done with, please. Like you're wishing the end comes along by the time you get to the end.
Yeah.
It outstays its welcome a little bit, but if you break it up and read it in sessions, I suppose it's okay. I read it in one go, and by the end of it, I was like, it's like nearly 400 pages.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. But again, mixed feelings about it, but it is a good read. But the original run, I do have the originals tucked away.
Yeah.
From 1990, it kickstarted an absolute love affair with all things Alien and Predator for me. So for me, it has to be my number one pick, because out of every single comic book I've ever had in my entire life, it's the AVP ones that I always come back to first. Yeah. When I first get back into reading comic books, I read Alien versus Predator or something Predator based. I mean, I'm currently reading Omnibus Volume 3, which is on my table.
Nice.
So yeah, I always, when I get back into comic books, that's my first place to go to. So my number one pick, AVP.
Awesome. Okay, so that's enough Predator for now. For now.
Or have we done enough Predator, considering the way that our continuity doesn't seem to really exist? We've either covered Predator in depth, or we're yet to cover Predator in depth, and we'll talk more about it later.
I don't know now. Could be any. Where am I? I don't know.
Timey-wimey. It's all timey-wimey stuff. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Don't worry, folks.
Continuity, what's that?
No, we don't believe the laws of continuity here. Sorry. If you don't like it, come at me, bitches. So, is it my turn, okay?
I think it is your turn, and I think looking at the time frame, we're going to be looking at possibly last choice.
Yes. Okay, it's a big one.
Oh, go on then. That's what
Long
they
and
all say.
distinct. It's long and distinguished, like Mike Johnson. But this one is by IDW Publishing. So I think you may have a guess who it might feature.
Could it be the certain robots in disguise by any chance?
Yes, it could indeed, Kelly. 10 points and a gold star to you. Yeah, this is actually 2 ongoing series that went from 2012 to 2016.
I have a couple of issues. Keep talking about it. I'll go and get them.
Yes. So what we have is 2 adjoining stories. One line is called More Than Meets the Eye. One line is called Robots in Disguise, and they're both fantastic. Robots in Disguise deals with the actual end of the Cybertronian War, and then the ones that are left dealing with the fallout of the war being over, returning to Cybertron and actually trying to have a civilization.
Oh yes, I've caught quite a few videos on YouTube that talk about those comic books, because obviously when they're doing
brilliant.
I mean, the channels I watch like character histories and things like that. So when they talk about the character histories, they do touch upon the comic books. So I do know quite a bit about those. Again, I've only read 2 issues, and that would be these 2 I have right here. And because I'm a jammy bitch, I got these with the figures that they were Christmas presents. I have the exclusive cover for Chromia.
Nice.
Right up in the camera smoosh.
Lovely. That's nice.
And my favorite, my girl, the lovely Miss RC.
Hey, you would love RC in Robots in Disguise. She's absolutely kick-ass.
It's one of these issues. I'm going to quickly find it, because it's a brilliant picture, but it's where Megatron has basically sworn off the Decepticons and become an Autobot.
Oh,
and he's using, it'll be the other issue, it'll be this one.
Yeah, that's actually more in the More Than Meets the Eye thread.
Well, here we go. Here's a really cool panel. You got to check this out. Look.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that.
But yeah, there's a picture in here where Megatron's sworn off the Decepticons, and he's got an Autobot logo over his chest. And the first time I flicked through this on Christmas Day, I was like, "What?"
Oh yeah, that's a whole thing.
Took me by complete surprise. I was like, and then I read that he said from my friend Bumblebee. I was like,
"Yeah,
bitch, what?"
Yeah, I'm telling you, you've got to read these.
Exactly.
They're
so
brilliant.
I may have to do a deeper dive on these comic books, because
I really would if I were you, because I think you'd love it. And
I got those issues because when Hasbro were at the time doing, I think it was the Thrilling 30 for the 30th anniversary at the time. Also, it was some anniversary thing. They released RC and Chromia in special boxes with these issues with the special covers. And because I didn't know what issues I was getting, I literally just had to read them and take them as they were. I was like, well, these are parts of a story that I'm probably never going to finish, because these were the only figures I wanted at the time.
Yeah.
You know, that came with the comic books. So I may have to track down
I'll send you links. I'll send you links.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
But on the other sort of half of this that runs in conjunction, More Than Meets the Eye, runs at the same time, and basically Rodimus gets bored.
Bored.
He does, bless him. He gets bored. He's no longer got the Matrix. So he decides to assemble a ragtag crew of Autobots and Decepticons together.
Oh, is this the Wreckers stuff?
No, it's not the Wreckers stuff. This is him leading a crew on the experimental ship Lost Light.
That's the one I was thinking of, sorry.
To find the Knights of Cybertron. Yeah.
That was the one I was thinking of. When you said the spaceship Lost Light, I was like, I know I've heard that name mentioned a lot of times. And I got a thing for Rodimus.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's so worth it. It's got pathos. It's got humor. It's got some really nice moments. it actually got a lot of critical acclaim for showing same-sex relationships between the and stuff.
You fucking mind reader. I was just gonna say that I do want to give a big shout out to IDW Comics for their representation in the Transformers comic books, because not only did you have, like you said, same-sex relationships and things like that, but you also had, I can't remember their names, bless them, it's completely escaped me at the moment, but there was a pair of Autobots where they were transgender, and in a relationship.
Yes,
each one of them was transgender and in a relationship.
and I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but
but thank you IDW for that representation for what essentially is transforming robots, and what the executives in the 1980s said, why do we need girls in a transforming toy line? That's exactly why. That is exactly why. So
what are you gonna do? But it's, for me, I mean, they were just brilliant, and they're so long running. There's loads of them.
Oh yes.
It introduces
Boom Studio.
like,
Is it Boom Studios who do them now? The
I think so, yeah. But
I've not heard anything about them, but anyway.
But yeah, you get brilliant characters like the Decepticon Justice Division, the Scavengers.
A lot about them just recently.
A
lot of videos on YouTube popping up about them.
Hardcore.
Like, yeah, okay. I'm liking the sound of this, so I may have to start reading some more Transformers comic books, because let's face it, considering that I've just bought Dragstrip, which means I'm fully invested in getting not only Motormaster but also constructing Menasor, I'm definitely back into Transformers, and I think anything else is just superfluous at the minute. I mean, my shelves may get rearranged.
You know, it makes sense.
Bye bye, Power Rangers. I'm sorry, but for reasons we won't go into on this channel, but that franchise has kind of been tainted for me a little bit. So,
well, yes, true.
But anyway, I think that's it for today's episode, Guy. I
believe so.
I can't do anything off the top of my head other than, again, honorable mention. What a shout out! I read it once and I loved it. Death of Wolverine. It was a good book, but considering that they brought him back and then they didn't bring him back, and they brought Old Man Logan to take his place for a little bit, and then his daughter took X-23 took over, but then she didn't. It got confusing after that, and I just lost interest.
Just too convoluted.
Exactly. Like,
that's the problem.
Up to a point, yeah, and they committed to it. I will admit, Marvel did stick to it for a good couple of years. Wolverine was dead and fucking gone.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the merger with Disney happens, and oh look, he's alive! He's alive! Kill off our most popular character so that Fox can't earn any more money from him.
Yep.
Anyway.
That's the megalomania. I've got an honorable mention as well. It's actually a one-off issue of the Amazing Spider-Man run that began in 1999.
Yes.
Issue 38, which is called The Conversation, wherein Aunt May finds out about Peter. And they have a big, long, old chat. It's a brilliant book. Absolutely. It's so well written. It's lovely drawn. The art's great. And it's just basically their conversation about, why don't you tell me? Well, I didn't tell you because. And, shit like that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really great.
Honorable mention, and this is more foreshadowing than anything else. I have read a couple of issues of the Hellraiser comic books. I can't remember which studio, I can't remember which comic book company did them, unfortunately, off the top of my head. But the one that I did start to read, and then I couldn't find any more issues and shit, and life happened. It carried on the continuity of the films, and Kirsty Cotton actually took over as Pinhead.
Right.
And it's one that I've been trying to track down for a while, and wherever I find it, I always find it as like it's part of a set. But the set in total is going for like 60, 70 quid. And I'm like, well, I only want the next issue along. I don't want the full, I do want the full set eventually, but not all in one go at that price. I can't afford that price.
No.
And when I have seen it like sold on its own, I've not had the money to be able to buy it. So
right.
I will try and find a place online to read it, but you know me, I prefer a book in my hands.
I know, but sometimes
when I'm getting lost in my own little world, I like to feel it in my hands, you know.
Yeah, I know.
The book. I meant the book.
Right, of course you did. Yeah.
I just realized, I looked at my camera and I noticed the hand gesture I was doing. And I was like, no.
You didn't notice my
the book. I like to feel the book in my hands.
That looks even worse.
I know. I'm just digging a fucking hole here, on it, right? Good night, everybody. See you next week.
Yeah. I'm going to go get Callie a shovel and we'll see you soon.
Bye, everyone. See you next time.
Bye. Take it easy.
I am Optimus Prime. Autobots, transform and roll out.
What did he say his name was?
This is bad comedy.
Mastodon!
Pterodactyl!
Triceratops!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Tyrannosaurus! Okay, Power Rangers, let's do it! That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.